So here you are, lying down at last, the day finally behind you, and yet something in you hasn't been told it's over. You're tired, you're so tired, bone tired, worn thin, the kind of tired that should have pulled you under hours ago, and still your body is switched on, still humming, still braced, as though somewhere deep in the frame of you a hand is gripping something and won't let go. That's why you're here, and you're in the right place. Maybe you searched for something like wired but tired, or how to calm your nervous system at night, or somatic exercises for sleep, or a vagus nerve reset for when you can't switch off. Maybe you typed in that you're exhausted but your body won't relax. If any of that is you, then this was made for you. You can stop searching now. You've arrived. There's nothing more to look for tonight. Because we're not going to try to think our way to sleep. We're not going to argue with the mind or talk it into being quiet. We're going to go underneath the thinking, down into the body, and we're going to help the body itself stand down, slowly, gently, from the bottom up. Your body is still running an old alarm, not because anything is wrong right now in this room, but because it hasn't yet gotten the signal that the day is done. And the beautiful thing, the simple, honest, physical thing, is that the body has its own way of receiving that signal, through the breath, through weight, through softening, through being met one held place at a time and told, you can set this down now, there's nothing here to guard. That's all this is, a calming practice, a way of speaking to your nervous system in the only language it really trusts, the language of the body. And before we go any further, let me just say this plainly because it matters. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is really wearing you down night after night, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to talk to. This doesn't replace that. What this is a quiet, gentle way to help your body find its way down toward rest. Nothing more than that, and nothing less. So let's begin. There's nothing you need to do well, nothing to get right. You've already done the only hard part, which was to lie down and press play. Let yourself be exactly as you are, on your back, or on your side, however you've landed. You don't need to arrange yourself into some perfect posture for rest. Just let the surface underneath you take your weight. Let the bed hold you. And let your eyes close, if they aren't already, or let them stay open and soft and heavy, whichever feels easier. There's no wrong way to do this. Now, the breaths. We're going to start with the breath, because the breath is where your body keeps its own break. And I want to explain it to you once, simply, so that you understand what we're doing, and then you won't have to think about it again. Inside you there are two great branches of the nervous system. One of them is the accelerator, the part that speeds you up, that braces you, that gets you ready to act, to push, to defend. That's the part that's been running all day, maybe running for longer than a day. And the other branch is the brake, the calming branch, the part that slows the heart, softens the body, and lets you rest and digest and repair. And here is the quiet, remarkable fact. You can reach that break through your out-breath. When you make your exhale long and slow, longer than the breath coming in, you are gently pressing that brake. You're sending a signal along the big calming nerve, the vagus, that travels from the base of the brain down through the chest and the belly, and the signal says, in the body's own wordless way, the danger has passed. It's safe now. You can slow down. Many people find this deeply settling, not because they're forcing anything, but because they're finally letting the body do the thing it already knows how to do. So we don't need to breathe hard. We don't need to fill the lungs to bursting or hold anything or strain. We just let the out-breath grow long and soft and unhurried. The exhale is the whole point. The in-breath can take care of itself. Let's try it now. No effort, just follow my voice. Let a slow breath come in through the nose, gently, not too much, just an easy, comfortable breath in. And now let it go slowly, Out through the mouth or the nose, whichever you like, long and slow, letting it drain all the way out, all the way to the bottom, unhurried. Good, and again, breathe in, easy and soft, just enough. And out, long, slow, let it trail off into nothing. Let the breath leave you the way water finds the lowest place. No push, just letting go. That's it, there's no rush now, nowhere to be, nothing to solve. Breathe in quietly. And out longer, slower, feeling the breath empty, feeling the small settling that comes at the very end of the out-breath, that little sinking. And notice, you don't have to make anything happen, you just have to let the exhale be long. The body does the rest. The brake is being pressed gently by you right now. In soft. And out long and low and slow, letting the shoulders drop the smallest amount as the air leaves. Let's keep going, and let me just be the rhythm underneath you for a little while. You don't need to count, you don't need to time anything. Whenever a breath comes in, let it be gentle, and whenever a breath goes out, let it be long. Breathing in and out slow. In, out longer still. Feel how each exhale is like setting a weight down, not throwing it, just setting it down, lowering it to the floor. And then the next breath comes on its own, and you set that one down too. In quietly through the nose, and a long, slow release. With every out-breath, the calming branch grows a little stronger. The heart slows just slightly. The edges of you begin to blur and soften. This is your own physiology turning toward rest. You're not doing anything strange or difficult. You're doing the most natural thing in the world. You're letting go of a breath. In, and out all the way, slow. Let the jaw be a little loose as you exhale. Let the belly be soft as the air leaves. There's no need to hold the middle of you tight. Let it be round and easy. In, soft and low. And out, long, slow, emptying. Good. We'll let the breath find its own quiet pace now. You don't have to keep it long forever. Just keep a little more length in the out-breath than the in-breath, whenever you think of it, and forget about it the rest of the time. The body has the idea now. It's already turning. Now, with the breath moving softly on its own, I want us to do something that might seem simple, but it speaks to the deep part of the nervous system more directly than almost anything else. We are going to let your attention move slowly and without any hurry around the room you're in. Because part of why the body braces at night is that some old, watchful part of it is still standing guard, still scanning, still checking at the edges. Is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? And we can answer that question not with words, but by actually letting that watchful part look slowly and find that the answer is yes. So without lifting your head, without straining, just let your awareness drift to the space around you. Sense the room. Even with your eyes closed, you know it's there. The walls standing where they always stand, holding the night out, holding this quiet space around you in. Let your attention move slowly toward one wall of the room, just sensing where it is, the near edge of the space, and there's nothing there that needs anything from you. It's just a wall in the dark, doing the steady work of being a wall. And let your awareness drift, unhurried, toward the ceiling above you, that surface up there in the dark, the lid of this quiet room, nothing pressing down, nothing to watch, just the calm fact of a ceiling holding the roof of the night above you while you lie safely underneath. And let it move slowly toward the door, the way in, the way out, closed against the night, keeping the room yours, a boundary between you and everything out there. And behind that door, the day is over. Everything you didn't finish today can stay out there on the other side of it. It'll keep till morning. None of it can reach you here. And sense the corners of the room, the far edges, the places where the walls meet, the whole shape of this space that holds you. Let some slow, animal part of you take it in, the size of it, the quiet of it, the safety of it. Nothing in here is moving. Nothing in here is a threat. This is your place, and it's still and it's safe. And listen for a moment to the quiet, or to whatever small sounds the night is making. The hum of the house, a car far off, the soft nothing of a room at night. These are the sounds of safety, the sounds of a world that is going on without needing anything from you right now. You are off duty. You can let the room keep watch, because the room needs no watching. It's just here, steady, holding you. Good, and now let your attention come back, slowly, from the walls, from the ceiling, from the door, back in from the edges of the room, back to the surface you're lying on, back into the body. The whole outer space of the room checked and found safe. Nothing out there to brace against. So now we can turn gently to the bracing itself and begin to melt it loose. Because the body has been holding on all day, in small ways you probably stopped noticing hours ago. Little clenched places, little braced muscles, all quietly gripping, all quietly working, as if holding you together, as if keeping you ready. And one by one, we're going to find them and let them go. We'll start up at the top, at the face, because so much of the day's holding lives in the face, in the jaw, in all the small muscles we never think to release. Bring your attention softly to your jaw, to the hinge of it just below the ears, where the lower jaw hangs from the skull. This is one of the strongest, most stubborn holding places in the whole body. All day it clenches while you concentrate, while you drive, while you brace against a hard moment, while you sleep. Often it's still lightly gripping even now, the back teeth held close, the muscle at the corner of the jaw quietly tight. So let's let it go. Take a slow breath in. And on the long breath out, let the jaw release. Let the back teeth part just a little so they're no longer touching. Let there be a soft space between the upper teeth and the lower teeth. Let the jaw hang, heavy, loose from its hinges, the way it hangs when you're deeply asleep and your mouth falls a little open. Let it drop. Let it be dumb and slack and heavy. Feel how, when the jaw lets go, something loosens all the way up the sides of the face, toward the temples. That grip runs further than you'd think. Let all of it soften. Another slow breath out, and let the jaw grow even heavier, even looser, sinking, unclenched. And now the tongue. We so rarely think about the tongue, but it holds too. Often it's pressed up against the roof of the mouth, subtly braced, quietly ready to speak, to answer, to hold on. Notice where your tongue is right now. And on the next long exhale, let it come down. Let it rest soft and wide and heavy along the floor of the mouth. Let the root of it release. Let it be a soft, resting weight, doing nothing, holding nothing, saying nothing. When the tongue goes soft, the whole throat softens with it. The whole floor of the mouth, let it all be loose. And the small muscles around the eyes. This is where so much of the day's tiredness gathers, that fine, exhausted tension in the ring of muscle around each eye, the muscles that squint and focus and hold, that have been working since you opened your eyes this morning. Let your attention rest there gently on the soft skin around the eyes, and on a long breath out, let all of it go. Let the eyes grow heavy in their sockets. Let them sink back, still and soft, no longer holding, no longer searching. Let the fine skin at the outer corners smooth out. Let the space between your eyebrows widen and soften and open, that little knot in the middle of the brow melting flat. Let the forehead be smooth and wide and clear, like still water. And let all of that softness in the face flow up and back over the scalp. Let the scalp itself soften. You can almost feel it, the fine muscle over the top of the head letting go, the whole crown loosening. The face now, from the jaw to the tongue, from the eyes to the brow to the scalp, all of it slack, all of it heavy, all of it finally off duty. A face that is holding nothing at all. Take a slow breath in and a long, long breath out, and feel the whole head grow heavier on the pillow, heavier, sinking. The head is such a heavy thing. When you finally stop holding it, let the pillow have its full weight. Let it be held completely. Now let this soft, released feeling begin to travel downward, down from the loosened face, down through the neck. Bring your attention to the neck, the back of the neck, the sides of it, the front. All day the neck works to hold your head up, to turn it toward every sound, every task, every screen. It's tired, let it be tired now. Let the muscles all around the neck begin to release their grip. On a long breath out, letting the neck be soft, letting the head be fully handed over to the pillow so the neck doesn't have to hold anything at all. Nothing to lift, nothing to turn toward, nothing to brace. And down now into the shoulders. The shoulders. Feel where your shoulders are. So many of us carry our shoulders lifted all day, drawn up toward the ears, braced against the weight of everything, and we never even notice we're doing it. Notice now. Feel whether your shoulders are riding up, even a little, toward your ears. And take a slow breath in. And on the long breath out, let them drop. Let them slide down, away from the ears, down the back, heavy, giving up their grip. Let there be a long, easy distance again between your shoulders and your ears. Let the tops of the shoulders go wide and flat and heavy against the bed. Feel them melting downward, spreading, sinking into the surface beneath you. And breathe out again, and let them drop even further than you thought they could. There's always more. There's always a little more holding underneath the holding you already let go of. So let that go too. Let the shoulders be heavy and low and wide and done. Feel how the whole upper body is beginning to loosen now. The face soft, the neck soft, the shoulders low and heavy. A warmth beginning, maybe, in the places that have let go, a kind of heaviness that's almost sweet, spreading slowly through the muscle, like warm sand settling, filling every space that the tension used to fill. That warmth, that heaviness, that's the body standing down. That's the calming branch doing its quiet work. That's what safe feels like in the language of muscle and breath. And we're going to follow it all the way down through you, again and again, all night long. Every place we find still holding will meet and soften and set down. So let's carry it on, down the arms. Down from the shoulders into the upper arms. Let your attention move there slowly, the way water moves, not searching, not gripping, just arriving. Feel the whole length of the upper arm, from the round of the shoulder down to the elbow, and notice that here too there may be a faint holding you never asked for. The arms are always half ready to reach, to catch, to push a door, to lift a thing, to protect. Even lying still, they can keep a little of that readiness, a low, idle hum, like an engine left running in a parked car. Let the engine switch off now. Take a slow breath in, and on the long breath out, let the upper arms go completely slack. Let them get heavy, let them roll a little where they want to roll, so that they lie against the bed with no effort in them at all. No lift, no reach, nothing to catch. Just the plain weight of an arm at rest, given fully to the surface beneath it. And down to the elbows, those quiet hinges we so rarely think of. Let the elbows soften. Let the crook of each elbow open, unfold, the way a held thing opens when the hand finally lets it go. And onward, down the forearms, feel the forearms grow long and heavy and warm, the muscles there that clench and work every time the hands do anything at all, every time you grip or type or carry or hold your phone up in the dark. All that fine, constant work all day. Let it end now. Let the forearms be done for the day. Breathe out slowly and feel them sinking, filling with that warm heaviness, that sweet weight, settling toward the bed. Now the wrists. Let the wrists go loose. Let them lie however they've fallen, palms up or palms down, it doesn't matter, only that there's no set to them anymore, no angle you're holding them at. And then the hands. Bring your attention gently into your hands, the whole of both hands, and notice, without judging it, whether they're softly curled, whether there's the faintest grip still living in the fingers, whether the hands are still holding on to something that isn't even there. So many of us sleep with our hands half closed, still clutching the day. Let's open that quietly, Not by moving, you don't have to move a thing, just by letting the letting go reach all the way to the fingertips. On the next long breath out, feel the fingers grow heavy and long and soft, the palms widening, the space between the fingers easing open, the small deep muscles of the hand, in the palm, at the base of the thumb, releasing their hold at last. Feel the hands grow warm. That's the blood coming back into unclenched hands. That's what a hand feels like when it has finally, completely stopped holding on. 10 fingers, empty and heavy and warm. 2 hands with nothing left to grip. Let them lie there, given over, done, and feel now both arms whole, shoulder to fingertip, laid down, weighted at ease. The upper body loosening, the head heavy on the pillow, the arms poured out along your sides like something set down and left to rest. And the breath keeps moving, slow and low, the out-breath long, the body reading each long exhale as one more small message. The day is over. There is nothing to do with these hands now, nothing to lift, nothing to hold. It is safe to set it all down. Let's bring that same slow attention now into the chest. Not to change the breath, leave the breath alone, let it do its own quiet thing, only to notice the chest, the broad front of you, the place where so much of the day's bracing likes to live. Feel across the collarbones, that shelf of bone just under the throat, and let the space beneath it widen and soften. Feel the breastbone in the center of the chest, and all the muscle that fans across the ribs, the muscle that tightens without our permission whenever the world asks too much of us. Let it ease. Let the front of the chest feel broad and open and unguarded. There is no one to defend against here. There is nothing coming. The chest can stop holding its small shield up. On a long breath out, feel the whole front of the body settle. Like a held breath you didn't know you were holding finally being let all the way out. And feel underneath the chest, the ribs themselves, the way they move gently on their own with each breath, rising the smallest amount, falling a little more slowly. You don't have to help them. That's the whole quiet marvel of it. The breath breathes itself all night, whether you attend to it or not, and it will keep the body while the body sleeps. You can hand the whole task over. You can let the breathing be something that happens to you, something done for you, rather than one more thing you're doing. Let the ribs move like slow water. Let the sides of the body soften around them, and let each falling breath carry the softness a little deeper, a little further down. Down now into the belly. The belly is where the body keeps its oldest guarding. When the day is hard, when we are braced, the belly pulls in and holds tight, a fist of muscle low in the middle of us, clenched against whatever might come. And we hold it there for hours without knowing, tightening the gut, tightening the deep muscles of the middle, bracing a core that has nothing to brace against but the memory of the day. Feel that now, gently, feel whether the belly is held. And then on the longest, slowest breath out you've taken yet, let it go. Let the belly be soft. Let it be round and easy and unheld, rising a little as the breath comes in, falling as it goes, moving freely because nothing is holding it flat anymore. This is one of the deepest signals the body has. A soft belly, a belly that has stopped bracing, tells the whole nervous system, more plainly than almost anything, that the danger has passed, that the guard can come down, that it's safe here. So let the belly be soft. Let the middle of you unclench. Let that deep old fist open its fingers, slowly, one by one, and lie flat and rest. And breathe, in slow and low, and out long and easy, the belly rising and falling like something floating on calm water. All the muscle across the middle of the body letting go, warm and heavy, settling toward the spine, settling toward the bed. Nothing to hold in, nothing to protect. The whole soft center of you off duty at last. Let that same released warmth travel around now to the back, to the whole long back of the body pressed against the bed, the place you can't see and rarely feel until it aches. Bring a slow kindness there. Feel the upper back, between and beneath the shoulder blades, all that broad muscle that hunches us forward over our work and our worries, hour after hour. Let it spread and flatten and give its weight to the mattress. Feel the shoulder blades themselves settle back and down and heavy. And feel the long muscles that run either side of the spine, the two deep columns that hold you upright all day, that keep you standing and sitting and carrying and never once get to rest. While you're upright, feel them, at last, with nothing to hold up. Lying down, the spine is carried. The bed does the work now. Those long muscles can let go the entire length of the back, from the base of the skull to the base of the spine, releasing in a slow wave downward, breath by breath, softening, lengthening, laying every vertebra down into the support beneath it. And come gently to the low back. So much lives there. The low back braces for all of it, the lifting, the leaning, the standing, the sitting too long, the holding of a hard day in the body's own hinge. Let the low back soften. You don't need to flatten it or arch it or fix it in any way. Just let the muscles that ring the low back release their long grip on a slow breath out, and let the whole base of the spine grow heavy and warm and supported. Let the bed rise up to meet it. Let it be held. There is nothing left for the low back to carry tonight. It can finally, completely put its burden down. Notice how much of the body has softened now. From the crown of the head, all the way down through the face and the neck, across the shoulders and down the arms to the very tips of the fingers, through the open chest and the soft belly and the long released back. A whole landscape of you, quiet and heavy and warm, and no longer on guard. And still the breath moves, slow and unhurried, the exhale always a little longer than the breath in, each one pressing the gentle brake, each one telling the oldest, most watchful part of you the same true thing, again and again. You can rest now, nothing here needs you, it is safe to let go. And I'll say this once softly and then let it lie. This is a calming practice, a way of helping the body settle. It isn't medicine and it isn't treatment. If the nights have been long for a while, if worry or sleeplessness is wearing you down and following you into the daylight, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to walk with you through that. Tonight, this is just a quiet way of telling an overworked body that it's allowed to stand down. That's all, and that's enough. So let it keep standing down, breath by breath, as we carry on. Let's move down now into the hips. The hips are a deep, strong, patient part of you, and they hold a great deal, not always in a way you'd name as tension, more like a low, constant readiness, the readiness to rise, to move, to bear your weight and take you wherever the day demands. Lying here, none of that is needed, so let the hips grow heavy in their sockets. Feel the whole basin of the pelvis, broad and solid, settling down into the bed, giving up its readiness, sinking. Let the deep muscles around the hips, the ones that flex when you sit, that fire with every step, go quiet and long and slack. Feel the hips widen and soften and drop their weight fully into the mattress so that the center of the body feels rooted and heavy and utterly at rest. And with the hips let go, let the release pour down into the legs, the long, strong legs that have carried you through every single day of your life and never once been thanked for it. Start high at the top of the thighs, at the big front muscles that do so much lifting and holding. Feel them and let them go. Let the thighs grow heavy, thick with warmth, sinking. Feel the weight of each thigh pressing down into the bed and let it press. Let it be fully held. Let the muscles there, that clench when we stand and brace when we walk, unclench now completely with nothing to lift and nowhere to go. And around to the backs of the thighs, the long muscles underneath, so often tight from sitting, from tension held in places we never think to look. Let them lengthen and ease. Let them soften into the surface beneath them, warm and heavy and long. And down to the knees, let the knees release. Feel any last holding around the knees dissolve, the small stabilizing muscles that keep us upright and balanced all day finally allowed to stop their steady work. The knees soft, the knees heavy. The knees resting, held, done. Down into the lower legs now. The calves, feel the calves, those tireless muscles that carry us up every stair and along every mile, that flex 100 times an hour when we're on our feet and never quite let go even when we sit. Let them let go now on a long, slow breath out. Feel the calves grow heavy and soft, releasing downward, sinking into the bed. And feel the shins, the fronts of the lower legs, softening too, even there, even in that quiet place. A little holding can live, and it can leave now, easing out on the breath, leaving the lower legs long and loose and warm and heavy. And down to the ankles. Let the ankles go completely loose, the way the wrists did, no set to them, no angle held, just fallen open, whichever way they've fallen at ease. And then the feet. Bring your attention all the way down into your feet, the hardest working, least thanked part of the whole body, the part that meets the ground for you all day long and carries the entire weight of you without complaint. Feel both feet now. Feel the soles, the arches, the heels, the tops of the feet, the toes. And let them soften. Let the small deep muscles of the feet, that grip and balance and stabilize with every step you take, finally uncurl and rest. Let the arches release. Let the toes go long and heavy and still. Let the whole of both feet grow warm and loose and completely at ease, with nothing to stand on, nothing to balance, nowhere left to carry you tonight. And now feel it, the whole body, head to foot, laid out and let down, a single long landscape of released weight. From the soft crown of the head to the heavy soles of the feet, everything given over, everything handed to the bed, nothing held anywhere at all. Feel how the body has arranged itself into rest without your effort, how once you stopped holding it, it simply became heavy and warm and low and still. This is what the body does when it finally believes it is safe. It sets itself down. It stops guarding, it sinks. And you can let it sink further. That's the quiet secret of this. There is always a little more give beneath the give you've already found. So take a slow breath in, all the way down into the soft belly, and let it go long and slow and complete. And feel, on that out breath, the whole body drop another small measure deeper into the bed. Heavier, warmer, more completely held. As though the mattress was softening around the shape of you, rising up to cradle every part, taking every ounce of your weight so that not one muscle anywhere has to do a single thing. There is nothing to hold up, there is nothing to reach for, there is nothing to guard against, and no watch to keep and nowhere to be but exactly here, sinking slow in the dark, with the long breath moving through you like a tide going out. The body knows how to do this. It has always known. All we're doing is getting quietly out of its way and letting it remember and letting it drop layer by layer into the deep, easy heaviness it has been wanting all day long. And we have all night. There's no hurry in any of this. We'll keep drifting down together, slow as sinking, and every time we find a place still faintly holding, we'll meet it and soften it and let it go again and again, gently all the way down. And as the body settles, let the attention drift for a while to the breath itself, not to change it now, not to lengthen it or shape it, only to notice it moving, the way you might notice the sea from a long way off, without needing to do anything about the tide. Somewhere in the middle of you, air is arriving and air is leaving all on its own, without a single instruction from you. And it has been doing this all your life, through every hour you slept and every hour you never thought about it once. There is a part of you that breathes you, a quiet, tireless part, older than worry, that keeps the rhythm going in the dark whether you attend to it or not. And tonight you can lean back into that part. You can let it carry the breathing for you, the way it always has, and simply ride along on it, a passenger now, feeling each slow rise gather in the belly and each slow fall release it, without lifting a finger to help. Feel the warmth of the air as it leaves you, a little warmer than the air that came in, carrying a small measure of the day's heat out of the body with it, breath after breath, cooling you by the smallest degree, settling you lower. And notice, if you can, the still point at the bottom of the out-breath, that soft pause after everything has emptied, before the next breath begins to fill. There's a particular quiet that lives in that pause, no effort in it at all, nothing being pushed or pulled. Just a held stillness, brief and complete, like the hush between one slow wave and the next. You don't have to reach for it or hold on to it. It comes on its own, every time you exhale all the way, and it passes on its own, and another one comes. And each one of those small stillnesses is the nervous system dipping a little further toward rest, testing the water, finding it safe, going deeper. Now let a soft warmth begin to gather low in the belly, and let it spread, the way warmth spreads through you after the first sip of something hot on a cold night, that slow bloom outward from the center. Feel it move down through the hips, easing the deep sockets where the legs meet the body, the big joints that hold you upright all day, letting them go loose and open and warm. Feel it pool in the pelvis, that broad basin of the body, and let everything cradled there grow heavy and soft and still. So much bracing lives quietly in the hips and the pelvis, the body's ready to move, ready to run muscles, coiled without our knowing, holding a low readiness even here in the dark. And they can uncoil now. There is nowhere to run tonight. There is nowhere to go. Let the deep hip muscles lengthen and release. Let the readiness drain out of them like water finding the lowest ground. And let that whole broad base of the body settle down into the mattress, wide and warm and utterly unhurried. Let the warmth climb, slow, up the long muscles that run either side of the spine, those two deep columns that have held you upright against gravity from the moment you rose this morning, quietly working every second you stood and walked and sat and leaned, never once resting the whole day through. They can rest now. The bed is holding your spine. The bed has taken the whole long job of holding you upright, and those tired columns of muscle have nothing left to do. So let them soften, one small segment at a time, from the low back where the day pools heaviest, up through the middle back, up between the shoulder blades, all the way to the base of the neck. A slow, warm unclenching vertebra by vertebra, as though someone were laying a warm hand along the length of your spine, and every place it touched simply let go. Feel the back widen as it releases. Feel it spread and flatten and sink, broader and heavier than before, melting down into the surface beneath you. And let me speak for a moment into the quiet of what we are doing here, because it helps the settling to understand it, even dimly, even half asleep. When the body has been braced all day, running warm on the alert chemistry of getting things done, it doesn't switch off the instant you lie down. The engine idles on. That's the wired but exhausted feeling, the tiredness underneath and the engine still running on top, and the two of them unable to meet. What we're doing slowly, breath by breath and muscle by muscle, is giving that engine the signals it's been waiting for. The long exhale, the loosened jaw, the wide soft back, the weight handed over to the bed, each one is a small message traveling inward, and together they add up to a single quiet sentence the body can finally believe. The danger has passed. You are safe. You may stand down. And this is a calming practice, nothing more, not medicine, not therapy, not a treatment for anything. And if the nights stay hard, if the sleeplessness or the strain of things goes on wearing at you, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to bring that to. But for tonight, for right now, there is nothing to fix and nothing to solve. There is only a body learning again that it's allowed to rest. So let the message keep traveling. Let it move up now into the chest, into the broad muscles across the front of the ribs, the ones that pull tight when we're braced against the world, when we carry ourselves a little hunched and guarded through a hard day, quietly protecting the soft center of us. Feel across the front of the chest now, and feel if there's a holding there, a subtle armoring, a faint forward curl, the body shielding its heart the way bodies do. And on the next long out breath, let it open. Not forced open, not pushed, just allowed to unbrace, to broaden, to lie flat and easy and unguarded, the collarbones spreading gently apart, the whole front of the chest going soft and wide and open to the dark. There is nothing here to shield against. The room is safe. The night is quiet. You can lie here with your chest undefended and nothing at all will come. Feel how the breath moves more freely once the chest lets go deeper, lower, easier, filling the belly instead of straining the ribs, each breath a little fuller and a little slower than the one before. And now a different thread, a gentler one. Let the attention rise softly to the sounds of the night around you, not to listen hard, not to search for anything, but just to let sound come to you where you lie. There is a texture to the quiet of a room at night, the low hum beneath everything, the small settling ticks of a building cooling, the muffled hush of the world outside grown thin and distant now that the day has emptied out of it. And here is the thing about those sounds, they are the sounds of safety. The ordinary night, going about its ordinary business, with nothing in it that needs you. Every small sound that reaches you and asks nothing of you is another quiet proof that all is well. The distant car that passes and fades, the wind, if there's wind, moving over the roof and going on its way. The deep, layered silence underneath it all, holding the room like water holds a stone. Let each sound arrive and let each sound go, and let none of them pull you up toward waking, because you don't have to respond to any of them. You are not on duty tonight. The listening part of you, the part that startles and checks and stays half awake for the sound that might matter, that part can finally clock off. There's nothing coming. The night has you, and it is kind, and it asks for nothing but that you rest inside it. Let that be a kind of permission, sinking through you, the permission to not be ready. All day the body holds a readiness, a low hum of preparation, muscles half tuned to spring, senses half tilted toward whatever comes next. It's a good and ancient thing, that readiness. It carried you through the day, but it cost something to hold, and it has been held long enough, and now, in the dark, in the safe and quiet room, you can set it down entirely. You can be a body that is not ready for anything, not braced, not poised, not waiting, a body with no next thing to meet, spread out heavy and slow and off-duty in the dark. Feel what that's like, to be completely unready, to have nothing tuned, to let even the faint background readiness in the muscles go slack and warm and quiet. That's a depth of rest the body rarely reaches while the day is on, and you're reaching toward it now, sinking toward it, one slow breath at a time. Let the warmth we gathered move on, out along the arms now, down from the loosened shoulders, through the soft hollows of the elbows, along the forearms, and out into the hands. Feel the hands where they lie. Feel how heavy they've become, how far away, how completely they've stopped doing. These hands that gripped and typed and carried and held on all day long, that closed around 100 small tasks and never quite fully opened between them, feel them lying open now or lying curled, however they've come to rest, warm and weighted and entirely still. Let the palms soften. Let the spaces between the fingers soften. Let each finger be heavy and slow. There is nothing to grip tonight. There is nothing to hold. The hands can lie exactly as they are, doing nothing, needing nothing, resting the way they so rarely get to rest, completely, without a single thing in them, warm and open and let down at last. And feel now how the warmth and the weight have spread through nearly all of you, how much of the body has already crossed over from bracing into softening, from held into given. The face quiet, the jaw loose, the shoulders low and wide, the back spread and heavy, the chest open, the belly soft and slowly rising, the hips released, the legs long and warm, the hands, the feet all let down. And the breath moving through all of it like a slow tide going out and coming in, unhurried, unforced, carried by that tireless, quiet part of you that breathes you whether you attend or not. Let's simply rest here a while in that spread out heaviness and let each out breath take you a little lower. Breathe in slow and let it go and sink. Breathe in and let it go and sink a little further. There's no destination in this. We're not going anywhere. We're only sinking slow as silt settling to the floor of a still pond, drifting down through the soft dark by the smallest degrees in no hurry at all, with the whole long night ahead of us and nothing to do in it but this. And if the mind is still turning somewhere, if there are thoughts still drifting through, plans or fragments or the leftover chatter of the day, that's all right. You don't have to stop them and you don't have to follow them either. Let them be like those night sounds outside the window, passing through, arriving and fading, asking nothing of you. A thought comes, you don't have to climb onto it. You can let it drift past the way a leaf drifts past on slow water, turning, going, gone, while you stay here, low and heavy and warm in the bed, watching it go without moving at all. The mind quiets in its own time, once the body leads the way. That's the whole secret of this. We don't argue the mind into stillness. We let the body grow so heavy and so safe and so slow that the mind simply follows it down. The way a boat follows the tide out, not because it's told to, but because the water it's resting on has begun quietly to move. So let the body keep leading. Let it be the heavy, patient, honest thing that shows the mind the way. Feel again the weight of you against the bed, the broad warm press of your back and your hips and the backs of your legs, all the places where you meet the surface beneath you, all the places where you are held. And below the bed, the floor, solid and unmoving, holding the bed. And below the floor, the whole patient structure of the building, holding the floor. And below that, the ground itself, the deep, dark, immovable ground that holds everything up, that has held everything up since long before you were here and will go on long after, steady, unhurried, asking nothing. You are held by all of it. You are resting on top of a whole world that is holding you, and you don't have to hold any of it back. You can let your full weight go down into that holding and trust it, the way you trust the ground when you walk without thinking about it, the way you've trusted it your whole life without once giving it a thought. Let the trust go all the way down. Let the last small reservations in the muscles, those faint, habitual holdings we keep without knowing, the body's quiet insurance against a fall that isn't coming, let them ease and release. You will not fall. You are already down. There is nowhere lower to go and nothing to catch yourself against. And so the catching muscles, the bracing muscles, the just-in-case muscles can finally, fully let go. Feel that release move through you like a long, warm sigh, a whole body settling, a further inch of sinking, the last of the holding draining down and out and away, leaving you heavier and warmer and lower than before. And breathe slow and low and easy, in through the softened belly and out long and complete, and let the out-breath carry you down another quiet measure into the dark. There is so much night left. There is so much rest ahead. We are barely at the beginning of the sinking, and there is no floor to it, no bottom we have to reach, only deeper and deeper ease, softer and softer weight, slower and slower breath, on and on into the long dark hours, with nothing to do and nowhere to be and no watch to keep. Just this, just the body growing heavy, just the breath going out, just the warm dark, holding you, patient and kind and endless, while everything in you that was braced against the day lets go and settles and sinks and rests. Let your attention rest now on how quiet the effort has become, how little you are doing to make any of this happen. You are not relaxing the body so much as watching it relax, the way you'd watch a fire burn low, doing nothing, just present while it settles. Each place we've visited is tending itself now, easing on its own, dropping deeper, without you having to ask. And the parts we haven't named, the small places, the inner places, the deep quiet muscles you can't quite feel and never think about, they're softening too, in sympathy, following the rest of the body down into stillness. The whole system moving as one thing now, one slow tide, one long settling, one body remembering all at once and everywhere that it is finally, completely safe to stop. And now that the body has found its weight, let something else soften the sense of time itself. Because part of what keeps a tired body switched on, even now, even here in the dark, is the quiet machinery of the mind that goes on measuring, counting, calculating how much of the night is left and how little rest there has been. That counting is its own kind of bracing, a holding in the mind that keeps the body from fully letting down. So let us set the counting aside. There is nothing to measure tonight. The hours are not a resource running low. They are a wide, dark room you are lying in, and there is more of it than you could ever use. You do not have to spend the night. You do not have to earn the morning. You only have to lie here in the dark and let it hold you, the way it is holding everything else in the house, everything else on the street, everything else under the same wide night, all of it resting, all of it off duty, all of it waiting for a morning that will come without any help from you. Let the clock go quiet. Let the numbers dim and drift out of reach. If there is a part of you still tracking the time, still keeping the tally, tell it gently that its shift is over, that it can hand the watch to the dark now, which keeps far better time than we do and never grows anxious about it. The dark has been keeping the hours since before there were clocks, and it has never once been late, and never once been early, and never once lain awake worrying whether it would sleep. Let yourself borrow some of that ease. Let yourself stop counting and simply be carried, minute by minute, breath by breath, downstream and unhurried, with the whole slow river of the night doing the moving for you. And as the counting fades, notice how the mind too has a kind of muscle, a subtle effort it makes to hold thoughts up, to keep them turning, to follow one and then the next the way a hand follows a rope in the dark. That effort has its own tension, its own faint bracing, and it can soften just like the jaw, just like the shoulders, just like the hands. You don't have to stop the thoughts. Trying to stop them is only another kind of holding. You can simply loosen your grip on the rope. Let the thoughts keep drifting past if they want to, but stop pulling yourself along them. Let them float by like leaves on dark water, each one arriving and turning slowly and moving on downstream, out of the pool of your attention and away into the night, while you stay here, resting on the bank, watching without reaching, letting the current carry every one of them off without you. There is no thought tonight that needs finishing. There is no problem here in the dark that gets solved by turning it over one more time. The mind that has been working all day, sorting and planning and rehearsing and remembering, can lay its tools down now beside the bodies. It has done enough. It too is allowed to rest. And you might feel, as it begins to loosen, a kind of spaciousness open behind the eyes, a widening, a softening, a sense of the inside of the head growing dim and roomy and quiet, the way a busy hall goes still after everyone has gone home and the lights are lowered and the last footsteps fade. That quiet is not empty, it is restful. It is the quiet the mind has been longing for all day without quite being able to reach it. And you are reaching it now, not by force, not by trying, but by letting go, one loosened grip at a time. Let the breath keep its slow, low rhythm underneath all of this, the way a tide keeps moving whether or not anyone is watching it. In through the soft belly, unhurried, no effort to make it deep, just letting it come, and out, long and easy, the exhale trailing off into the dark like smoke off a snuffed candle, thinning and spreading and gone. Each of those long exhales is still the body's own gentle break, still the oldest signal the nervous system knows for the danger has passed. You may stand down, and you don't have to make the exhales long on purpose anymore. The body has taken the rhythm now. It is breathing you. You can lie underneath the breathing the way you lie underneath a warm blanket, doing nothing, only receiving it, only letting each slow out breath ease you another quiet measure down. And I want to draw your attention now softly to the surface of the skin, that whole quiet boundary where you meet the air. All day the skin is a kind of sentry, reading temperature, reading touch, reading every small change in the world against it, staying subtly alert. And here in the stillness, it can come off watch too. Feel the air resting against your face, neither warm nor cool, simply present, simply touching you without asking anything. Feel the weight of the blanket or the sheet, that even gentle pressure laid all along the length of you, like a wide, calm hand set softly on the back of a frightened animal to tell it that all is well, that it can breathe, that it can lower its head. Let the pressure of the covering speak to your nervous system in that old wordless language of touch, the language that says you are not alone in the dark and nothing here means you harm. Feel how the skin softens under that steady weight, how the small guarding at the surface of you lets go, how the whole envelope of the body seems to loosen a half size larger and settle more heavily into the warmth it has made for itself. There is a particular kind of comfort in a warm bed on a dark night that the body knows deep down, far below thought, a comfort older than language, older than memory, the comfort of the burrow, the den, the nest, the safe dark hollow where the creature curls and is hidden and is warm and finally sleeps. Your body knows this comfort. It is built for it. It has been waiting all day to be allowed back into it. And now it is allowed. Now there is nothing left to do but be here, curled and covered and warm and hidden in the dark, breathing slow, held on every side, with the long night wrapped around you like a second blanket, dark and soft and endless. Let a warmth begin to spread now from the center of you outward, not a heat, just the deep, banked warmth of a body at rest, the warmth that gathers when the muscles finally stop working and the blood moves easy and unhurried through them. Feel it in the core first, low in the belly and the chest, a quiet furnace burning low and steady. And feel it spreading out along the limbs, the way warmth spreads through water, slow and even, reaching down the arms toward the hands, down the legs toward the feet, out to all the far edges of you, until even the fingertips and the toes, which are so often the last cold outposts, begin to glow faintly with it and let go. Warmth is the body's own signal of safety. Cold makes it clench and guard. Warmth tells it the threat is gone, the shelter is found, the long watch is over. So let the warmth do its slow work now, seeping into every held place that the cold ever tightened, loosening it, thawing it, letting it spread open and rest. And with that warmth, a heaviness, the two of them always come together, the warm and the heavy, the twin messengers of a body letting down. Feel how the limbs have grown too heavy to lift, and how good that heaviness feels, how welcome, how earned. This is not the heaviness of exhaustion, the leaden dragging weight you carried through the day. This is a different heaviness, a kinder one, the heaviness of a body that has finally been given permission to stop holding itself up, the heaviness of full surrender to the bed and the dark and the slow held descent. Let it deepen. Let the arms grow heavier. Let the legs grow heavier. Let the head grow heavier on the pillow, so heavy now that it seems to press a soft hollow for itself and settle down into it. The neck at last, releasing the long, patient job of holding it, letting the pillow take the whole round weight of it entirely. I want you to notice, too, something the body does when it truly begins to let go, the small involuntary things, the twitch of a settling muscle, the long, slow sigh that arrives on its own, the way the breath sometimes catches and then releases deeper than before. These are not interruptions. These are the signs. These are the nervous system discharging the last of the day's held charge, shaking loose the final residues of the bracing, the way an animal shivers off a fright once the danger is well past and it is safe again in the tall grass. If a sigh comes, let it come. If a limb jumps softly as it drops into deeper rest, let it. If the breath does something you didn't plan, let it do that too. Your only work now, and it is barely work at all, is to allow, to get out of the way. To let the body run its own old, wise program of settling, which it has known how to do since long before you were born, and which needs nothing from you now but your permission and your patience and your willingness to lie still in the dark and be carried down. Let the eyes rest most of all. So much of the day lives in the eyes, the constant scanning, the reading, the searching, the tracking of 100 moving things. Even closed, even now, the eyes can hold a faint readiness, a subtle aim, as if still looking for something in the dark behind the lids. Let them stop looking. Let them turn loose and heavy in their sockets, unaimed, unfocused, gazing at nothing, sinking back and down. Feel the small muscles all around them, the ones that squint and search and frown and follow. Let every one of them go slack and soft. As the eyes let go, something deep in the nervous system lets go with them, because the eyes are where the watching lives, and when the eyes stop watching, the whole animal understands, at last and all the way down, that the watch is truly over. Let them grow so heavy and so still that they seem to sink back into the warm dark of the head and dissolve there, until you are not looking at the darkness anymore, you are simply resting inside it, held in it, part of it, with no edge between you and the soft black quiet all around. And the face, let the whole face go. All day the face works, arranging itself, meeting the world, holding its small expressions like 100 tiny muscles all subtly flexed. Let them all release now. Let the brow go smooth and wide and untroubled. Let the space between the eyebrows, that little knot where the day's concentration gathers, spread open and ease. Let the cheeks go slack and heavy, sliding down toward the ears. Let the lips part just slightly as the jaw hangs loose. Let the tongue rest soft and wide in the floor of the mouth, no longer pressed anywhere, no longer poised to speak, just resting, just heavy. When the face lets go, it is one of the surest signals the body can send itself that all is well, because a face at rest is a face with no one to convince, no one to guard against, nothing to perform. Let your face become a face that no one is watching, and that is watching no one. Let it become as still and unguarded as the face of someone already deep asleep. Let it become the face of rest itself. Underneath all of it, feel the great slow ease of a body that has finally, truly stood down, the whole system that spent the day poised and ready and half-clenched against 100 small demands. Now unclenched, now off-duty, now quietly humming along at the lowest, softest setting it has, the way a house goes quiet at night when all the machines power down one by one, and only the deep, slow, essential rhythms keep running, the furnace breathing, the clock ticking somewhere far off. The fridge murmuring low in the dark. Your body is like that quiet house now, only the essential rhythms left running, the heart, slow and steady and untroubled, doing its patient work without any help from you, the breath, long and low, coming and going on its own, the warm blood moving easy through the loosened limbs, everything else powered down for the night, everything else at rest. And you lying in the middle of it all, in the warm dark center of your own quieted house, held and safe and heavy and still, with nothing left to do and no one left to be, and the whole long night ahead of you like a wide, dark, gently sloping field going down and down into sleep. This settling you are doing, this slow letting go of the body and the breath and the watchful mind, is a calming practice and nothing more than that. It is not medicine and it is not treatment, and it makes no promises beyond this quiet hour. If the sleeplessness runs deep, if the stress of your days is genuinely wearing you down, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to bring that to someone real in the daylight who can listen and help. But for right now in this dark, there is nothing to fix and nothing to solve. There is only a tired body being gently taught, one soft signal at a time, that it is safe to rest. And it is learning. You can feel it learning. You can feel the old bracing loosening its grip a little more with every slow breath, the way a fist held tight for too long aches and trembles, and then, when it finally opens, floods with a warm relief that is almost sweetness. That is what your whole body is doing now. Opening, flooding with quiet relief, letting the long day's fist unclench, finger by finger, muscle by muscle, into the wide, warm dark. And so we sink a little further. Let the sense of the room grow dim and distant, its walls receding softly into the dark, until they hardly seem to matter, until the boundary between where you end and where the night begins goes soft and uncertain and finally stops mattering at all. There is no need to hold the shape of the room in mind. There is no need to hold the shape of anything. Let it all blur gently at the edges. Let the world grow vague and far away and unimportant, a distant murmur you are drifting away from, breath by breath, down into a warmth that has no walls and no edges and no time, only depth, only softness, only the slow, sure, downward pull of rest gathering you in. Breathe and let go, breathe and sink. There is nothing to reach for and nothing to keep. Every breath is a small permission, given and received, to loosen one more thread, to drop one more inch, to trust the dark a little more completely. And the dark is trustworthy. It has caught you every night of your life, and it will catch you tonight. You have never once fallen through it. It has always held. It is holding now, patient, endless kind, cradling the whole heavy weight of you as easily as it cradles the sleeping house and the quiet street and the wide, still world beyond. All of it resting, all of it held, all of it sinking softly together into the long, dark middle of the night, where there is nothing to do but breathe and soften and drift, and let the deep, slow tide of rest carry you further and further down. And as you drift there, let a new kind of warmth begin to gather low in the body, somewhere behind the navel, in that soft, deep place where the breath turns around. A slow, spreading warmth, like the last heat held in a stone at the end of a long summer day, giving itself back gently to the cooling air. Nothing you have to make, nothing you have to reach for. Just a warmth that rises on its own now that the guarding is done, that spreads outward from the center of you the way warmth spreads through still water, unhurried, even reaching the far edges of you in its own slow time. Let it move down into the hips, into the heavy sockets of the hips where so much of the day's holding quietly lives, and let those deep joints go loose and warm and easy, the way a rope goes slack when no one is pulling on it anymore. No one is pulling anymore. The day has let go of its end of the rope, and you can let go of yours, and the hips settle wider and heavier into the bed, sinking, spreading, giving their whole weight down into the softness beneath them. And notice, if you can, without trying to change a single thing, notice how the breath has already begun to slow on its own, how you are no longer making the long exhale happen, no longer shaping it or lengthening it, how the body has taken the rhythm up for itself and is breathing you now, slow and low and quiet, the way the sea breathes against a shore in the dark, coming in, going out, coming in, going out, asking nothing of you at all. You can simply be breathed. You can hand the breathing over to the deep old part of you that has kept it going every night of your life while you slept, that has never once forgotten, that does not need your watching to do its patient work. Let it breathe you. Let it carry the rhythm. There is nothing here that needs your hand on the tiller anymore. And into that slow tide, let a small softening reach up now to the face, to the wide, flat plane of the forehead, where thought likes to gather and pull the skin taut. Let it smooth, let it widen, let the space between the eyebrows go open and unfurrowed, like a field with the wind finally gone still over it, and the temples at the sides of the head, where a faint tightness sometimes hums without your ever noticing. Let them soften and cool and quiet. And the hinge of the jaw, just in front of the ears, that small strong muscle that has been holding the day shut behind your teeth. Let it release, let the back teeth drift apart, let the jaw hang loose and heavy and slightly open, the whole lower face going soft as a child's in sleep. There is a particular relief in an unclenched jaw, a plain, animal relief, older than any word for it. The body knows it the moment it happens, knows that the holding it was doing is not needed here, that nothing in this dark room is asking the teeth to be set or the mouth to be shut against anything. And so it lets the jaw fall open a little, and something eases all the way down the throat and into the chest, a long line of holding coming undone in one slow, slack length, the way a held note finally fades into silence and leaves the room quieter than it was before. Let the tongue rest now, wide and soft and heavy in the floor of the mouth, not pressed to the roof, not curled, not braced against the teeth, just resting, loose and thick and easy, the small muscles under it all going quiet. It is a strange, tender thing to feel the tongue let go, and yet when it does, some deeper hush moves through you, because the tongue is close to the voice, and close to the swallowing and close to all the readiness of speech, and when it finally sets itself down, the body understands that there is nothing to say and no one to answer and nothing more to keep ready. You can let the whole apparatus of speaking and answering go dark and still. The conversations of the day are over. The things you meant to say, the things you rehearsed, the replies you were still shaping in the back of your mouth without knowing it, let them all dissolve now, unspoken, unneeded, into the wide quiet. And with them, let go of the day's long list, not by finishing it, not by solving it, but simply by setting it down where you stand, the way you might set a heavy bag down on the ground at the end of a long walk, and straighten up and feel your whole body float an inch taller with the weight of it gone. The list will keep. Everything on it will keep until morning, and morning is a long way off, on the far side of a whole ocean of dark, and there is nothing you can do about any of it from here, lying in the warm dark with your jaw loose and your breath slow. So set the bag down. Let your arms go empty. Let the shoulders drop the last small distance they were still holding, and feel how much lighter you are when your hands have nothing left in them. Feel the hands now wherever they rest. The palms half open, the fingers gently curled, no grip in them at all. These are the hands that did the day's holding, that gripped the wheel and the phone and the pen and the handle of everything that needed carrying, and now they are empty and open and still, warm in the warm dark, doing nothing, holding nothing, asking for nothing. Let them be that empty. Let them be that done. The work they were made for will be there again tomorrow, and the hands will rise to it easily when the light comes, but not now, not here. Here they only rest, curled soft as sleeping animals, rising and falling a little with the slow tide of the breath. And that slow tide is deepening now. You can feel it if you turn your attention down toward the belly, how the breath has sunk lower in the body, how it moves in the soft round of the abdomen now, instead of high in the chest, where the daytime breath lives, quick and shallow and ready. This lower breath, this slow round swell and fall down near the center of you, this is the breath of a body that has decided it is safe. The body does not breathe this low, this deep in the belly, unless some old watchful part of it has finally agreed to stand down, and yours is agreeing now. You can feel it in the depth of the breath. You can feel it in the weight of the limbs. The watch is being called off, quietly, from the inside, without any effort from you at all. Let a soft heaviness pour now into the legs, down through the long bones of the thighs, warm and dense and slow, into the backs of the knees, that tender hidden place, letting them go soft and unlocked, down through the calves, the muscle there unwinding, lengthening, giving up the last of its readiness to run, to move, to carry you somewhere. There is nowhere to carry you now. The legs have brought you exactly where you needed to be, here, into this bed, into this dark, into this rest, and their long day's work is finished, and they can lie down inside themselves and grow heavy and still. Let the heaviness pool in them like warm sand, settling to the bottom of still water, each grain drifting slowly down and coming to rest, until the legs are so heavy and so full of quiet that they hardly seem to belong to you at all, just two warm weights sinking into the mattress, sinking and asking nothing. And down into the feet, the tired feet that carried the whole standing weight of your day. Let them soften and spread and warm, the small bones of them loosening, the arches letting go of their long pull, the toes uncurling into ease. A warmth moves out through the soles of the feet, the way warmth moves into cold hands held near a low fire, slow and deep and welcome. And with that warmth, the very last of the day's standing and walking and hurrying drains out of you, down through the feet and away, out of the body entirely, leaving you lighter and quieter, and more fully at rest than you have been in a long time. Now let the whole body be one thing for a moment, not a collection of parts to be softened one by one, but one single settling weight, one long warm heaviness laid out in the dark, breathing slow. Feel the whole of it at once, the loose jaw and the open hands and the heavy legs and the low, slow breath, all of it one quiet field of body, dim and warm and sinking. And feel how the bed rises up to meet the whole of that weight, how it holds you along your entire length without the smallest gap or strain, how you do not have to hold any part of yourself up, not 1 ounce, not 1 inch. The bed has all of it. The floor beneath the bed has the bed. The patient ground beneath the floor has the whole house and everything in it, and it has never once grown tired of holding, and it will not grow tired tonight. You can lean your entire weight into that holding, and it will not give way. It has held every sleeper who ever lived. It is holding you now. And there is such a deep permission in that. The permission to be held, to be carried, to stop for a while being the one who holds everything up. All day the holding runs the other way. You hold the plans, you hold the worries, you hold yourself together and upright and moving through the hours. And now, in the dark, the direction reverses, and something larger and older and steadier holds you instead. You can feel it under your back and under your legs and under the back of your head, that steady upward press of the world holding you, and you can let yourself go slack against it. Let yourself be a thing that is carried rather than a thing that carries, just for tonight, just for these long dark hours, just for now. Let the breath go even slower. Let there be a little more space at the bottom of each exhale, a small, easy pause where the breath simply rests before it turns and rises again. No hurry to fill it, no pull to breathe in until the body asks. In that small pause at the bottom of the breath, there is a particular stillness, a little pool of quiet that opens each time the exhale finishes, and you can rest there for a moment each time, in that low, still place, before the next slow breath gathers on its own and lifts you gently back, down to the still pool, and up on the slow swell, and down again to the stillness. The body breathing you, the rhythm keeping itself, the warm dark holding all of it in its wide, soft hands. And as you rest in that rhythm, notice how the sounds of the night have grown distant and soft. Whatever small sounds there are, the settling of the house, a car far off, the wind against the window, the low hum of the quiet itself, how none of them are sharp anymore, none of them snag your attention or pull you up toward waking. They are just the texture of the dark now, the gentle grain of the night around you, and they roll past you the way sounds roll past a sleeper, touching nothing, waking nothing, folding into the general softness and disappearing. You do not have to track them. You do not have to name them or place them or decide what they are. The part of you that stands guard over sounds in the dark has laid itself down too, and the sounds can come and go as they please, and none of them are for you, and none of them need you, and you can let every one of them drift by unattended, out at the far dim edge of a mind that is going quiet and slow. There is nothing to listen for, there is nothing coming. The night is just the night, wide and dark and ordinary and safe, the same night that has passed over this house 1,000 times while you slept, the same dark that will thin into morning long after you have stopped being awake to notice. You do not have to see it thin. You do not have to be here for the turning of it. You can hand the whole rest of the night over to itself and sink down beneath it into a sleep that does not have to watch or wait or keep any part of itself ready. Let go of the listening. Let go of the waiting. Let go even of the wanting to sleep, because the wanting is its own small holding, its own faint bracing, and you can set that down too. You do not have to reach for sleep. Sleep reaches for you. It rises from underneath, slow and warm, the way the tide rises over sand, and all you have to do is lie still and let it come up over you, inch by inch, breath by breath. And it is coming up now. You can feel it in the growing heaviness, in the way the thoughts have slowed and thickened and begun to lose their edges, in the way this voice is becoming less a set of words and more a warmth in the dark, a low, steady presence you can drift alongside without following, without holding, without needing to make any sense of it all. Let the words blur. Let them soften into sound. You do not have to understand them anymore, or keep hold of them, or do anything with them. You can let them wash over you like the rest of the night's soft grain, meaningless and warm, a hand at your back easing you down and down. Down through another layer of quiet now, deeper than the last, the way a stone settles slowly through deep still water, turning gently as it goes, sinking past the reach of the light into the calm dark depths where nothing moves quickly and nothing is urgent and everything drifts. You are that slow stone, settling down through the layers of the night, each one darker and warmer and quieter than the one above it, each one asking less of you, each one holding you more completely. And there is no bottom you have to reach, and no effort in the falling, only the slow, sure, gentle descent, turning softly in the dark, sinking past every thought that tries to follow you down, leaving them behind you one by one in the dimming water above, until they are only faint, pale shapes far overhead, and then not even that, and then nothing but the warm dark and the slow breath and the deep quiet pull of rest carrying you further down. Let your body be that heavy, let your mind be that slow. There is all the time in the world here, a whole long night of it, unspooling ahead of you, dark and soft and endless, and you do not have to hurry through any of it, do not have to arrive anywhere, do not have to do anything but sink and breathe and let the warmth spread and the weight gather and the quiet deepen, breath by slow breath, layer by soft layer. Down and down into the long dark middle of the night, where the body has finally, fully, quietly stood down, and there is nothing left to guard, and nothing left to hold, and nothing left to be. Only this warm heaviness, only this slow tide, only this deep and gentle sinking into rest. And now, in this deep middle place, let something new and simple be true. The night is doing its own work, and none of it belongs to you. Somewhere out beyond the walls, the dark is turning slowly on its axis, the hours folding one into the next without any hand to move them, without any watcher to count them, and it goes on the same whether you follow it or not. You are relieved of the counting. You are relieved of the keeping. The night keeps itself. Let that reach the small places in you that still, out of long habit, try to hold the shape of the day together, because there is a part of the nervous system that has spent so many hours braced and ready that it has half forgotten how to be anything else, and it does not stand down all at once, and it does not need to. It stands down the way a fire burns low, coal by coal, the bright edges dimming to a soft red glow, and then to warmth alone. And you can let it burn that low now, let the last bright edges dim, let the readiness settle into nothing more than warmth in the dark. Feel, if you can, how the air rests against your skin. Not cold, not warm, just the quiet touch of the room's air along the backs of your hands, across your face, wherever the covers do not reach. It asks nothing. It only rests there, the way still air rests over a field at night, holding no urgency, moving nowhere. And your skin, which spends the whole day as a border, a boundary, a place where you end and the world begins, can soften its guard along that line too. Letting the edge between you and the air go quiet and unimportant, letting the sentries that stand along your skin set down their small vigilance and rest. This is a calming practice and nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, only a slow and gentle way of telling the body it is safe to rest. And if the nights have been long for you lately, if the tiredness has worn a groove in you that one session cannot smooth, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to walk that road with. But for now, tonight, in this dark and ordinary room, there is nothing to solve and no one to be. There is only the breath, still moving, slower now than when we began. The out-breath still long and unhurried, still the body's own soft break easing you down, and you do not have to manage it anymore. It breathes itself. It has always breathed itself. You can hand it back to the quiet machinery that has kept it going through every night of your life without once asking your permission, and let it carry you now the way it always has. Let a slow warmth move through the length of you, the way warmth moves through water when it is left still in a low room. Not from anywhere, not toward anywhere, just a gradual evening out, a settling of temperature, until there is no part of you that is braced and no part of you that is cold. Only one long, even warmth from the crown of the head, down through the soft heaviness of the shoulders, down the arms into the hands, down the long trunk of the body, down through the hips and the heavy legs, and out into the far quiet weight of the feet. One continuous warmth, one continuous weight, one single settling field of a body that has finally been allowed to lie down and mean it. And notice, without reaching for it, how the silence in the room is not empty. Listen very softly, not to catch anything, not to check anything, just to let the ear rest open the way a hand rests open on the covers, and you will find the silence has a texture to it, a low grain, the almost sound of the house holding still, the faint deep hum that a room makes at night when everything in it has gone quiet and settled into its place. It is a friendly sound that hum beneath the silence. It is the sound of nothing needing you, and the ear, which stayed sharp all day for the ring and the voice and the footstep and the thousand small alarms of being awake, can go soft now, can stop straining forward into the dark for the next thing, can lie back into the low grain of the quiet and simply float there, hearing everything, listening for nothing. There is a particular relief the body knows and rarely gets to feel, the relief of being off duty, not resting between tasks, not pausing before the next demand, but truly wholly off, the way a lighthouse keeper must feel in the grey hour when the sun finally clears the horizon and the great lamp can be shut down and the long night's watch is over. You have kept a watch like that most days, most nights, some part of you always turned outward, always scanning, always ready to answer. And here now, in the dark middle of the night, that lamp can go dark. There is nothing on the water, there are no ships, there is no fog to pierce and no rocks to warn against, only the wide, calm dark and the keeper finally, gratefully, allowed to sleep. Let the muscles along your spine understand this. They are long muscles running the whole length of the back, and they carry more of the day than we ever notice. Every hour upright, every lean and reach and brace, gathered and held in that long ridge of muscle either side of the backbone. Feel them now against the bed, and let them, one slow segment at a time, unclench from the top of the neck downward. The muscles at the base of the skull letting go their grip on the head. The muscles across the upper back spreading and flattening and releasing their long hold. The muscles at the middle of the back, where so much bracing quietly lives, softening into the mattress, and the low back, the deep tired arch of it, easing down, lengthening, letting the ground take its full weight at last. The whole long column of you set down. And your face. The face works harder than almost anything, holding its expressions all day, arranging itself for the world, and it carries its tiredness in 100 small muscles that almost never fully rest. Let them rest now. Let the forehead be wide and smooth and empty, no thought pulling at it, no faint crease of holding between the brows. Let the small muscles around the eyes go completely loose, the eyes themselves heavy and still in their sockets, no longer moving, no longer searching behind the closed lids, just resting there in the warm dark like two stones settled into soft ground. Let the cheeks be heavy. Let the jaw hang, unhinged and slack, the teeth apart, the whole lower face giving up its long habit of readiness. And the tongue resting soft and wide and low in the mouth. No words in it, no words needed, just a soft weight lying quiet behind the lips. When the face lets go like that, something deeper lets go with it. The nervous system reads the loosened face and takes it as a message, plain and true. The danger has passed, the guard can come down, there is nothing here that needs a ready expression or a set jaw or a watchful eye. And so the softening in the face spreads inward and downward, into the throat, into the chest, into the belly. A quiet permission moving through you. It is safe, it is safe. You can let go not as words, but as a slow physical loosening. A warmth unclenching in the places that have held themselves tight for so long they had forgotten they were holding at all. Feel the belly especially. It is often the last to trust. It clenches quietly under everything, a low-held tightness that goes on beneath the notice of the busy mind, ready for a blow that never comes, and it can let go now. Let the breath move down into it, gentle and full, and feel the belly rise softly with the in-breath and fall slowly with the long out-breath. No tightness left to resist it, just a soft, warm rising and falling, the oldest and simplest motion there is, the motion the body made in the dark before you were even born, rising and slowly falling, and rising, and slowly, slowly falling. Let that be the whole of your work now, if it is any work at all. Just the soft rise, just the long fall. And let the hands go. The hands hold so much. They grip and carry and make and hold on all day, every day, and even at rest they often keep a faint curl in them, a readiness to grasp. Feel yours now, lying wherever they lie, and let the fingers uncurl, one soft degree at a time, until the palms are open and empty, and the fingers are heavy and slightly parted, and there is nothing at all in your grip, nothing to hold, nothing to carry. The hands simply resting, open to the dark, released from their long day of holding on. There is a deep quiet in an open hand. Let it spread up through the wrists, into the forearms, into the whole length of the arms lying heavy at your sides, until the arms are only warmth and weight, sunk into the bed, forgotten and content. The legs, too, those long patient carriers, the ones that held you up through all of it, that took every step of the day without complaint, and are only now allowed to stop. Feel how heavy they have become, lying there. Feel the thighs give up their length of muscle to the mattress, the knees soft and unlocked, the calves heavy, the ankles loose, and the feet, the far tired ends of you, the ones that pressed against the ground all day, the feet finally lifted off the world, held now by nothing but the soft dark and the bed beneath them, free to fall open, free to go still, free to sink. Let the weight of the legs pour slowly downward, out through the heels, out through the soles, draining away the last of the standing and the walking and the carrying, until the legs are just two long warm weights at rest, no more yours to move than the covers over them. And now the whole body, all of it at once, held in the simple fact of the bed. Feel the line where you meet it, along the backs of the shoulders, along the length of the spine, under the hips, behind the thighs, at the heels and the back of the head, that long broken line where the weight of you passes down into the mattress, and the mattress holds it easily, completely, the way the ground holds a fallen leaf. You do not have to hold yourself up. You have never in this moment had to. The bed has you. The floor beneath the bed has it. The deep patient ground beneath the floor has all of it, has held every sleeping body that ever lay down upon it, and it holds you now with the same tireless ease, asking nothing, wanting nothing, only bearing your weight in the dark the way it was always going to, whether you trusted it or not. And you can trust it now. You can give it everything. You can let the very last held ounce of yourself pour down into that holding and stay there. There is a kind of falling that is completely safe, and this is it. Not the lurching drop that the wired body braces against, not the falling that the nervous system fears, but a slow, soft downward settling, a sinking that has no floor to strike and no danger in it at all, only deeper and deeper rest. You are already in it. You have been sinking gently this whole time, breath by breath, and there is nowhere you are falling to that is not warmer and quieter and safer than the place above it. So there is no reason left to hold on. Holding on was always for the sharp world, the upright world, the daylight world of edges and demands. Here there are no edges. Here there is only the soft downward drift and the warm dark receiving you. Let the mind, if it is still faintly turning somewhere, be like a light left on in a far room of a house you are leaving for the night. You can feel it there, dim and small at the end of a long hallway, and you do not have to go back and tend to it. Do not have to think another thought about it. You can simply walk on away from it into the dark of the house, letting it grow fainter behind you, letting the distance grow until the light is only a pale line under a far door, and then not even that. Only the deep quiet dark of a house at rest, and you moving softly down into it. The thoughts can stay in that far lit room. You are not going back for them tonight. You are going the other way, into the warm dark, alone and unbothered and free. And feel how little there is to do here, almost nothing now. Just the breath, still slow, still long on the out-breath, still easing you down without your help. Just the weight still gathering, still pressing you gently deeper into the bed. Just the warmth still spreading, still evening out through the length of you until there is no cold edge anywhere left in you. Just the quiet still deepening, still folding another soft layer of stillness over the room. That is all. That is everything. There is nothing beyond this that needs you, nothing under this that you must reach. Only the slow, continued settling of a body that has finally been allowed to stop. Let the breath go even quieter now. Let it grow small and soft and shallow, the way breath does at the edge of sleep, no longer something you shape, only something that happens far below you, a slow tide moving on its own in the dark of the chest. You do not have to deepen it. You do not have to lengthen it. You do not have to do anything to it at all. It knows the way down better than you do. It has taken you to the edge of sleep every night of your life, and it is taking you there now, gently, without needing a single thing from you but your stillness. So be still, be heavy, be warm. Let the dark come up around you soft and complete, the way water closes quiet over something set gently down into it. No splash, no struggle, only a smooth dark closing over, and then the deep slow calm beneath. And beneath that deeper still, the long warm silence where the body has entirely stood down, where nothing is braced and nothing is watching and nothing is holding, where you are held so completely and so safely that there is no longer any difference between you and the rest, between the sinking and the sunk, between the drifting and the deep still place. The drifting has been carrying you toward all this long quiet while. Rest there, just under the surface of the thinking, in the warm dark where the words can no longer quite reach you and no longer need to. Let them go on murmuring low and soft above you like weather over a deep still lake, and let yourself lie far beneath it, undisturbed, unreachable, wrapped in warmth and weight, and the deep animal certainty that here now tonight, you are safe and you are held, and there is nothing left in all the wide dark night that you have to do but sink a little further into rest. And as you lie there, far beneath the surface of the thinking, notice how the sense of edges has begun to soften, how the clear firm line where your body ends and the bed begins is no longer quite so clear, no longer quite so firm. The places where you touch the mattress, the back of the head, the shoulders, the length of the spine, the backs of the legs, the heels, these were sharp borders once, a moment ago, boundaries you could have traced with a fingertip. And now they are blurring, softening, going warm and vague and undefined, the way the shoreline of a lake goes soft in fog until you cannot say where the water stops and the land begins. That is the body letting go of its own outline. That is the nervous system setting down one more thing it no longer needs to hold, the constant quiet work of knowing exactly where you stop. It can put that down now. It can let the edges go soft. There is nothing here that requires you to keep such careful track of your own borders, nothing to defend, no line that needs guarding, and so the line simply loosens and warms and begins, slowly, to dissolve. Let the outline blur. Let yourself spread a little into the warmth, formless and easy, the way heat spreads out from a stone that has been sitting all day in the sun, no hurry to it, no direction to it, only a slow, even giving off of warmth in every direction at once. You are that warm now. You are that shapeless and that unhurried. And the more the edges soften, the deeper the sinking goes, because there is less and less of you held up and apart from the dark, more and more of you simply merging down into the held and the quiet and the still. There is a stillness that comes into a house very late, long after the last footstep, long after the last light, a stillness so complete that the house itself seems to breathe slower. The walls cool by a single degree. The floorboards give up the last of the day's small sounds. Somewhere a clock goes on ticking to no one, and the sound of it only makes the silence around it wider and softer and deeper. You know that stillness. It is around you now. And your body lying here is settling down into the very center of it, matching it, slowing to meet it, until your own stillness and the stillness of the late house are the same single stillness with no seam between them. Nothing is asked of you in that stillness. Nothing waits at the edge of it. It is not a held breath, not a pause before something. It is only rest, rest that goes all the way down, rest with no bottom to it and no end you have to swim toward. You have arrived in it already. You are already there. There is nowhere further you have to get to. Feel the small warm weight of your own hands wherever they have come to rest. How they have grown heavy and slack and entirely still, the fingers slightly curled, no grip in them anymore, no holding, no readiness, just soft warm weight lying exactly where it fell. All day the hands work. All day they reach and grasp and carry and brace, closing around handle and rail and cup and phone, 100 small clutchings you never once noticed, the palm always half ready to hold the next thing. And now, at last, they are holding nothing, nothing at all. They have set down every object of the whole long day, and there is not one thing left in them, and they lie open and empty and heavy in the dark, and it feels good to the deep part of the body to hold nothing, to have finally let the last thing go. Let the hands be that empty, let them be that done. There is nothing they need to reach for between here and the morning is a long, soft way off, and the hands know it, and they have stopped. And the same emptiness, the same soft doneness, is moving now up through the wrists and the forearms, unhurried, the way warmth moves up through cool water, into the elbows, loosening them, and the upper arms going heavy against the bed, and the whole long weight of each arm settling and spreading and giving itself entirely over to the mattress that holds it. The arms have carried so much. Let them be carried now. Let the bed take the full dead weight of them so completely that they seem to sink slightly into it, to be received by it, to belong to it now more than to you. You do not have to hold your arms. You have never once, in all this time, had to hold them. The bed was always willing to do it. And now you let it fully, and one more held thing releases and goes soft and heavy and warm in the dark. I want you to notice, too, the temperature of the air on your face, the one part of you still open to the room, still bare to the night. How the air there is cooler than the warm dark cave you have made of the bed, a soft coolness moving so slightly with each slow breath, touching the cheeks, the brow, the soft skin at the temples. And there is something deeply old and deeply safe in that arrangement, the body warm and covered and hidden, the face cool and open to the quiet air, something the oldest part of the nervous system recognizes and trusts, the feeling of being burrowed in and sheltered, while the night moves cool and harmless somewhere just beyond the warmth. You are held on every side but one, and the one side is only cool, still air that means you no harm, and the deep animal part of you knows this, has always known this, and it settles further at the knowing, satisfied, safe home. This is a calming practice, and nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, not a cure for anything that ails you, only a quiet way of telling a tired body that the day is over and it is allowed to rest. And if the sleepless nights go on wearing you down, a doctor or a therapist is the right and kind person to bring that to. But for now, tonight, there is nothing to solve and no one to consult and nowhere to be but here, softening in the cool dark air, under the warm dark weight sinking. Let your attention drift now, gently, to the slow rise and fall still happening low in the belly and the ribs. Not to change it, not to deepen it, only to rest your awareness there the way you might rest a warm hand on the flank of a sleeping animal, feeling it breathe, asking nothing of it. The breath has gone so quiet now. It has become a small slow swell far down in the body, a tide you no longer run, rising a little, falling a little more, taking its own long time about it, in no hurry to fill and in no hurry to empty. And each time it falls, each time the long, slow out-breath eases away into the dark, feel how a little more of you goes with it. A little more weight, a little more warmth spreading. A little more of the day loosening its last grip and slipping quietly away downstream, gone, not needed, never to be reached for again. The out-breath is still doing its old kind work, still whispering to the deep nerves that the danger is past and the watch is over and the body may stand fully down, but it whispers it so softly now, so far below you that you barely hear it. You only feel the result. You only feel the sinking. You only feel yourself carried a little further into the warm and the heavy and the still, with every slow tide fall of the breath. Somewhere far off, at the very edge of everything, the world goes on, a car passing on some distant road, its sound rising and thinning and fading to nothing, a small far reminder that the wide night stretches on for miles in every direction and that you are only one warm resting point in the enormous quiet of it, tucked safely in, needing to know nothing of the rest. Let the far sounds come and let the far sounds go. They are not for you tonight. They pass along the outer rim of your awareness, like weather along a horizon you are not required to watch. And each one that rises and thins and fades leaves you a little deeper in, a little more settled, a little more certain that here in the center of the warm dark, there is nothing at all that needs your attention, nothing that needs your care, nothing that needs you awake. And you are not awake, not really, not anymore. You have crossed over some soft threshold in the last long while without ever noticing the crossing, the way you always do every night of your life, from the clear, sharp, lit world of the thinking mind down into this warm, blurred borderland, where the thoughts have gone slow and thick and disconnected, where an image rises and drifts and dissolves before you can quite hold it, where the words I am saying reach you more as warmth than as meaning, more as a low, steady current under the dark than as anything you need to follow. This is the country just before sleep. You know it well. Your body has walked this exact soft ground 10,000 times, and it knows, without being told, that from here there is only one direction, and the direction is down, gently down, further down, into the deep still place, where even this last thin thread of awareness finally lets go and lays itself down and is quiet. Let the images come now if they want to, the strange, soft, senseless ones that mean nothing and lead nowhere. A color, a slope of ground, a face you half know, a room you have never seen, let them drift up and float past and sink away again, unquestioned, unheld, the harmless flotsam of a mind coming loose from its moorings and beginning, at last, to dream. You do not have to make sense of them. You do not have to keep them. They are the first faint edges of sleep testing the water, sending up their soft, strange pictures, and every one of them is a sign that the deep is close now, very close, closer with each slow breath. And through all of it, under all of it, the body goes on settling, heavier now than it has been all night, so heavy that the thought of moving even a single finger seems distant and unnecessary and faintly absurd, a thing from another life. The great warm weight of you has found the exact shape of the bed and poured itself perfectly into it and gone entirely still. There is no bracing left anywhere in you. You have searched the whole length of yourself over this long while and softened every held place you found, and now there is nothing left holding, nothing left tight, nothing left on guard, only a long, warm, undefended body lying open and heavy and safe in the dark, breathing slow, sinking slower, asking for nothing, needing nothing, waiting for nothing, at rest all the way down. Feel the deep muscles along either side of the spine, the long ropey ones that hold you upright all day without ever being asked, the ones that were still faintly working an hour ago out of pure old habit, even as you lay down flat with no upright left to hold. Feel them this far into the quiet, and notice they have finally understood. They have finally believed it. There is no more up to hold. They have let go their long grip along the whole length of the back and gone soft and long and heavy, and the spine rests down into the bed loose as a dropped rope, and something in the very core of you unclenches at that, some old deep central holding you have carried so long you stopped feeling it, some tightness right down the middle of you that is only now, this late, in this warm dark, finally coming undone. Let it come undone. Let the center of you soften along with all the rest. There is nothing left to hold up. You are held, fully held, held from beneath by the bed and the floor and the patient ground under the whole sleeping house, held on every warm side by the covered dark, held from within by a breath that needs no minding, held so many ways at once that holding yourself has become the one thing you no longer have to do. And so you don't. You simply stop. You lay the whole weight of yourself down into all that holding, and you let it take you completely, the way the warm, dark water takes something set gently into it and closes over and bears it up without effort and without end. And you sink, and you are born, and you sink, softer and slower and deeper, down past the last of the thinking, down past the last of the words, down into the long, warm, silent country where sleep is already waiting for you with the covers turned back, patient, close, certain, needing only that you let go one last small degree and drift the final soft distance down into it. And there is all the night in the world to make that drift, all the long, dark hours, no edge to reach and no bottom to fear, only the slow, continued sinking of a body that is finally, completely, safely done. Let the quiet deepen one more soft fold. Let the warmth even out one more gentle degree. Let the weight gather one more slow measure, pressing you kindly, endlessly further into rest. There is nothing after this. There is nothing before it. There is only this warm dark now, wide and safe and bottomless, and you settling down and down into the very heart of it, unhurried, unbothered, unbraced, held. Just the slow breath far below, just the great soft weight, just the warm even dark, just the deep still quiet folding over you and folding again and carrying you gently on. And now this far down, notice something the body only lets you feel once the bracing is truly gone. A warmth that begins to gather in the palms of the hands. Not a warmth you make, not a thing you reach for, only the plain animal heat that rises to the surface of the skin the moment the small guarding muscles let the blood come all the way out to the edges of you. The fingers, which spend the whole day half-curled, half-ready, holding pens and wheels and handles and the shapes of 100 small tasks, lie open now in the dark with nothing in them, and the heat pools there in the loose cup of each hand, slow and even, the way sun warmth settles into a stone long after the sun has gone. Feel it in the pads of the fingers. Feel it in the soft center of each palm. That warmth is the body telling you, in its own wordless language, that the alarm is over, that the blood no longer needs to be pulled deep and held ready, that it can come out to the skin and rest there, easy, unhurried, warm at the far edges of you, where it only ever goes when you are truly safe. And the same slow warmth is finding the feet, down past the loosened legs, past the ankles that have stopped bracing, into the soles of the feet and the long spread of the toes. A heaviness that is also a warmth that is also a letting go. The feet that carried the whole weight of the day from room to room, that pressed and gripped and balanced without ever once being thanked, lie still now under the covers, turned slightly out, done. And the warmth reaches them last, the way warmth always reaches the far shores last, and fills them, and they grow heavy with it, and they sink. Let the warmth of the hands and the warmth of the feet be the four far corners of you, and feel how, between them, the whole long body lies slack and open and evenly warm, like a field at the end of a hot day giving its heat back slowly to the dark. There is no cold bracing left anywhere in you. The heat has come to the surface everywhere at once, gentle and even, a single warmth laid over the whole resting shape of you like the covers themselves, and under it you are loose, and under it you are heavy, and under it you are already halfway into sleep. Somewhere out past the warm edge of you the house has gone on settling into its own night, the small tickings of walls giving back the day's heat, the far low sound of the world turned down to almost nothing, and your ears, which kept their faint watch through the loud hours, always half listening, always half ready to place a sound and judge it, your ears have stopped hunting, they still hear, they simply no longer reach. The sounds arrive on their own and pass through you and go, and none of them ask anything of you, and none of them mean danger, and so the listening muscle, that tireless quiet sentry behind the ear, softens too, and lets the sounds wash over you the way the tide washes over stones it has long since stopped needing to move. Let every small sound of the night be one more soft proof that all is well. The house holds, the dark holds. Nothing out there in the quiet needs you awake to meet it. And with the listening let go, feel how the whole broad surface of the face has come loose from itself, not held anymore into any expression at all, not the small polite arrangement you wear for the day, not the faint frown of thinking, not the readiness around the mouth. Only a face at rest, heavy on its own bones, the cheeks soft and slack, the brow smoothed wide and easy, the lips barely parted where the slow breath comes and goes on its own. The face lets go last of all the places, they say, because it is the face that meets the world, but it has met enough now, and it sets itself down at last into the dark like a mask laid gently on a table at the end of a long evening. And behind it, there is only you, warm and unwatched and drifting, no expression left to hold, no one left to hold it for. Feel the small weight of the tongue resting low and soft in the floor of the mouth. Feel the jaw hanging slightly, easy on its hinge, all its long days clenching finally spent. Feel the whole heavy head pressing down into the softness beneath it, cradled, given over, done holding itself at any angle at all. The head is heavy. Let it be heavy. Let it press its full warm weight down and be carried, so that not one small muscle in the whole neck needs to lift or turn or steady anything ever again tonight. And beneath all of it, slower now than it has been in a long time, the heart goes on with its quiet work, unhurried, unwatched, keeping its own soft time in the warm dark of the chest. You do not have to help it. You never did. It has beaten through every hour you have ever lived without once needing your attention, and it beats now, easy and slow, slower with every long breath that moves out over it, laying the whole inside of the chest down warm and loose around it. Feel, if you can, the faint, slow rhythm of it, far under the warmth, steady as something very old and very patient, and let its slowness be the pace of everything now. Let the breath match it. Let the mind, what little is left awake of the mind, drift at that same low, unhurried tempo, further and further from the quick, bright racing of the day, down into the long, slow measure of a body at deep rest. There is a particular quiet that lives in the chest once the breath has gone truly slow, a wide, warm, hollow ease, as if a held door somewhere inside has swung gently open onto a dark and peaceful room. Each slow breath moves through that room without hurry, in along the cool edge of the nose, down into the warm depth of you, and out again longer and softer than it came, carrying a little more of the day out with it each time, until there is almost nothing left of the day in you at all. Only breath and warmth and weight, and the wide, dark, quiet room of the chest, opening a little further with each easy tide of air. And the belly, which held itself all day, drawn in, kept ready, braced against 100 small things that never came, the belly has finally let its long guard down. Feel how it rises now, soft and round and unashamed on the slow way in, and falls warm and heavy on the long way out, rising and falling on its own, needing nothing from you, moving the way the sea moves far from any shore, without effort and without end. That soft rise and fall is the oldest safe rhythm there is. The body knows it. The body sinks toward it, the way a tired child sinks toward a rocking it half remembers. Let the belly be soft. Let it move slow. Let each long, warm fall of it carry you a little deeper down. The warmth has begun to pool now in the low center of you, in the deep, soft basin below the belly, where the biggest muscles of the day finally set down their work. The long hip flexors that lift the legs and hold you folded through every chair of every hour, the deep muscles of the pelvis that quietly steady everything else. They have gone heavy. They have gone warm. They have loosened their long grip on the very base of the spine, and the whole low weight of you settles down through them into the bed, warm and slack and given over, so that from the soft belly to the loosened legs, there is one wide, unbroken field of warmth and weight, at rest, at ease, asking for nothing. And down the length of each leg, the warmth goes on spreading, slow as spilled honey finding its level, into the long muscles of the thigh that have stopped their bracing, into the soft hollow behind the knee, down the calf into the ankle, out at last into the warm, heavy feet where we began, so that now the whole lower body, from the low center down to the far tips of the toes, lies in one continuous warmth, one continuous weight, one continuous letting go. You could not lift it if you tried. You do not try, there is nowhere to lift it to. There is only the bed and the warmth and the going down. Notice how the breath, this deep into the quiet, has stopped being something you do and become something that simply happens in you, the way weather happens in a wide, still valley. It comes when it comes. It goes when it goes. The pauses between have grown long and easy, unhurried gaps of warm stillness where nothing at all needs to move, and out of each pause the next slow breath rises on its own, gentle, unbidden, exactly enough. You are not breathing, you are being breathed. The oldest, surest part of you has taken it back, the way it takes it back every night of your life once you finally stop minding it. And it will keep the slow tide going faithfully through all the dark hours ahead while the rest of you sleeps. So you can set it down now, completely, and trust it, and drift. And there is a kind of softness that comes into the very back of the mind once the breath has been given away like that, a loosening behind the eyes, deeper than the muscles, deeper than the face, a place where the day's long stream of thinking finally runs shallow and slow and warm. The thoughts still drift through, but they have lost their edges now. They come apart before they finish. They wander off half-formed into the warm dark and do not come back, and you do not go after them. Let them go. Let each one drift loose and dissolve like breath on cold glass. There and then gently gone, and under the place where they were, feel the wide, warm quiet spreading, the same warmth that filled the hands and the feet and the chest, rising now into the very rooms of thought and filling them too, slow and dim and kind, until thinking itself grows heavy and warm and lies down. You are so far down now, so warm, so heavy, so held. The whole long body one single field of quiet warmth from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, breathing slow on its own, sinking slow on its own, wanting nothing, guarding nothing, holding nothing at all. This is what the body was reaching for all those wired and aching hours, not sleep forced, not rest demanded, but exactly this. The slow, honest settling of a nervous system that has finally been told, in the only language it trusts, the language of long breath and warm weight and safe dark, that the day is done and the guard can come down and it is safe now to rest. It has heard, it has believed, it is letting you go the rest of the way. And the way down from here is gentle and long and asks nothing of you. There is no effort left to make. The warmth will keep spreading on its own. The weight will keep gathering on its own. The breath will keep its slow, faithful tide on its own all the long night through. And all you have left to do, the last, smallest, easiest thing, is to lie here in the warm held dark and let the sinking carry you, fold by soft fold, breath by slow breath, down past the edge of knowing and into the deep still country where sleep has been waiting all along. Let the warmth even out one more quiet degree. Let the weight settle one more slow measure. Let the dark fold over one more gentle time and drift and go on drifting, down and warm and slow and safe, into the deep soft middle of the night, where there is nothing to do and nowhere to be and no one to hold, only the long warm dark and the slow far breath, and you sinking softer and slower and further still. And somewhere out past the edge of the body, so faint it is almost not a sound at all, there is the quality the whole house takes on in the deep middle of the night, the way the walls seem to breathe a little slower, the way the small settling ticks of the wood and the pipes grow further apart and softer and finally stop minding themselves altogether. Everything that holds you is at rest now. The bed beneath you is at rest. The floor beneath the bed is at rest. The long patient beams under the floor, carrying their weight the way they have carried it for years without once being thanked, are at rest, and holding you without effort, without strain, the way stone holds still water. You do not have to help them. You never did. You can let the whole architecture of the night do its quiet work of holding and simply be the thing that is held. There is a warmth that pools now in the low center of you, below the ribs, behind the soft wall of the belly, and it moves the way warmth moves through water that has been left in the sun, not in a rush, but in slow, wide, unhurried folds, one warm layer turning gently under the next. Feel it there, that low banked heat, steady as coals settled under grey ash, giving off its warmth without any flame, without any effort, just glowing quietly at the very core of you and asking for nothing. And as you breathe, without your doing anything about it, that low warmth spreads a little wider on each slow tide, up under the ribs and along the inner curve of them, down into the deep hollows of the hips, where the big joints sit loose in their sockets now, unlatched, ungirded, no longer bracing to carry you anywhere. The warmth pools there in the hips like water finding the lowest quiet place, and it fills them, and it softens them, and it moves on, unhurried, downward and outward, warm and slow and kind. Let it go wherever it wants to go. You do not have to send it. You do not have to steer it. It knows the way through you better than any thought could, and it has all night. And notice, if you can, without reaching for it, how the boundary of you has gone soft and uncertain at the edges. How you can no longer quite feel the exact line where the warmth of your body ends and the warmth of the covers begins, where the weight of your arms stops and the weight of the bed takes over. The seam between you and the place that holds you has blurred and gone warm and gone quiet, the way the shoreline blurs in fog until the water and the land are one grey softness with no line drawn between them. You are that blurred and gentle now, half here, half given over, held so completely that holding and being held have become the same slow, warm thing. Let the outline keep softening, let the edges keep going. There is nothing you need to keep sharp. There is no border of you that needs defending tonight. Let the shape of you spread and settle and merge into the warmth of the dark like breath into breath, like warmth into warmth, until there is no effort anywhere in the whole soft field of you, and even the idea of an edge has drifted off somewhere and dissolved. Far down at the feet now, past the loosened ankles, the toes have uncurled the last small way they had left to uncurl, and there is a heaviness that comes into the feet at the very end, a good and honest heaviness, as though they have finally been allowed to set down a long day's standing and walking and carrying and bracing against the ground. They are done. They have nowhere to go. They can be as heavy as stones warmed by a fire and left at the foot of the bed, and no one will ask them to move again until morning. Feel that permission reach all the way down into the soles, into the small tired arches, into each separate toe, the permission to be completely still, completely heavy, completely off duty for hours and hours and hours. And the calves, above them, the long muscles that clench so quietly all day that you forget they are clenching, feel them lengthen and go slack and pour their weight down into the mattress like something warm being poured slowly from one vessel into another. The knees loosen. The long bones of the thigh grow heavy and warm and lie fully down, no longer held even slightly, no longer ready for anything, just resting their whole honest weight into the bed and letting the bed take it gladly, entirely, all night. There is a slow river somewhere at the bottom of all this, if you listen for it without trying, the long, low sound of your own breath, moving in and out of you on its own faithful current, without you tending it, without you counting it, without you asking anything of it at all. It has become like weather now, like a slow tide heard from a warm room far up the shore, something happening softly at the edge of you that you no longer have to be the one to do. Let it be weather. Let it move through you like a mild wind moving through a field at night, bending the tall grass one slow way and then the other, gentle, endless, asking nothing, in and the long way out, and the small still pause where nothing needs to happen at all. And then the next slow breath arriving on its own, unbidden, faithful, warm. You are being breathed now more than you are breathing, and that is exactly as it should be in the deep middle hours, when the oldest and quietest part of you takes the tiller and steers the long body gently through the dark, while everything that thinks and plans and worries lies down at last and sleeps. And in that letting go, feel how the face has changed. Not the front of the face this time, but the deep architecture behind it, the wide, flat bones across the back of the skull, the heavy cradle at the base of the head where it rests into the pillow, that quiet, weighted place that carries the whole warm globe of the head all day and never once complains. Let it be carried now. Let the head be fully as heavy as it truly is, a good weight, a warm weight, a stone smoothed round by a river, and let it press down into the softness beneath it with its whole honest heaviness, so that the pillow rises up around it and holds it on every side, and there is nothing left for the neck to do, nothing left to lift or steady or hold at just the right angle. The neck can go. The small deep muscles that have held your head up through every waking hour can finally, entirely put it down. And leave it down all night. The warmth has reached the scalp now, moving slow across the crown of the head, the way warm water moves across the skin in a bath you have sunk down into to your chin. It loosens the small muscles no one ever thinks to loosen, the ones that fan out fine and tight across the top of the skull and quietly hold the whole day's low readiness. Feel them let go, one by one, from the crown down toward the temples, a slow, warm loosening spreading over the top of the head, like the sun's warmth spreading over a stone at the end of a long grey afternoon. And where they loosen, there is a sensation almost like the head growing larger, softer, more spacious, as though the low band of pressure that has ringed it all day, so constant you stopped feeling it, has quietly slipped off and been laid aside in the dark. There is so much room in you now, so much quiet, warm room where all day there was only holding. And if the mind stirs even faintly here, one last small thought lifting its head to check whether everything is handled, whether tomorrow is accounted for, whether it is truly all right to go this far down, let it find, when it looks, that everything it was guarding has already been set down and covered over and let go. There is nothing here that needs deciding tonight. There is nothing here that can be helped by staying up to hold it. The morning will keep the morning's things, and they will wait for you patiently on the far shore of a whole night's sleep, and they will be easier to carry then in the light, with a rested body and a quiet mind. For now there is only this, the warm dark, the slow tide, the great gentle weight of a body that has finally been allowed to stop. Let the small thought lie down beside all the others. Let it grow heavy and warm and dim. Let it sleep. Notice how quiet it has become inside the chest. How the heart, which spent so much of the day beating a half-step quick, braced and ready as though something were always just about to be required of it, has slowed now into a long, unhurried rhythm, deep and even and calm, like a slow drum heard through many walls, marking the soft hours without any urgency at all. You do not have to slow it. It has slowed itself, the way it was always meant to in the safe dark, once the body finally believed it was safe. Let it beat its slow, calm beat down there under the warm weight of the chest, faithful and unhurried, keeping you gently through the night while you drift far past the reach of it, far past the reach of anything you would have to attend to. And all around the slow drum of the heart, the chest itself has gone soft and wide and open. The ribs no longer held even slightly high, no longer braced the small habitual way they brace against a world that might ask something sudden of you. They have come down. They rest low and easy on the long, slow tide of the breath, rising only a little, falling a little more, and between the falling and the rising, that small warm pause where the whole body seems to hang suspended and utterly at peace in the dark. You could live in that pause tonight. You could let the whole night gather into that one soft space between the breaths, where nothing is happening and nothing needs to, and simply rest there, again and again, each time the tide turns. The warmth is everywhere now, evened out and complete, no longer moving from place to place, because there is nowhere left in you that is not already warm. It fills the hands to the fingertips and the arms to the shoulders, the chest and the low belly and the deep basin of the hips, the long heavy legs and the stone-warm feet, the loosened neck and the spacious head. One single warmth, one single weight, one single slow field of quiet lying held in the dark, and you are that field now. Not the manager of it, not the guardian of it, just the warm, slow being there of it, sinking, settling, spreading a little thinner and softer at the edges with every breath the night breathes through you. Outside, the dark goes on being kind. The hours are moving the way water moves under ice, slow and hidden, and in no hurry to arrive anywhere. There's nothing out there in the night that wants anything from you. The road is empty. The windows are dark. The world has laid its own head down, and the great turning of the night is carrying all of it, and all of you, gently on toward a morning that is still a long, long way off. You do not have to meet it. You do not have to wait up for it. You can let go of the whole idea of morning and sink all the way down into the deep, still bottom of the night, where the water is warmest and the dark is softest and the quiet has no edges at all. And should you notice, in some far dim way, that you are still a little awake, that some small lamp is still lit somewhere in the back of the mind, let even that be all right. You do not have to put it out. You do not have to do anything to sleep. Sleep is not a thing you reach for and seize. It is a thing that rises up to meet you once you have stopped reaching, once you have gone soft enough and heavy enough and warm enough that it can gather you in without your noticing the moment it takes you. And you are that soft now, that heavy, that warm. It is already gathering you. It has already begun. All you are doing is letting it, breath by slow breath, fold by warm fold. Let the last of the noticing grow dim. Let the small lamp gutter low and warm and unbothered at the back of the mind, no longer lighting anything, no longer needed, and let the wide dark close gently in around it, the way the dark closes over the last coal of a fire that has done its work and can be let go. There is nothing left to keep watch over. There is nothing left to keep. Even the watching can lie down now and grow heavy and sleep. Down here at the slow, warm bottom of it all, there is only the body breathing, only the weight settling, only the dark holding, and the long, faithful tide going out and coming in, going out, and coming in without you for you, all through the deep, still middle of the night. So let yourself be carried. Let the warmth carry you, and the weight carry you, and the slow breath carry you further down and further under, past the last soft edge of knowing, into the deep warm dark where you have nothing to do and nowhere to be and no one at all to hold. Only this, only warm, only slow, only safe, only down and gently further down. And down here where you have drifted to, there is a kind of stillness that has its own faint texture, like the smoothness of a stone that has been under slow water for 100 years. You do not have to name it. You do not have to reach out and touch it. It is simply the surface everything is resting on now, worn soft, worn round, holding you without effort, the way the deepest things always hold the quietest things. Somewhere far above where you are lying, the air of the room goes on being cool and clean and unbothered, moving so slowly you would never feel it, a slow tide of its own passing over the still shape of you in the bed. And you are below all of that now. You have sunk beneath the level where the air stirs, down into the warm, settled part of the night that does not move at all, the part that simply waits and holds and lets the hours go by overhead like clouds too high to cast a shadow. Let the breath keep doing what it has learned to do. You are not steering it any longer. It has taken over the slow work of you, the way the heart has always taken over, the way the blood goes on moving through the far quiet rooms of the body without ever once asking your permission. All of that is happening for you now, tending you, keeping you, while the part of you that used to worry and watch and plan has finally been allowed to set its tools down in the dark and rest its hands. And how good it is to have nothing in the hands that carried so much today, the hands that gripped and typed and held and steadied, the hands that were fists at some point without your ever deciding to make them so. They are open now, somewhere down at the ends of your arms, curved and loose and forgotten, the fingers slightly parted, the palms turned up or turned down. It doesn't matter, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, softening even in the small webbing between the fingers, softening even in the pads of the thumbs. There is a warmth that comes into a hand when it finally stops working. A blood warmth, a slow flush of ease that moves out from the center of the palm and fills each finger to its very tip. Feel it if it is there, or simply trust that it is there, spreading, unhurried, turning the hands from tools back into the quiet, warm, living things they always were underneath. And that same warmth, that same letting go, is moving so slowly through the rest of you that you would have to hold very still to notice it, and you are holding that still. It is moving up through the wrists and pooling in the forearms. It is loosening the long muscles that run beside the bones. It is filling the crook of each elbow with a heaviness like warm sand, and moving on without hurry because it has all night, because there is nowhere it needs to be by any particular hour. Outside the window, the season is doing its slow, patient work in the dark, the way it always does when no one is watching. Perhaps there is a bare branch out there, holding perfectly still against the deeper black, waiting the way trees wait, without impatience, without any sense at all that the waiting is long. Perhaps there is the faint, far sound of nothing, the particular full silence of very late, when even the machinery of the world has quieted, when the last car has long since gone by and the next one is still hours off. That silence is not empty. It is a held silence, a kept silence, the silence of a house where everyone is finally, safely asleep. And you are one of the ones asleep in it now, or nearly, folded into the great soft accounting of the night, along with everyone else who has laid their body down. All across the dark, in rooms you will never see, other tired people are sinking the same way you are sinking, letting go the same way you are letting go, their breath slowing, their hands opening, their guard coming down. You are not doing this alone. The whole tired world is doing it with you, all at once, all through the same wide dark, a great quiet company of the resting, and you belong to it now, and it asks nothing of you but that you rest. Let the shoulders go a little further down than you thought they could. There is always a little further. There is always another small holding you did not know you were still doing, some faint bracing high in the back, up near the base of the neck, where the body keeps a last quiet readiness even in sleep. You can let that one go too tonight. You do not need it. Nothing is coming. The night has already checked every door and found them closed, and it is standing watch so that you do not have to. Down through the chest now, the slow warmth moving, loosening the fine muscles laced between the ribs, so that the breath can move even more freely, even more fully, without any wall to press against. The ribs rising a little and settling, rising the smallest amount and settling all the way down. Each out-breath a little longer than the one before it, a little softer at its end, dissolving into the dark instead of stopping, so that you can no longer quite tell where one breath finishes and the next begins. And here in the middle of you, behind the breastbone, there is a place that has been working hard for a very long time, not just today, for years. The steady, faithful engine of you that has never once stopped, that beat while you slept every night of your life and never asked to be thanked. Let it slow now, in its own good time, in its own quiet way, as the whole body slows around it. Let it feel how little is being asked of it in this hour. No stairs to climb, no fear to answer, no hill to carry you up, only this, only the long, slow idling of a thing at rest, ticking over soft and even and unhurried in the warm dark of the chest. The belly soft, the belly that held itself tight through so much of the day without your ever asking it to, the belly that clenched at every sharp word and every sudden thought. It has no reason to clench now. There is nothing to guard here, nothing to protect, no blow coming. So let it be round and slow and easy. Let it rise with the breath like something floating. Let the whole soft middle of you go warm and formless and heavy against the bed. And beneath that, deeper still, the low body letting go, the hips settling into their sockets, the weight of the pelvis giving itself fully to the mattress, the long roots of the legs releasing all the way down, the thighs heavy, the knees unlocked and easy, the calves soft as anything, no tension left in them to carry you anywhere, because you are not going anywhere, because you have already arrived at the only place you need to be, which is exactly here, exactly now, exactly down. The feet far away at the end of you, warming, the many small bones of them that held your whole weight all day without complaint, spreading and easing now, the arches softening, the toes uncurling, the whole map of the foot going loose and warm and quiet in the dark under the blanket. There is a stillness in a body that has finally, completely let go, a stillness that is not emptiness but fullness, the fullness of a thing that has stopped resisting its own weight and simply at last become heavy. You are becoming that heavy now, not the heaviness of burden, the heaviness of rest, the good honest heaviness of a body that has set everything down and has nothing left in its arms. Let the face go, the face that wore so many small expressions today, that arranged itself again and again for other people, that held its careful shapes. Let it go blank and soft and slack in the dark, the way a face is only ever allowed to be when no one is looking, the brow smooth, the space between the eyebrows wide and unfurrowed, the eyes still and heavy behind their lids, no longer moving, no longer searching, resting deep in their sockets like two small stones settling to the bottom of a warm, dark pool. The jaw hanging just slightly loose, the teeth unclenched, the back teeth parting the smallest space so that the whole hinge of the jaw goes soft, and the tongue resting low and wide and heavy in the floor of the mouth, doing nothing, shaping nothing, holding nothing back. When the tongue goes truly soft, something in the deep body understands that the talking is over, that the day's long conversation has ended, that there is nothing more that needs to be said or answered or explained. And it lets down a little further, a last quiet notch into the dark. Good, there is nowhere to go from here but down, and down is the whole direction of the night. You might feel, if you feel anything at all now, a slow sinking that has no bottom to it, as though the bed has grown soft and deep beneath you and you are settling down through it by the smallest degrees, sinking the way a leaf sinks through still water, turning, drifting in no hurry, going down through layer after layer of warmer and darker and quieter, each one holding you a moment before letting you sink gently to the next. And there is no fear in this sinking, because there is nothing at the bottom but rest. You are not falling. You are being lowered, slowly, by kind and patient hands, down into the one place in the whole turning world where nothing at all is required of you. The mind may still flicker now and then far up near the surface, a small dim movement, a half-thought drifting by like something seen through deep water. Let it drift. You do not have to follow it up. You do not have to rise to meet it. It will pass the way everything up there passes, and you will stay down here in the warm dark where the thinking cannot quite reach you, where even your own thoughts arrive already soft, already slow, already half asleep themselves. This is a calming practice, only that, a way of telling the body it is safe to rest, not a medicine and not a cure. And if the long nights keep wearing at you, a doctor or a good therapist is the kind and proper person to turn toward in the daylight. But there is no daylight here, and nothing to solve, and no one to turn toward. Here there is only the night, and the weight, and the breath, and the slow going down, and all of it is enough, and all of it is for you. Let the last thin thread of effort dissolve, the effort you never even knew was effort, the small constant work of being a person who is awake, who is keeping themselves together, who is holding the shape of a day. You can lay that down too now. You do not have to hold your own shape tonight. The bed will hold it for you. The dark will hold it for you. You can come apart at the edges, soft and formless and warm, and nothing will be lost, and no one will mind, and you will still be here, whole, in the morning that is so far off it does not even exist yet. Sink toward it slowly, or do not sink toward anything at all. Let there be no toward. Let there be only this breath, and then the next, each one arriving on its own without your calling it, each one a little slower, a little further under, a little more like the breathing of someone already gone down into sleep. The room holds still around you. The walls stand quiet in the dark, keeping their patient watch, asking nothing. The ceiling floats somewhere far above, unseen, holding the dark up off of you like a great soft wing. The floor rests on the earth, and the earth rests on nothing but its own slow turning, and all of it is carrying you, all of it is steady beneath you, all the way down to the still stone heart of the world. And you can trust all of it now, completely, the way you trusted it as a child without ever once thinking to. The ground will hold, the night will keep, the morning will come when it comes and not one moment before, and you do not have to do a single thing to bring it. All you have to do is lie here and be held and breathe and let the warm dark have you. So let it have you. Let the weight have you and the warmth have you and the deep slow quiet have you, folding you further in, further down, into the soft heavy heart of the night where the breath goes on all by itself, faithful and slow and unhurried, going out into the dark and coming home from the dark, going out and coming home, carrying you a little deeper under with every long, slow tide of it. There is so much night left, so much dark and quiet and warmth still ahead of you, so many slow hours to rest in, laid out before you like a long, calm road going nowhere but down into sleep. You do not have to travel it. It is already carrying you. You have only to lie still and be soft and let the hours pass over you like slow water over a stone, wearing away the last of the day, smoothing you, quieting you, taking you gently under. And down here, where the warmth is deepest and the dark is kindest, there is nothing left to say and no one left to say it to, and no reason left to stay awake for even one more slow breath. Only the weight, only the warmth, only the long faithful tide of the breath going out and coming in, only the dark holding you, only the night keeping you, only down and softer and warmer and further, gently, endlessly down. And somewhere out past the edge of all of this, if you listen without trying to listen, the night has a sound of its own. Not a sound you have to follow, just the low, soft nothing that a house makes when it has finally gone quiet, the small settling of things cooling in the dark, the almost silence that is really the sound of everything at rest. You are inside that now, one more quiet thing among the quiet things. Cooling, settling, coming to rest in your own place, the way the house comes to rest around you, the way the whole sleeping street comes to rest, the way the fields past the street lie down under the dark and give up the last of the day's warmth to the sky. There is nothing in any of it that needs you. That is the gift of this hour. The world has taken its hands off of you completely. It does not need you to watch it, or to wind it, or to carry any small piece of it through until the light. It has set you down, the way you set down a thing you have carried a very long way, and it has told you, without words, that you may stop now, that the carrying is finished for tonight. That you can open your hands in the dark and let them lie empty and upturned and soft, holding nothing, owing nothing, keeping nothing. Feel how the hands want to do that, how they were made to do that, the fingers uncurling by themselves, a little at a time, the way petals give up their shape when the light goes, no grip left in them, no task left in them, just the quiet weight of the hands lying wherever they have come to lie, warm at the center of the palm, cooler at the tips, growing vague at the edges, forgetting for a while that they are even hands at all. And the arms forgetting they are arms, heavy from the shoulder all the way down, poured out full length and still, so heavy now that lifting them would take more of you than there is left awake to do it. And that is right. That is exactly as it should be. Nothing here to lift for, nothing here to reach. Only the long, luxurious heaviness of limbs that have finally been given full permission to do nothing at all. Let the slowness in you go slower still. There is no flaw to this. However far down you have already come, there is always further, always softer, always another layer of the quiet underneath the quiet you have found. And you have all night to go on sinking through it, unhurried, in no danger of arriving anywhere you did not want to be, because every place this takes you is the same warm dark, only deeper, only kinder, only more completely yours. Picture, if any pictures still come, and they may be thinning now, going loose and strange and pleasant the way pictures do at the doorway of sleep. Picture something slow and warm and far away. Snow, perhaps, falling somewhere you cannot see, out over dark water, each flake taking its long, soft while to come down, none of them in any hurry, the whole sky letting go of itself a little at a time, and the black water taking each one without a sound. You do not have to watch the snow. You do not have to hold the picture. Let it fall the way real snow falls, whether or not anyone is looking, and let yourself come down through the dark as gently as that, as unhurried as that, as certain to arrive and as untroubled about when. Or let it be nothing at all. Pictures are not required down here. You have gone below the level where things need to be pictured, below words, below shapes, into the plain, wordless warmth of a body that has stopped bracing and stopped watching and stopped waiting for anything to go wrong. A body that has remembered, all on its own, without your teaching it, the old easy trick of resting. The trick it knew before you knew anything. The trick it never really forgot, only mislaid for a while under the long noise of the days. And here is the truth your nervous system has been waiting all night to be told. Told not in words, but in the slow, plain evidence of your own long breathing, your own loosened hands, your own heavy, quiet limbs, that it is over now. That the day is over, and the guarding is over, and there is nothing left tonight that must be met or managed or survived. This is only a calm thing to practice on the hard nights, not a cure and not a treatment. And if the sleepless nights keep stacking up on you, a doctor or a counselor is the kind and sensible person to bring that to. But tonight, in this hour, there is nothing to fix and no one to be but this. A warm weight in a dark room, breathing, held, and slowly letting go. Letting go of the day that is already gone. It does not exist anymore, that day, except as a faint fading pressure somewhere behind you, and even that is loosening now, even that is coming undone in the warm dark, thread by thread. The way a knot you have stopped pulling at will sometimes simply fall open on its own. Let it fall open. You do not have to untie anything. You have only to stop pulling and let the warmth do the loosening, slow and patient and sure. And letting go of tomorrow, which does not exist either, not yet, not anywhere you can touch. It is only a word for a light that has not come, and it will come in its own slow time without your leaning toward it, without your reaching ahead into the dark to find it before it is ready. You can let it stay where it is, far off, unmade, and you can stay here, where the only thing that is real is the breath and the weight and the warm holding dark. Down at this depth, the breath has gone so quiet and so slow you might almost lose track of it altogether, and that is well. Let it slip below noticing. Let it go on without you, the way it did all through the years you never once thought of it, the way it will go on through all the hours of sleep ahead, faithful, automatic, asking nothing of you at all. You were never really the one breathing. Something older and steadier than your thinking has always done it for you, tirelessly, in the day and in the night. And you can hand it back to that now, completely, and let yourself be breathed. The way the tide is pulled without deciding, the way the slow trees are moved by a wind they did not ask for. Be breathed then, be carried. Be the still thing at the center of it, while everything gentle happens around you and to you and for you, without one grain of effort of your own. And notice, if there is anything left awake enough to notice, how good the plain warmth of the bed has become. How it has stopped being a thing beneath you and become a thing all around you, holding you the whole length of your body, warm where you have lain long enough to warm it, soft where it takes your weight. The covers a quiet heaviness laid over you like the dark laid over the fields. You are inside the warmth now, not resting on it, but held within it, wrapped and covered and kept, the way a small living thing is kept warm through a cold night in the deep of a burrow, safe under the ground, while the wind it cannot reach goes on somewhere far above. Let that be you, deep in the warm den of the bed, far under, curled into the heat of your own body, the night sealed out and the warmth sealed in, and nothing between you and morning but the long soft sleep that is already reaching up to take you. You can feel it reaching, can you not? The pull of it, low and warm and patient, the same pull that has taken you down safely 10,000 nights before this one and never once failed to bring you up again into the light. Trust it as you have always secretly trusted it. Lean back into it. Let it have the last of your weight. There is a heaviness in the eyes now that has nothing to do with effort. A warm, sinking heaviness, the lids grown thick and slow, the small muscles all around them finally quiet, giving up the last of their long habit of holding, of scanning, of staying ready. Let the eyes be still under their lids. Let them roll slowly downward and inward the way the eyes do when sleep is near, turning away from the seen world altogether, turning toward the dark inside where nothing needs looking at. There is nothing left for them to do. They can rest now, the way the rest of you is resting, heavy and warm and done. And the face, unwatched, forgetting to hold any expression at all, going slack and smooth and easy in the dark, the brow letting down, the space between the brows opening, the cheeks heavy, the mouth soft, the whole face falling quietly into the plain, unguarded stillness of a sleeping face, the face no one arranges, the face you have never seen and everyone who has ever loved you sleeping near you has, the face of you at peace. Let it come. Let the face go all the way soft, and with it something behind the face, some last held thing you did not even know you were still holding, letting down at last into the warm. Deeper than the face, deeper than the eyes, there is the slow quiet of the throat and the chest, the breath moving in and out of them so gently now, so low that the chest barely rises. Just the smallest slow swell and fall of it, unhurried, automatic, the sea at its lowest, calmest tide, barely moving, barely needing to. And beneath that the heart, doing its patient work without any word from you, slowing as you slow, quieting as you quiet, keeping its own soft time in the warm dark at the center of you, faithful, tireless, glad to carry you down. You are so far under now, so far into the warm and the dark and the heavy quiet, further than words can easily follow, and that is exactly where you were always going, to the place past words, to the place where the voice becomes only a warmth in the dark, a low steadiness you no longer have to make any sense of, a hand resting lightly on the whole of you, telling you only, over and over, without needing to be understood, that you are safe, and it is night, and you may sleep. You may sleep, everything in you and around you is arranged for it now. The room quiet, the dark kind, the bed warm, the body heavy, the guard down, the day gone, the morning far, the breath slow, the whole slow machinery of you turned at last toward rest and running down sweetly toward it, like a wheel that has been let go of, slowing, slowing, wanting only to come to stillness. So come to stillness. You have earned the stillness. You do not have to do the coming. It is happening to you gently on its own, the way dusk happens to a field, the light going out of it not all at once, but softly, evenly, until the whole field lies in shadow and is glad of it. Let the light go out of you like that, slowly, evenly, gladly. No edge to it anywhere, no moment where you could point and say now, only the long, soft, gradual going of it, day into dusk, into dark, into the deep, warm nothing where sleep begins. And if some small, far part of you is still faintly here, still faintly listening, still riding the last thin edge of waking, let even that let go now. It has done its watching for tonight, and done it well, and it is tired, and it is allowed to stop. Let it slip loose from the edge and drift down to join the rest of you in the warm. There is nothing up here on the edge worth staying for. Everything good is below, in the depth, in the dark, in the heavy, warm quiet that is already 3/4 yours. Let the last quarter go. Let the whole of you be down here together, gathered in the warm, at rest. The night is wide and slow around you, and there is no end of it in sight, no far shore you must reach, no hour you must keep. Only more of this, hour upon soft hour of it, laid down ahead of you like snow going on falling in the dark whether or not you watch, filling the night, softening everything, asking nothing. You are held in the middle of all that, quiet like a stone at the bottom of still water, and the water does not move, and the stone does not move, and nothing needs to move ever again tonight. Rest there at the still cool bottom of the deep calm water, with all the weight of the night settled warm and easy over you, and the slow breath coming and going of its own accord far above, and no thought reaching down this far, and no worry reaching down this far, and no day and no tomorrow reaching down this far. Only you, and the warm dark, and the deep still holding quiet, and the long slow slide of everything towards sleep. Softer now and softer, nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to be but warm and heavy and held and slowly going under, the breath slow, the dark kind, the night long, and all of it gently, endlessly carrying you down. Far below the surface of the night now, where the water is warm as breath and the dark is soft as fur, you go on settling, a little deeper with each slow tide of the breath, the way a leaf on the floor of a still pond settles through the seasons, unhurried, no hand touching it, only the slow weight of quiet pressing it gently down and down into the soft dark silt where nothing ever stirs it again. And out past the edge of you, so far off it hardly reaches, there is the sound of a sea you cannot see. Not near, not loud, only the long, slow drawing of it in and out, a great tired water breathing in the dark, drawing back from the sand and returning to it, drawing back and returning, keeping no count of the hours, asking nothing of the shore, only going on with its slow, soft folding and unfolding all through the night while everything sleeps. Let your own breath fall in with that far water, let it draw back, and return, let it go out long and slow across the wet sand, and come back, and there is no effort in it, none, the sea does not try to breathe and neither now do you, it simply happens, the long slow going and the long slow coming, the tide of you moving of its own accord in the warm dark far below thought. The sand here is warm even now, even in the deep of the night, warm the way sand keeps the day inside it long after the sun is gone, holding that gentle heat down in the dark of itself and giving it back slowly to whatever lies upon it, and you are lying upon it. The whole long length of you resting on warmth that rises up to meet your weight and cradle it, grain by soft grain shaping itself to you, taking the exact form of your shoulders and your back and the backs of your legs, so that there is nowhere the ground pushes up against you, nowhere you must hold yourself away from it, only this even warm yielding underneath the whole of you, this sense of being met everywhere at once and asked to carry nothing. Sink into the warm sand, let it take the weight of your heels, the weight of your hips, the long slow weight of your spine, each small bone of it setting down into the warmth one by one from the low of your back all the way up to the base of your skull, and the head heaviest of all, the head sinking last and deepest, cradled in warmth, held from below so completely that the neck has no work left to do, no lifting, no holding, nothing to keep. Just the head grown heavy and warm and given wholly over to the ground that rises to hold it. And there is no wind here tonight, only the still warm air lying gentle over the sand and over you, the same temperature as your skin so that you cannot feel where you end and the soft night begins. Your hand open on the warmth and the air resting on the back of it, and no line between them, no border you must keep. You are dissolving a little at your edges into the warm dark, the way a spoon of honey lets go slowly into warm water, softening outward, losing its shape without losing itself, becoming part of the warmth all around. Let the edges go, you do not need them tonight. There is nothing out there to be kept separate from, nothing pressing in that you must hold a shape against. Only more warmth, more dark, more of the same slow kindness reaching out in every direction as far as there is, so the guarding of your edges can stop. The whole long fence of you can come down, quietly all along its length, and let the warm night in, and let the warm night through, until you are less a thing held tight against the dark, and more a slow, warm place within it, indistinct, at ease, breathing with the far sea. Higher up the beach, where the dry grass leans, there is an old low fire burned down almost to nothing. Not flame anymore, only the deep red of coals under a soft grey coat of ash, glowing low and steady in the dark, giving off a warmth you can feel on the side of you turned toward it, the faint even heat of embers that will keep all night without being tended, and you do not have to tend it. That is the mercy of a fire burned down this far. It needs no more wood, no more watching, no more getting up in the cold to feed it. It has passed into the slow, patient burning of coals that hold their heat for hours in the dark and ask nothing, only glow and warm the air, and settle now, and then with a small soft sound and glow again. Let something in you burn down like that fire tonight, all the day's high bright flame of you, all the leaping and crackling and racing of it, the part of you that flared up at every small thing and burned hot and fast and used itself up, let it sink now to coals, let it stop leaping, let it settle under its soft grey warmth into that deep low, even red that keeps through the night without effort. You are not being put out. You are only burning lower and slower and warmer down toward the steady banked heat that lasts till morning and needs no hand. And the coals settle and glow, and the sea draws back and returns, and the warm sand holds you. And above all of it, if you could lift your eyes, though you will not, there is a whole slow wheeling of stars turning over the dark water, very far, very quiet, keeping their long, patient turning all night whether or not anyone watches, the same they have kept for longer than there have been eyes to see them, and you do not have to watch them either. They turn just as faithfully over a sleeping shore as a waking one. They will keep their turning through every hour of your rest, and be there still, unhurried, uncounting, when the sky at last goes grey. So let them turn without you, close the watching down. There is nothing up in all that slow, bright wheeling that needs you awake to keep it going. Down here it is enough to be warm, enough to be heavy, enough to lie in the held warmth of the sand, with the fire glowing low and the sea breathing slow, and the night laid over you thick and soft as a blanket of the deepest dark wool, a blanket with no weight of its own, and yet somehow pressing you gently, everywhere at once, down into rest. The way certain kinds of dark seem to have weight when you are this tired, a soft, dark thickness that settles over the open eyes and the tired face and the whole braced front of you and presses, without force, only presses, closing you softly down. Feel that soft dark settle over your face, over the brow that has held itself faintly furrowed for so long today it forgot it was doing it. Let the dark press the furrow smooth, over the eyes, the small tired muscles all around the eyes that have aimed and focused and searched and flinched all day long. Let the dark come down over them soft and cool, and tell them there is nothing left to look for, nothing left to find. They may stop their aiming now and go slack in their warm hollows. Over the cheeks, letting them fall, over the jaw, letting it hang loose and heavy and a little open, the teeth unclenching, the hinge of it going soft, over the mouth, the lips parting just slightly as the last small holding leaves them. And the tongue, let the tongue rest. Let it lie down soft and wide and heavy along the floor of the mouth, not pressed to anything, not braced against the teeth, not held to the roof of the mouth in that faint, unnoticed readiness to speak, just resting, loose and full and still, and with it something in the whole throat lets go, some long habit of holding words half ready, and the throat goes quiet and open and easy with nothing in it left to say. There is a great softness moving down through you now, slow as warm oil, slow as honey off a spoon, starting up in the loosened face and spreading down through the soft, loose throat and out across the shoulders that will not have to lift again tonight, letting them melt away from your ears and pour down toward the warm sand. Down the arms after them, the upper arms going heavy, the elbows going soft, the forearms warming and loosening, all the way to the hands. And the hands, curled faintly even in sleep out of long habit, uncurl now, finger by heavy finger, and lie open and warm and empty on the warmth, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, the palms soft and slack and turned up toward the kind dark. Nothing in your hands tonight, nothing to grip, nothing to carry, nothing to keep hold of against the dark. The hands that have gripped all day, that grip even the idea of tomorrow, that grip in the dark at nothing, let them fall open. Let whatever they were holding slip out of them and be gone. You can pick it all up again in the morning if you truly must. It will keep, it will all keep. None of it will spoil for a night of being set down. But tonight the hands are open and empty and warm and at rest. And there is a great relief in the empty open hand that the closed hand never knows. The soft warm oil of the loosening goes on pouring down through the wide of your chest, so that the breath comes even easier, even lower, even slower, moving the belly now more than the chest, the gentle round rise and long slow fall of a body that has stopped guarding itself. Down over the belly that clenches without being asked, that holds itself hard against the world all day like a fist behind the skin. Feel it unclench, feel it go soft and round and warm, feel it rise and fall in the easy way of the deeply asleep, all its long holding poured out and gone. Down into the hips, the deep sockets of the hips loosening, the weight of the legs hanging heavy and easy from them, given wholly to the warm sand. Down the long bones of the thighs, warming, softening, growing so heavy they seem to sink. Through the knees, letting them unlock and rest. Down the shins and calves, the calves that carried you and braced you and held their tension even lying down, letting go now, warming, loosening, pouring their held effort out into the ground. Into the ankles, into the feet, all the way down into the soles of the feet, and out through the toes and away, out of you entirely, gone into the warm sand and the deep dark and the far slow breathing of the sea. And now the whole long length of you is warm. The whole of you is heavy. The whole of you is loose and open and given over, from the softened brow to the emptied hands to the heavy sinking feet, one single warm settling weight resting in the held warmth of the ground, with the coals glowing low and the dark wool of the night laid soft over your face, and the slow tide going out and coming in, out and in, far away, keeping the long rhythm of your rest. You could not lift a hand now if you tried, and you will not try. There is a sweetness in this heaviness that has passed beyond the reach of trying, a place the effort cannot follow you down into, and you are there now below it, in the warm, the body too heavy to move and no wish anywhere in you to move it. The deep animal contentment of a creature safe in its warm den, with the long night outside and nothing in the dark that means it any harm. For you are safe, that is the whole of it, that is the still center of all this warm, heavy quiet. You are safe here now tonight. The doors are shut and the dark is kind and nothing is coming, and there is nothing to guard and nothing to fear and nowhere else you need to be. And the deep old part of you that has kept watch so long, that keeps watch even now out of a habit it cannot remember the reason for, even that can feel it now down here in the warmth, can feel that the danger it was braced against is not here, has never been here, is not coming, and feeling it, at last, it lays its weapons down. It stops its scanning of the dark. It folds its long vigilance away and lets its own weight settle and sighs and rests, and is, for this one whole long night, off duty. Rest, watchman, rest. You have stood at the wall a long time. You have watched every horizon, and the night is quiet, and the country is at peace, and you are relieved of your post till morning. Come down off the wall now into the warm. Lie down with the rest of you in the warm, dark den at the bottom of the still deep water, below the loosened sleef, below the sinking sand, where the sea breathes slow and the coals glow low, and there is nothing left to keep. The warmth holds you, the dark holds you. The slow breath rocks you faint and far, like a boat barely moving on a harbor at midnight, tethered and safe, lifting a hand's breadth on the swell and setting down again, lifting and setting down, going nowhere, wanting nowhere, only riding the slow dark water at its mooring through the long quiet hours with its one small light gone out, and the harbor still all around it, and the open sea shut safely away beyond the wall. Ride the slow swell of the breath like that, tethered and safe, lifting a little, setting down, lifting a little, setting down, the rope soft and sure at your bow, the water black and calm beneath you, the harbor sleeping, the light gone out, nothing to steer for, nothing to sail toward, only the gentle, endless rocking at rest in the dark, warm water of the night. And softer now, and slower, the swell smaller, the rocking fainter, the boat settling lower and stiller on the flattening water as even the harbor's small breath goes calm, down toward the perfect stillness where the water is glass and the boat does not move at all and the reflection of the dark is unbroken. Down and down toward that flat black stillness, almost there now, almost still. Almost gone into the warm dark quiet that has been waiting for you all along, patient as the sea, endless as the night, asking nothing, holding everything, carrying you softly, softly, on and down. And now let the boat go from you altogether. Let even that image loosen and drift off into the dark like breath on cold air, thinning, disappearing, no longer needed. For there is nothing left now that you need to hold in your mind at all. No picture to keep, no thread to follow, nothing to do with your attention, but let it settle wherever it settles, soft and formless, like snow coming down in the dark over a field where no one is walking. Snow, maybe, if you want it, coming down slow through the black air outside some window far from here, not falling so much as drifting, each flake taking its own long, unhurried time, turning, hesitating, settling at last onto the deep white that has gathered all night over the sleeping fields. No sound to it, no hurry in it. Only the endless patient descent of small, soft, weightless things through the quiet dark, coming to rest, layering the world in a hush so complete that even the wind has lain down under it. And you are somewhere warm inside that hush, behind thick walls, under a low roof, deep in the heart of a house that holds the cold out and the warmth in, and the snow falls and falls beyond the glass and cannot reach you, and the fields fill slowly with it and go silent under it, and you sink a little deeper into the warm with every flake that settles, as though each one, coming softly down out there in the dark, presses you a little gentler down into the softness here. Let it snow you to sleep then, that slow silent falling, nothing landing hard, everything landing soft, the whole wide dark world outside going quietly white and still, while you lie warm and unreachable at the center of the warmth, wanting nothing, needing nothing, going nowhere through the long white silence of the night. There is a kind of quiet that only comes this late, this far down into the small hours, a quiet with a texture to it, thick and soft and close, the quiet of a world that has finished its day entirely and set every last thing down, the roads empty, the lights out in the windows one by one until only the dark is left, the machines gone still, the voices gone. Even the small, restless sounds of the evening, long since faded into this deep felted silence that lies over everything now like snow over the fields. And you are part of it now, no longer separate from the quiet, no longer listening to it from inside a busy mind, but folded down into it, one more still thing among all the still things, one more sleeping shape in a world of sleeping shapes, your breath as slow and quiet as the breath of the house around you, as the breath of the street, as the breath of the whole dark hour. Everything that was holding on has let go. You can feel that even here, even mostly gone, how much lighter it is now that the holding has stopped. How the whole long day was a kind of holding, a gripping, a bracing you did not even know you were doing until now, when it has finally stopped, and you feel by its absence how heavy it was, how tiring, how endless, and it is gone now, set down. And what is left in its place is this soft, wide, weightless ease, this body that no longer has to hold itself together, this breath that no longer has to be managed, This quiet that no longer has to be watched. Just warmth, just weight, just the slow breath going in and out on its own in the dark, needing nothing from you. Somewhere far below the surface of things, there is a slowness that everything comes to in the end. The slowness of deep water where no current reaches. The slowness of stone. The slowness of the great slow turning of the dark toward morning that no one has to push and no one can hurry. And you are sinking down toward that slowness now, out of the quick, bright, restless world of the day and down into the deep, slow, patient world underneath it, where things take all the time there is, where nothing is late and nothing is urgent and nothing has ever once been rushed. Down there the breath comes slower still. You may notice it faintly from very far away, how much longer the out-breath has grown, how it pours out of you now in one long, unhurried stream, and then simply waits, in no hurry at all to draw the next one in, resting in the still empty space at the bottom of the breath before the body. When it is good and ready, in its own unhurried time, lets the next slow breath come drifting in. And that long, soft emptying, that gentle break the body knows all on its own, is telling every deep old part of you the same quiet thing, over and over, without words, that the day is done, that the danger is past, that it is safe, at last, to rest. You do not have to make it happen, you never did. The slowing happens on its own now, the way the snow falls on its own, the way the night deepens on its own toward its darkest hour. Your only part in it is to let it, to lie here and let the slow tide of it carry you, softer and lower with each long breath, deeper and quieter with each one, down and down and down. And should a thought drift by, some small pale thought surfacing out of the dark the way they do, let it drift on past without your reaching for it. Let it be another flake of snow coming down through the black and settling somewhere out in the field and going still. You do not have to follow it, do not have to answer it, do not have to hold it or push it away. Just let it come and let it go, come and go, the way the slow breath comes and goes, until the space between the thoughts grows wider and wider and softer, and the thoughts themselves grow fainter, farther, less, until they are only the last few flakes drifting down out of an emptying sky, and then not even those, only the deep white silence where the snow has stopped and the field lies perfect and unbroken under the dark. This is a calming practice, only that a quiet way of telling the body it is safe to rest, not medicine and not treatment. And if the long nights and the wound-up days go on wearing at you, a doctor or a good therapist is the one to bring that to. But not tonight. Tonight there is nothing to bring anywhere, nothing to solve, nothing to carry. Tonight there is only this warm, dark hour and your slow breath in it, and the deep, soft weight of a body finally letting itself down. Let it down further. There is always further, always another finger's width of letting go beneath the last one, always a little more of you that can soften, a little deeper you can sink, a little more the weight can spread and settle and pour itself down into the softness that holds you, the back of the neck, letting go a little more, the long muscles either side of the spine, unclenching by a hair and then by a hair again. The deep hidden places in the hips where the day's holding hides longest, loosening, opening, setting down at last. And everything that softens tells everything else it is safe to soften too, so that the letting go spreads through you slow and warm like heat through water, like light through the sky before dawn, unhurried, complete, leaving nothing behind it still braced. Warm and heavy and low and slow. Out beyond the walls, the snow has stopped, and the clouds are thinning, and here and there through the torn dark, a few faint stars have come out over the white silent fields, cold and far and very old, and utterly indifferent to everything, and beautiful for exactly that reason, burning their slow, quiet fire out there in the black, with nothing needed from them and nothing needed from you. Keeping their long watch over the sleeping country, the way they have kept it over every sleeping country since long before there was anyone at all to look up and be comforted by them. You do not have to look up. You do not have to keep any watch of your own. The old lights keep it for you tonight, patient and tireless in the cold, wheeling their slow way across the dark while the world sleeps beneath them. While you sleep beneath them, one small warm sleeping thing among the numberless sleeping things, they shine down on without counting, without judging, without asking anything at all. And under that slow wheel of old cold light, the night goes on turning, so gradually that nothing seems to move, toward a morning that is still hours and hours away, hours you do not have to cross, hours that will cross themselves without any help from you while you lie here far below them in the deep warm dark, dreaming or not dreaming, gone soft and formless and still. There is so much night left. That is the gift of this hour, the deep luxury of it, that there is no edge to it yet, no grey line in the east, no reason to surface, nothing at all to wake for. Only the long, generous middle of the dark stretching away on every side, hour after unhurried hour of it, all of it yours to sink through, all of it yours to sleep away. A great soft country of night with no fences in it and no roads and no clocks, and you set down somewhere near the middle of it with all the time there could ever be. Spend it slowly, spend it all. There is no saving it up for anything. Let it pour over you and past you like slow dark water, hour after hour, and take nothing from you and ask nothing of you and only carry you gently, gently, on toward a morning you need not think of yet. Down here the sounds of the far world come to you softened, if they come at all. The small clicks and settlings of the house easing in the cold. The wind, if there is wind, going by high and far above the roof with a sound like something very large breathing slowly in its sleep. A sound so distant and so soft that it does not disturb the quiet but deepens it. The way one far-off sound in a vast stillness only shows you how vast and how still the stillness is. And you let those far soft sounds wash over you and mean nothing, ask nothing, need no response. They are only the night breathing, the house breathing, the world breathing, all of it asleep together, all of it slow. And your own breath falls into time with all that slow breathing without your ever choosing it, the way a single voice will drift into time with a slow crowd of voices, the way one swaying branch drifts into time with all the swaying branches in a slow wind. You breathing as the house breathes, as the wind breathes, as the whole dark sleeping hour breathes, slow and long and low, so that there is no longer quite a line between your breath and the night's breath, between the warmth that holds you and the warmth you are, between the one who is lying here awake and the deep soft sleeping dark that has almost taken him all the way down. Almost all the way now, you can feel how close it is, how thin the last of the surface has worn, how little of you is still up here in the quiet listening, and how much of you has already gone down and under and soft, already sleeping, already dreaming its first formless drifting dreams in the deep warm dark below. And there is nothing to do about that last thin thread of waking, but let it wear thinner, let it fray, let it go. You do not have to cut it, and you do not have to hold it. It will let go on its own, the way everything tonight has let go on its own, in its own slow time, when it is ready. Let it be ready soon, let it be ready now. There is nothing on this side worth staying up for, and everything on that side warm and dark and waiting, and the way down so gentle, so gradual, so kind, that you will not feel the moment you cross, will not know the instant the last light goes out, will only be here, and then softer than that, and then simply, sweetly gone. Gone down into the warm, gone under into the dark, gone soft and slow and heavy, and still into the deep sleeping middle of the long kind night. And the snow lies quiet on the fields, and the old lights wheel slow overhead, and the house breathes low around you, and there is nothing more to do, and nothing more to hold, and nowhere at all to be but here, sinking, safe and slow and warm, and almost wholly gone. Rest now, deeper, down where the words no longer reach and no longer need to, down where there is only the slow breath and the warm dark and the long soft falling with no bottom to it and no end. Down and softly, softly down. And if some small part of you still lingers just under the surface, still floating in that last thin warm layer where the words can reach, let it float there as long as it likes. There is no hurry to go under and no hurry to stay, only the slow drift, whichever way it drifts. Somewhere far beneath you now, so far down it is only a feeling and not a thought, there is the sense of deep still water, not water you must swim in, not water that asks anything of you, but water that holds, the way warm water holds a body that has stopped trying to stay up, the way the sea holds a piece of driftwood that gave up long ago all its fighting and its floating toward, and simply lets itself be carried, turning slow, going nowhere, needing nowhere. And you are held like that now, in something warm and dark and deep, that carries you without your steering, that keeps you up without your effort, that would not let you sink too far even if you tried, so that even the sinking is safe, even the going down is a kind of being held. And the water is very warm, the way the sea goes warm in the last hour of a long day, when the sun has poured itself into it all afternoon, and now the light is gone, but the warmth stays on in the dark, low and even, all through the deep. And you lie in that warmth with nothing beneath you and nothing above you, only the soft weight of the dark like a slow tide moving over and around, lifting a little, setting down a little, lifting, setting down, so gentle you could not say where the lifting ends and the setting down begins. Rest there in the warm, slow water of the dark, turning so slowly you cannot feel the turn, going down so gradually there is no down. And far off, at the very edge of the far off, there might be the sound of that water too, not waves that break and startle, but the long, low sound of a tide that never quite arrives, that gathers itself somewhere out in the dark and moves towards some shore too distant to matter and never lands, only draws back and gathers and comes on again, slow as breathing, slow as the slow thing your own breath has become. A sound with no edges, no sharp beginning and no clean end, that rises out of the silence and sinks back into it without ever once breaking the silence. And you let that far tide come and go, meaning nothing, asking nothing, only smoothing the dark a little smoother each time it draws back, only carrying a little more of the last waking out with it each time it withdraws, out and away, out past the edge of hearing, out into the deep where it will not come back. Let it carry that too, let the tide take the last of it. You do not have to gather it up and hand it over. It slides off of its own soft weight, it goes with the going water, it is halfway out to sea already and you never lifted a hand. And how good it is, how impossibly good to be carried and not to carry, to be held and not to hold, to be moved so slowly through the warm dark by something patient and vast and kind that wants nothing from you but that you rest, that asks nothing of you but that you let it hold you a while longer, and a while longer than that, all the long, slow middle of the night. The tide comes, and the tide goes, and the warmth stays on beneath it, and you are further down now than the words can easily follow, down where the light of them grows dim, down where they arrive already soft and already fading, more like warmth than like words, more like the memory of a voice than a voice. So let them fade, let the words go dim and warm and wordless. You do not need to catch them anymore. You never needed to catch them. They were only ever a hand at your back, only ever a slow current under you, easing you down. And now that you are down, they can thin to almost nothing, and you will keep on drifting just the same, held by the warm, carried by the slow, safe in the deep with no help from anyone, sleeping the way a stone sleeps in a warm field, the way a fish sleeps in the deep still water under the ice, the way the whole tired world sleeps in the dark half of its turning. Down where the tide is only a whisper now, where the warmth is everything. And should the drift carry you, in its own slow time, up out of the deep water and onto some soft far shore. Let it be a shore like this, a long low beach of the finest warm sand at the very bottom of the night, dark and empty and endless, where the tide lays you down so gently you never feel yourself set down, and draws back, and leaves you there in the warm dark sand that fits itself to every curve of you, that holds the day's warmth in its still, that shapes to your shoulders and the small of your back, and the backs of your legs the way nothing has ever quite shaped to them before. A whole long shore of warmth beneath you and a whole wide dark of quiet above, and the tide sighing somewhere out past the edge of everything, and you laid down in the middle of it, done, arrived, finished with the day, finished with the holding on, poured out at last onto the warm dark ground of sleep like water poured slow into sand, spreading, sinking, disappearing in, becoming part of the warm dark ground. And the sand keeps the warmth all night. It does not cool. It holds you at exactly the warmth of being held all through the dark hours, without your asking, without your minding it, without your ever once having to keep it warm yourself. So sink into the warm sand of it. Let the shape of you press down and be received. Let every place that was still faintly braced find the ground rising up warm to meet it, taking the weight, holding the shape, so that there is nothing left anywhere in you to hold up, nothing to keep from falling, because you have already fallen all the way as far as there is to fall and landed soft, and the ground was warm, and it caught you, and it holds you, and it will not let you go any lower because there is no lower. You are already at the bottom, the good bottom. The warm, safe floor of the deepest part of the night, where nothing sinks any further because nothing needs to, where everything at last just rests. Rest on the warm floor of it, nothing beneath you but warmth, nothing above you but dark, nothing in you but slow. And time, which pulled at you all day, which stood over the day cracking its thin bright whip, hurry, hurry, not enough, not yet, not done, time has gone soft here too, has gone as slow and shapeless as everything else, has loosened out of its hard little ticking and spread into something wide and dim and unhurried, an hour that does not count itself, a dark that is in no rush to end, a night as long as you need it to be and longer, so that there is more of it ahead of you than you could ever use. Whole warm hours of it stacked up soft and dark and waiting, and no bell anywhere to ring the end of them, and nowhere at all you have to be when they are through. You have all the night, all of it, more than all of it, and not one moment of it asks a thing of you but that you spend it here, sinking, warm, held, slow. So spend it slow. Let the hours be long and let them be dark, and let them go by without your watching, one into the next, unmarked, uncounted, the way the long, slow hours go by for the fields under the snow, for the deep water under the ice, for the old lights turning far overhead, nothing counting them, nothing hurrying them, only the long, patient dark going by in its own good time, carrying you with it, gently, gently, toward a morning so far off it is not even a rumor yet. Not even a paleness at the edge, only a thing that will come, eventually, on its own, without your having to reach for it, or make it, or stay awake one single moment to be sure of it. It will come without you. The morning will make itself. You can lay the whole weight of tomorrow down here in the warm dark and let the night carry it for you, all of it, every bit, so that there is nothing left in your hands at all, nothing to bring down into sleep with you but the warmth and the weight and the slow. Empty-handed now, down into the warm, down into the long dark hours that ask for nothing. And your breath that has gone so slow, so low, so far from you, breathes on without you watching it, the way the tide breathes without anyone watching, the way the warm sand holds without anyone asking, a slow deep tide of breath going out and coming in at the very floor of you, so quiet and so easy and so far below the reach of thought that you are hardly the one breathing anymore. You are only the warm dark place where breathing happens. Only the still shore the slow tide of it washes over and draws back from over and back, each one longer and lower and further down than the one before. Out and slow and warm and gone. In, small and soft and far away. And out again, longer, into the warm. There is such kindness in it, in the way the body will do this all night for you, breathe you down and keep you down and hold you safe in the deep without one word of instruction, without your steering or your minding or your knowing. The body that braced all day, that held the whole day up on its aching shoulders, laid down now and finally trusted, finally left alone, finally allowed to do the one slow thing it has been aching to do since long before dark, which is only this, only to rest. Only to breathe slow in the warm and let the long night carry it. Only to be a warm, heavy sleeping thing on the warm, dark floor of the world, with nothing owed and nothing owing and nowhere at all to go. Let it rest that deep, deeper than dreams, some of it, down in the still warm place under the dreams where even the dreams grow quiet, where there are no pictures anymore and no story anymore, only warmth, only weight, only the slow dark tide of the breath and the long soft holding of the night. And if the dreams come, let them come soft. Let them drift up out of the deep like slow warm bubbles rising through dark water, wandering, wordless, going nowhere, meaning nothing you must follow. You do not have to chase them, and you do not have to make sense of them, and you do not have to stay for the end of them. Let them rise and turn and drift and thin and go, one into the next, the way the far clouds drift and thin and go across the dark, while the deep warm floor of you stays put, stays down, stays held. You the still warm ground and the dreams only the soft weather passing over it, high and slow and harmless, and none of it able to lift you, none of it able to wake you, all of it only more of the night going gently by. Sleep under the drifting, dreams the way the field sleeps under the drifting snow. Covered, quiet, warm beneath the cold soft cover, deep beneath the slow white weather, sunk down under all of it into the dark warm patient earth that does not dream and does not wake and only holds, all winter, all night, holds and waits and rests, and keeps whatever is laid down in it safe and warm and still until the far-off gentle time for rising, which is not now, which is nowhere near now, which is a whole long dark warm world of hours away. So far from now, so much dark still to rest in, so much warm still to sink through. Down where the snow lies over the field, and the field lies over the warm dark earth, and the warm dark earth lies over the deep still water, and the deep still water lies over the floor of everything, layer on soft layer of quiet stacked up over you, tucking you further and further down, warmer and warmer under, deeper and deeper into the long-held middle of the night, every layer a little darker, every layer a little warmer, every layer a little more asleep. And you sink through them slow, through the snow and the field and the earth and the water, through warm into warmer into warmest, through dark into darker into the softest, deepest dark there is, the dark at the very bottom, the dark that has been waiting for you all your life to lie down in it, and finally, on this long quiet night, with the wind gone high above the roof and the lights wheeling slow, and the whole tired world laid down around you, you have lain down in it. You are lying in it now, the deepest, softest, warmest dark there is, holding you, all around you, under you, over you, closer than the warmth of your own held breath. And there is nothing more to reach for down here, and nothing more to let go of, because it is all already let go, all already down, all already given over to the warm and the dark and the slow. And the words, coming so soft now, so far off now, so nearly gone now, ask nothing of you either, only drift down through the dark like the last slow snow to settle warm and wordless over the sleeping shape of you and melt into the deeper quiet and be gone. Let them settle, let them melt, let them be gone into the warm. There is only the dark now and it is kind, only the warmth now and it holds, only the slow now and it carries, and you, down at the bottom of all of it, safe and held and heavy and warm and slow, and so far under now that the far tide is only a hush, and the far wind is only a hush, and the far turning lights are only a hush, and even this voice is only a hush, thinning down into the one long hush that the whole night has become. Down in the hush, down in the warm, down where there is nothing left to do but the slow, deep breathing that breathes itself, and the long, soft resting that rests itself, and the deep, dark holding that will hold you and hold you and hold you, all the long, slow way through, all the long, warm middle, all the long, kind dark. Softly now, softer than that, and softer still. And down here in the hush, there is a warmth that has nothing to do with effort, a warmth that simply is, the way an ember keeps its small red heart long after the fire has gone quiet, glowing low and steady beneath the soft grey ash, asking nothing, needing no tending, only holding its warmth through the darkest hours, the way your own body holds its warmth now, banked and slow and untroubled, a low, quiet glow at the center of you that the night settles gently over and keeps. You are that ember now. Warm at the core, soft at the edges, covered over and kept. And there is no one who needs to tend you, and nothing that needs to be fed or fanned or watched, only the slow, low keeping of your own warmth through the deep of the dark, holding easy, holding without holding, glowing without burning, down and down. And far outside, past the still room and the quiet walls, the night has its own slow business that goes on without you, that has never once needed you, that will carry itself all the way to morning whether you watch it or not. The slow cooling of the stones in the old wall, the slow beading of the dew on the long grass, the slow settling of the house on its foundations, one small tick and then a longer quiet, one small easing and then stillness, the whole patient weight of it giving itself over to the ground the same way you are giving yourself over now, board by board, beam by beam, breath by breath. The house rests too. The house has been standing all day, and it lays its weight down at night the same as you. And the two of you rest together, the house around you and you within the house, both of you held by the same dark ground, both of you let all the way down. There is nothing you are keeping watch for now. Nothing out there in the dark is coming, and nothing in here needs guarding, and the small tireless part of you that spent the whole long day scanning and checking and bracing has finally, quietly been allowed to set its watch down and rest with the rest of you. It did its work. It did more than enough. And now even it is off duty, even it is lying down, even it has stopped its scanning and gone soft in the dark along with everything else. Let it rest. It has earned this. Let it lie down in the warm and be off duty till the far gentle morning that is nowhere near. And somewhere in the deep of you, the slow tide of the blood goes round, unhurried, warm, the way a slow river moves through flat country in the dark. No rush to it, no urgency, only the long, patient carrying, round through the warm dark of you and back again, round and back, a quiet inner tide that has kept its own slow time your whole life long without ever once needing you to think of it. It carries on now, gentle and warm, while you rest above it, while you float on it, while the slow red river of you moves through the dark and needs nothing, asks nothing, only goes round and warm and slow, and carries you softly along toward the morning without a single effort of your own. You do not have to do the breathing, it is being done. You do not have to do the warming, it is being kept. You do not have to do the resting. The rest is resting itself all through you, all around you, an easy tide of quiet that rises and holds and needs no hand on it at all. And so there is nothing, truly nothing, left for you to do down here but be carried, be kept, be warm, be slow, be gone into the soft of it. And if a small far thought drifts up out of the dark, the way a leaf turns over once on the surface of still water, let it turn, and let it settle, and let it sink again without your reaching after it. The thoughts can come, and the thoughts can go, and none of them need you tonight. None of them are yours to hold. None of them are worth the smallest surfacing. They drift up and they drift down, and the deep dark water of you closes over them soft, and takes them under, and goes still again. You are far below where the thoughts move now, down where the water is warm and unmoving, down where nothing turns over, down where it is only quiet, and only warm, and only slow. This is a calming practice, and nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, only a quiet way of telling a tired body it is safe to rest. And if the sleepless nights go on wearing at you, a doctor or a therapist is the kind and proper person to bring that to. But not now. Nothing to bring anywhere now. Now there is only the warm dark and the slow tide and the low-kept ember of you, glowing soft at the bottom of the night, needing nothing, doing nothing, only sinking gently on and on. Feel how the weight of you has changed since the beginning of all this. How the bracing has gone out of the long muscles of the back, and the holding has gone out of the hands, and the guarding has gone out of the belly, and what is left lying here in the dark is just the plain, honest weight of a body that has finally stopped bracing. Heavier than when you lay down, softer than when you lay down, sunk deeper into the warm than you would have believed you could sink. The whole long tension of the day has drained down out of you and away into the dark ground. And it took nothing but time, and it took nothing but the slow breathing, and it is nearly all gone now, nearly all given over, nearly all let down into the deep. And the dark itself is so soft now, so complete, so kind, that there are no more edges anywhere. You cannot feel where the warmth of you ends and the warmth of the covers begins. You cannot feel where the weight of you ends and the hold of the bed begins. You cannot feel where the slow of your breathing ends and the slow of the whole quiet night begins. It has all gone soft at the borders, all blurred warm together, all become one seamless held and holding dark, and you are simply somewhere in the middle of it, warm and dissolved, and carried, with no line left to say where you stop, and the rest of the gentle dark takes over. Let the borders go, there is no need for them down here. Let the shape of you soften out into the warm the way the last heat of the day softens out into the evening air with no seam and no edge, given freely, spreading slow, gone gentle into the larger warmth without any loss at all. You are not disappearing. You are only resting so deep that the edges no longer matter, only sinking so far that the keeping of a shape is one more thing you have set down. Set it down. Go soft at the edges. Let the warm dark have you, all the way to the borderless middle of the night. And the hours themselves are on your side tonight. There are so many of them still ahead, stacked up dark and patient and warm between here and any far grey morning, hour upon slow hour with nothing asked of them and nothing asked of you, a great soft depth of night still to be sunk down through, and no bottom that you have to reach, and no shore that you have to swim for, and all the time in the whole dark world to do nothing at all but rest. You are early in it. You are so early in it. There is nothing but night ahead, warm and long and slow and yours, and you can let yourself all the way down into it knowing there is more and more and more of it still to come. So there is no hurry in the sinking now, no pull, no last thing to reach for before the dark closes over. Only the slow, soft settling of something that has all the night in the world to settle, drifting down through the warm one easy fraction at a time, the way silt drifts down through deep still water long after the current has gone, turning slow, catching no light, coming to rest at last so gently on the soft floor of everything that there is no moment you could name as the landing, only warm, and then warmer, and then the deep unbroken rest at the bottom that was always going to be yours. And the low ember of you glows on through all of it, banked and warm and kept, at the center of the borderless dark, at the bottom of the patient hours, carried on the slow inner tide that needs no tending, breathed by the breath that breathes itself, held by the ground that holds the house, and the house that holds the room, and the room that holds the warm, and the warm that holds you. Layer on quiet layer of keeping, all the way up and out into the sleeping dark, and all of it turned gently toward your rest. Softer now, there is barely anything left to say, and less reason to say it, and the voice knows this, and lets its own words come slower and further apart, and quieter, sinking down toward the same warm floor you are sinking toward, thinning out into the hush the way the last light thins out of a room at the end of a long day until you cannot say when it went, only that the dark has come, and it is soft, and it is welcome, and it holds. Nothing to do, nothing to reach, nothing to keep, Only the warm and the slow and the deep and the kind long dark that goes on and on above you and below you, and all the patient way to a morning that is nowhere near. And the breath goes out long and slow and easy into the warm and does not hurry back. And when it comes on its own, soft and low, and asks nothing, and goes out again, longer, slower, down into the dark that is only kind. Just this, just the warm, just the slow going down and the deep staying down, and the whole long gentle night still folded quiet all around you, holding and holding and holding you under into the soft, into the still, into the warm dark middle where there is nothing left but rest. So far under now, so warm, so slow, so safe, so held. And softer than that, and softer still. And somewhere far above the warm where you are lying, the snow has begun. Not the snow of any storm, nothing that drives or stings, only the slow kind, the kind that comes down through windless air in the deep middle of the night when no one is watching, each flake taking its own unhurried time to find the ground, coming down through the dark so gently that it makes no sound at all, only a deepening of the quiet, a softening of every edge in the world. And it is settling now over everything that lies out there beyond the walls, laying itself down fold on fold, filling the hollows, rounding the hard shapes, muffling the far roads, until there is nothing left out there but hush, and more hush, and the slow white weight of it coming down and staying. You do not have to be out in it. You are only near it, only aware of it, the way you might be aware from a warm bed of weather that cannot reach you. And there is something in that, in the knowing that the cold and the falling and the settling are all going on out there, patient and endless, while you lie here on the warm side of it all, gathered in, kept, nothing asked of you by any of it. Only the deep, slow luxury of being the one who is warm, while the quiet snow does the long work of covering the world. And it covers, laying down its soft grey-white blanket over the fields you cannot see, over the bare branches, over the fences and the still cars and the roofs of the sleeping houses. And every place it touches goes quieter and rounder and kinder, until the whole of the outside has been tucked in under the same slow weight, the same patient softening, the same deep hush that has already come for you. So let the snow keep falling out there at the edge of your knowing. Let it go on all night if it wants to, without your watching, without your help. There is nothing in the falling that needs you. It will come down just as softly whether you follow it or let it go. And it is easier, so much easier, to let it go. To let the far white settling blur out into the dark at the edges of you and become only another layer of the quiet that holds you, another fold of the deep night pulled up warm around your shoulders. Down here where you are, there is no cold in it, only the idea of cold held at a distance, making the warm warmer by being so far off. Only the deep animal comfort of the body that is exactly warm enough, wrapped and weighted and kept, while somewhere out past the walls, the slow snow does what it has always done and asks nothing of anyone. And your breath goes out into that warmth, long and slow and unhurried as the falling, and comes back on its own, soft in its own time, and goes out again a little longer, a little slower, drifting down the way the snow drifts down, one easy exhale settling into the next with no seam you could ever find. There is a kind of sleep that the very old snow knows, the snow that fell first and lies deepest, far down under all the later falling, pressed close and still and utterly at rest, holding the whole white weight of everything above it without effort, without strain, simply lying where it came to lie and being still. And you are down there now, in that oldest layer, that deepest and stillest place, with all the soft hours of the night laid gently over you like snowfall over snowfall, and none of it heavy, none of it hard, only the accumulating hush of a night that has decided to be kind. Let the weight of it be good. Let the covered feeling be a held feeling. Let every soft ounce of the dark that has gathered over you be one more reason to stay exactly where you are, down in the warm, down in the still, down in the place where nothing is asked. And time out there has gone as slow as the snow. The night is not passing so much as deepening, folding further into itself, the way the drifts fold deeper as the hours go, and you are folded in with it, carried not forward but downward, further into the warm, further from the day, further from anything with an edge. And there is still so much of it left, so much dark, so much quiet, so much slow soft falling still to come before there is any grey in the east at all. You are nowhere near the morning. You do not have to think of the morning. The morning is on the far side of a whole country of snow, a whole long field of hours, and you have not even begun to cross it, and you do not have to cross it, and you would not want to hurry across it even if you could. Because here, where you are in the deep first hush, is the best of all of it, the warmest and the stillest and the most yours. So stay down, stay warm. Let the snow keep the far world quiet, and let the quiet keep you. And now, beneath even the snow, beneath the covered fields and the muffled roads, there is the ground itself, the old dark patient ground, frozen still on its surface, but deep down never cold, holding its slow warmth far below the reach of any winter. And the ground does not sleep the way you sleep, but it rests the way mountains rest, the way the deep places rest, unbothered, unhurried, keeping its heat close through all the long dark of the year, and asking nothing, needing nothing, simply being the thing that everything else lies down upon. And you are lying upon it now, through the floor and the foundation and the deep cold crust, all the way down to where the old warmth waits, held by all of it. The whole enormous patient body of the earth turned tonight, in this one small dark room, toward the single soft work of holding you up while you let go. It has held every sleeper that has ever slept. It held them all through every night there has ever been, and it never once grew tired of the holding, never once set anyone down, never once asked to be relieved. And it will not tire of holding you. You could not be heavy enough to trouble it. You could let go with everything you have, sink with all your weight, give it the whole of you, and it would take it as easily as it takes the weight of the snow, as easily as it takes the weight of the still cars and the sleeping houses and the bare dark trees. All of it, all of us, held up without effort on the wide warm back of the turning world. So give it your weight, all of it, the weight you did not know you were still carrying, the weight in the back that has been holding itself up out of an old habit of holding, the weight in the legs that has been half ready all this time to stand, the small unnoticed weight of the hands that have been almost gripping the dark. Let all of it go down through you and out of you and into the ground that wants it, that takes it, that has always taken it, and hold onto none of it any longer. There is nothing left for you to carry. The ground has it. The ground has had it all along. You only have to stop lifting what was never yours to lift and let it lie where it falls, and let yourself lie down on top of it, empty and warm and kept. And the earth turns, slow, under the snow, under the room, under you, carrying the whole dark half of the world gently on around toward a morning that is hours and hours and hours away. And you turn with it, without moving, without trying, borne along on the huge unhurried wheel of the night at a speed you cannot feel, in a direction you do not have to choose, held to the warm curve of it by nothing more than the deep kindness of weight. You could not fall off. There is nowhere to fall to. There is only down, and you are already down, as far down as down goes, resting on the thing that everything rests on. So let the turning carry you, let the ground hold you, let the snow keep the quiet, let the warm keep the cold away, and let your breath go out long and low into all of it, and come back only when it comes, and go out again, slower, down into the warm dark middle where the earth is holding you and will not let go. And in the deepest part of the still house, in the walls themselves, in the quiet wood and the settled stone, There is a kind of rest so old and so complete that it has forgotten it was ever anything else. The beams that have held their weight so long they no longer feel it. The floor that has learned the shape of stillness. The whole patient structure of the place breathing its one slow breath across the years, expanding by a hair in the day's warmth, drawing in by a hair in the night's cool, so slowly that a whole human life could pass in a single breath of the house. And tonight the house is breathing out, settling by that one invisible hair into the cold, ticking now and then in the dark, soft, the small sound of old wood easing, of a thing letting go of the day's warmth the way you are letting go of the day. And you are held inside that slow-breathing, one warm sleeper in the deep chest of a resting house, in the deep chest of a resting town, in the deep chest of the resting winter world. Layers of stillness inside layers of stillness, and you at the warm center of all of them, kept. Nothing in any of it is awake, but the smallest kind ember of your knowing, and even that is dimming now, banked low, turned down soft, tended by nothing, needing no tending, glowing on quiet at the middle of all the folded dark for no reason, but that it is warm and it is yours, and it has not yet had to go all the way out. And it does not have to go out, not yet, not for hours. It can simply glow low and untroubled while everything around it deepens, while the snow deepens and the quiet deepens and the warmth deepens, and the long dark middle of the night comes further and further in around you until there is no edge to it anywhere, no wall, no floor, no border between the warm of you and the warm of the room, and the warm dark keeping of the whole enormous sleeping world. Softer now, there is so little left to say, and no need to say even that, and the words are coming slower now, the way the last of the snow comes slower near the deepest hour, single flakes now, drifting far apart, taking all the time in the night to fall. And between them, more and more of the good deep quiet, the quiet that does not wait for words, the quiet that was here before any of this and will still be here long after, holding, patient, kind. Let the spaces between the words grow. Let them fill with warm dark. Let each slow thing that is said land softly and then be gone, leaving no ripple, asking nothing, only smoothing the way a little further down into the still. You do not have to hold on to any of it. You do not have to follow. You can let the sound of it go the way you let the snow go, out past the edge of your knowing, into the hush, into the held dark, into the deep and covered night. Down here there is only the warm and the weight and the slow. Only the ground that holds you and the snow that keeps the quiet and the house that breathes its long breath around you and the low-kept ember at the center that does not have to burn. Only this. Only the deep soft middle of the night, folded around you fold on fold, still coming down, still settling, still keeping you under, into the warm, into the still, into the covered dark where there is nothing left to do but be held. So far under now, so warm, so kept, so slow, and the breath goes out into it long and low and easy, and does not hurry, and does not have to, and comes back on its own soft and asks nothing and gives nothing away and goes out again longer into the deep and patient dark that is only kind, only quiet, only warm, only yours, and holds and holds and holds you under, softer than snow and softer still. And somewhere far under all of that keeping, in a place the words can barely reach anymore, the body goes on doing the one slow thing it knows how to do without you, letting go, a little more each time the breath leaves, a little more each time the chest settles back down toward the bed. Nothing you have to arrange, nothing you have to check, just the long quiet unclenching that happens all on its own once the guard is truly down. And the guard is down now. You can tell by the way the weight has changed, how it is no longer a thing pressing on you, but a thing you have become. The heaviness not laid over you, but risen up through you, the way warmth rises through still water, evenly, without a seam. So that there is no longer a heavy body and a person inside it, only one settled weight, one whole resting thing, sinking by the smallest degrees into what holds it. Let me carry you somewhere new for a while, nothing you need to picture, nothing you need to make, only a soft place for the mind to rest its hand while the body goes on down. Think of the slow, warm shallows at the very edge of a summer sea, late, long after the last of the day has gone. The tide far out and turning, unhurried, in no rush to come or go, and the water lying there over the sand so shallow and so still that it barely remembers it is water at all. Warm from a whole day of sun, holding that warmth now into the dark the way sand does, the way stone does, the way a body does under good heavy covers. And the smallest movement passing through it, not even a wave, only a long, slow breathing of the surface, a lift and a settle, a lift and a settle, so gentle it would not tip a leaf. That is the pace down here. That slow. The water lifts and sets back down, and you need do nothing but be the warm sand under it, feeling the soft weight of it come and ease, warm over warm, with all the night ahead and nowhere at all it has to be. And your breath has already found that rhythm, found it long ago without asking you, the long ease out like the water drawing back over the sand, the soft turn, the easy fill like it quietly coming in again. No edge to any of it, no line where one ends and the next begins, only the round and endless folding of it, one into the next, warm into warm, slow into slow. Let the out-breath be the water leaving. Long, unhurried, taking a little more of the day's held tightness with it each time it goes, drawing it down off the shoulders and out through the loosening arms and away over the warm dark sand, out to where the tide keeps it, out where you will not have to think of it again tonight. And the fill comes on its own, you do not pull it in, it simply arrives, the way the shallow warmth slides back up the sand without being called, covering what it covers, asking nothing, and then eases away again, longer going than coming, always longer going. There, the whole body a warm shore now, and the breath the slow tide over it, and nothing to do but let the tide keep coming and going while you sink. And even the shore is softening. The places that were sharp in you all day, the set of the jaw that held 100 things back, the fine tight muscles that ring the eyes, the ones that spent the whole day narrowed against the light and the screens and the small hard tasks. They are letting the warm water come over them now, and under it they are going smooth, going shapeless, the way a footprint in wet sand loses its edges when the shallows slide across it, once, twice, until you could not say a foot had ever pressed there at all. Let the day's marks smooth out of you like that. Slowly, under the warmth. The frown you did not know you were wearing, smoothing. The small ridge held between the brows all these hours, easing flat. The mouth loosening at its corners, the lips parting the least amount. The tongue coming down soft off the roof of the mouth to rest low and wide and heavy in the warm dark of the jaw. Nothing in the face doing anything now, nothing braced, nothing set. The whole front of the head gone smooth and open, and untroubled as sand the tide has just crossed and left clean. And the warmth does not stop at the face. It goes down the throat slow, and the throat lets it, softening around it, no words in there now, nothing waiting to be said, only the easy warm passage of the breath going through, unguarded. And it spreads across the shelf of the chest, wide and even, and the ribs that had been holding themselves the smallest bit high all evening let that go, sink the last small distance down, so the whole chest rests lower now, heavier held. And it pools in the belly. The belly, which clenches so quietly and so long that you forget it is clenching, which braces against so much, all day, without a word. Let it have the warm now, let it take the slow tide right into its center and go soft there, right down deep behind the navel. The muscles there unfisting, unknotting, spreading loose and warm and wide, so the breath can come all the way down into them at last, and lift them gently, and set them down, and lift them, the way the shallow water lifts and sets the warm sand it lies on. Nothing held there anymore, nothing standing guard over the soft middle of you. Just warmth and weight, and the slow turning tide of the breath. Softer now, and the warmth spills lower still, down through the hips, which carry so much and complain so little, down into the deep hinges of them, where the day's long sitting and standing and hurrying all gathered and set like cooling wax. Let the warm come into those deep places and loosen them, thin the held wax back to warmth. Let the hips go heavy and open and wide on the bed, tipping the smallest bit, giving their whole weight over, done, resting, kept. And down the long lengths of the legs, where the tide runs slow. The thighs, big and strong and tired, letting go of the last of their holding, going soft on the sheets, spreading their weight. The knees unlocking, easing. The calves, which brace so hard against so much you never asked them to brace against, unwinding now, long and warm and slack. Down to the ankles, gone loose. Down into the feet, the far quiet shores of you, warming through, the toes uncurling one from another, the soles going soft, the whole of the foot let down heavy and warm at the far edge of the tide. There is nothing left in you standing guard. Feel that, not as a thing to check, only as a thing that is quietly, warmly true. From the crown of the head to the ends of the feet, the tide has crossed you now, gone over every held place, smoothed every set edge, drawn every tightness down and out and away, and left you here, one long warm shore under one slow breathing tide, in the dark, at the turning of the night, with nowhere to be and nothing to hold and no watch to keep. The guard came down hours ago, and it has not come back, and it will not come back tonight, because there is nothing here that needs it, nothing in the dark room that means you any harm, nothing in the warm dark house, nothing under the long quiet of the roof, nothing out past the walls, but the ordinary sleeping world doing what it does every night, whether you keep watch or not, turning slowly, holding its own weight, needing nothing at all from you. You are allowed to be off duty, all the way off, for the whole of the night. And the body knows it now, down under the words, in the slow loosening it goes on doing by itself. It has read the long ease of the breath, and the smooth of the face, and the give of the belly and the heaviness of the limbs, and it has understood, in the wordless way it understands, that the danger has passed, that there is no danger, that it is safe here to set everything down and stay down. And so it lets the last small holdings go, one by one, quietly, without telling you, the way a hand opens in sleep, and the thing it was carrying rolls free and is simply gone. Let it be gone. Whatever your hands were still holding, let it roll free and be gone into the warm dark where you will not have to hold it. There is no need to know where it went, only that it is out of your hands now, and your hands are open, and your hands are warm, and your hands are resting, palms soft and empty and heavy on the bed, done with carrying for tonight. Softer. And the shallows go on lifting and setting over the warm sand of you, slow, endless kind, and the breath goes with them, long out, easy in, longer out, and each time it goes, you are a little further under than before, a little heavier, a little further from the surface, a little deeper into the warm dark keeping that has no floor to it, that only goes down and gets warmer and quieter and slower the deeper you sink. There is no bottom you have to reach, no place you are trying to get to. Only the sinking itself, slow and warm and safe, going on as long as the night goes on, down past the last of the day, down past the last of the thinking, down under the reach of the words, where even this voice becomes only another warm, slow thing in the dark, no more to be followed than the sound of the far tide, no more to be held than the warmth of the room, something you can let wash over you and through you and away, taking nothing, leaving only more of the good deep quiet behind it. You do not have to listen. You do not have to stay with the words at all. Let them go the way you let the tide go, out past the edge of your knowing into the hush, and let yourself go on down without them, alone and warm and perfectly safe in the deep soft middle of the night, held by the ground, kept by the dark, carried by the slow turning of your own quiet breath. Softer still now. The tide far out and turning. The sand warm and still. The breath long and low and easy, going out into the dark and not hurrying and not needing to, and coming back on its own, soft, and going out again, longer, into the warm and patient dark that is only kind. And holds you. And holds you. And holds you under. Let more of the dark come in between the words now. Let it come in the way the warm water comes up over the sand, slow, unhurried, covering a little more each time, filling the spaces, smoothing them, until there is more warm dark than word, more quiet than voice, more sinking than sound. And in those spaces, nothing is asked of you. Nothing at all. Only the warmth. Only the weight. Only the slow. Only the tide coming and easing over the long still shore of you, all through the deep of the night, keeping you under, keeping you warm, keeping you safe, while you sink and go on gently down into the held and covered dark. Down where the water lies so still, it forgets it is water. Down where the sand stays warm long into the night. Down where the breath goes out, and out, and out, longer than it comes, drawing the last of the holding away with it, out to the turning tide, out past the edge of everything, into the warm. And lets it go, and lets you go. Softer than the shallows, softer than the settling sand, softer and slower and further under still. And now let the far shore go too, let it thin and fade the way a sound fades when you stop reaching for it, and let something new and quiet come and take its place, all on its own, without your having to make it. The slow, soundless coming down of snow over a wide, still field in the deep middle of the night. No cold in it, none at all, only the falling, only the slow, patient, endless drift of it coming down out of the dark, so light, so unhurried, each flake taking its own long time to reach the ground, and no wind to hurry it, only the down and the settling. And you are not out in it. You are held warm and deep beneath it, somewhere low and safe and covered, while it comes down over the whole of the world above you and lays its soft weight on everything and makes it still. Feel how it quiets things, how each falling layer takes a little more of the sound out of the night, how the field that was already quiet goes quieter still under the covering, until there is no edge left anywhere, no sharpness, no line, only the smooth, soft, rounded hush of a world gone gently under. That is the hush I want to lay over you now, that soft, thick, covering quiet, coming down slow, settling without a sound, filling the low places, smoothing the held places, rounding away every last hard edge of the day until there is nothing left in you that has a corner to it, nothing left that could catch, nothing left that the quiet cannot cover. Long out breath now, let it go the way the snow goes, slow and soundless and down, and let the covering deepen by that much. And the in-breath, small and easy, taking nothing, asking nothing, and the long breath out again, drifting down, laying itself over you, one more soft layer of quiet on a body already deep asleep beneath the weight of the good dark. There is so much night left, so much of it still ahead of you, wide and dark and kind, hour on hour of it, all of it yours to sink through, none of it needing anything from you at all. You have hours yet before any light, hours of this deep covered keeping, and nothing to do in any of them but lie here low and warm and let the quiet go on coming down. Feel the weight of you now, settled into whatever holds you, how completely it has given itself over, how there is no longer any part of you doing the holding. The bed takes it all, the floor beneath the bed takes it from there. The deep still ground beneath the floor takes it further down. All the way down through everything solid and patient and old, that has been holding weight far longer than you have been alive, and will go on holding it long after, and holds yours now without the smallest strain, gladly, easily, for as long as this night lasts and longer. You can let all of it go down into that holding and not take any of it back. The weight of your legs going, the weight of your back spreading and going, the weight of your arms lying wherever they have come to rest, heavy and done and gone. The weight of your head sunk deep into the soft, given wholly over, nothing in it left to lift. All of it drifting down through the layers, settling, being taken, being kept. And the snow still coming, still soundless, still down, filling the hollows of the field, softening the far fences until they are only low, soft rises in the white, laying itself along every branch of every still tree until the whole shape of the dark is padded and rounded and made gentle. The long breath out, and a little more of you goes under with it, a little more of whatever was still holding, still braced, still faintly awake in some far corner, gives up its small watching and lets the cover come. There is nothing out there in the dark field to watch for, nothing coming across the snow, nothing that the deep white night has not already softened and stilled and taken into its keeping. You are the most held thing in all of it, the warmest, the safest, the furthest under. Let the falling slow you. Let its slowness be your slowness. There is no fast anywhere in a snow like this, no quick, no sudden, only the long, drifting, patient down of it, one flake and then another, in no hurry ever to arrive. And your breath can match it now, slow as the falling, slow as the settling, slower, with all the night in the world to do it in. And under the snow, warmth, always the warmth. The deep low-held warmth of a body that has finally stopped guarding itself, gone soft all the way through, giving off its own quiet heat into the dark, and keeping it, wrapped, covered, banked like a low fire under ash that will glow gently on and on through every dark hour without ever needing to be tended. That is you now, a low warm glow under a deep soft cover in the still middle of a long white night. Nothing to tend, nothing to feed, nothing to keep alight. Only the slow, warm burning down and down of a day at last completely spent, giving its last easy heat into the keeping dark. Longer out now, and let the ash settle a little deeper over the coals, and let the glow go lower and warmer and stiller, and let the snow come down over all of it, soundless, endless, kind. Somewhere far off, if you listen, and you do not have to listen, the whole covered world is settling too. A branch somewhere easing under its soft weight and letting it slide and going still again. The old timbers of somewhere warm ticking and settling as the night cools and deepens. The small, deep, contented sounds of a world lying down for the dark and giving up its own long day, and none of them for you to answer, none of them asking anything. Only the far, soft, settling sounds of everything else going under too, keeping you company in the deep, without ever once disturbing the quiet. You are not the only thing sleeping tonight. The field sleeps under its cover, the trees sleep, padded and still. The low hills sleep out past the edge of seeing. The whole dark, rounded world sleeps under the falling, and you sleep in the deep, warm middle of it, one more small, warm, sleeping thing among all the others, held in the same great quiet, covered by the same soft dark, carried by the same slow turning of the long night toward a morning that is still hours and hours away and needs nothing from you now. Breathe it in small and slow, the cold, clean quiet of the covered field drawn gently down into the deep warm of you, and breathe it out longer, soft, giving back only warmth, only ease, only the last of the day drifting off into the dark to be covered over and lost and let go. And sink, go on and sink. There is still further down to go. There is always further down in a night this long and this kind, and no reason left in the world not to go there. Down under the snow, down under the settling, down under the low warm glow and the deep still cover and the soundless endless falling. Down where the field forgets it is a field and is only white and quiet and soft. Down where you forget you are a shape at all and are only warmth, only weight, only the slow, long breath going out into the keeping dark. The snow does not stop. That is the mercy of it. It does not stop and it does not hurry. It only comes and lays itself down all night, patient past all patience, covering and covering and covering, so that however deep you have already gone, there is always more coming down to settle over you. Always another soft layer of quiet arriving out of the dark to lay itself along the shape of your rest and press it gentler and deeper and further under still. Let it cover the last of your thinking. Let it come down over whatever thoughts are still drifting somewhere high and slow, and let them slow as they fall, and let them thin, and let them settle out of sight beneath the white, until the surface of your mind is as smooth and unbroken and still as the surface of the field, one soft unmarked sweep of quiet with nothing standing up out of it anywhere, nothing casting a shadow, nothing catching the dark, just the smooth, deep, covered still. And if a thought should rise, even now, even this deep, let it be only one more slow flake turning down out of the dark, weightless, soundless, meaning nothing, on its way to the same soft ground as all the others, to settle and be covered and add its small silence to the deep. You do not have to catch it. You do not have to follow where it falls. Let it come down and let it land, and let the next slow layer cover it over, gone, quiet, kept. And stay down where you are, low and warm and deep beneath it all. The long breath out, so slow now it hardly seems to move. The small breath in, and the long slow give of it again, drifting down like the snow, down and soundlessly down, laying the last of the day to rest under the deep white keeping of the night. Feel how little is left to do, how the breath does itself, how the weight has already gone down as far as weight can go and lies there wholly given over, kept, and needs no more of your minding, how the warmth banks itself and holds without your tending, how the quiet deepens on its own, layer over layer, all through the dark, whether you follow it or not. There is nothing left in this whole long night that asks anything of you, nothing to hold, nothing to watch. Nothing to do but lie here covered and warm, and let the falling go on covering you. So let go of even the listening now. Let this voice become only one more soft sound in the settling dark, no nearer and no more needing to be followed than the far, low tick of the cooling world, than the soft slide of snow easing from a branch, than the deep, slow, contented breath of everything else asleep under the same cover. Let it drift at the edge of the quiet where you no longer quite make out the words, only the low warm hush of them, going on somewhere out past the near dark, keeping the silence company, meaning nothing you have to hold. And go on under without it, down under the sound, down under the snow, down under the low warm glow and the deep soft cover and the endless patient falling, into the smooth unbroken still where there is no field and no voice and no shape and no day, only warmth, only weight, only the slow long breath going out and out and out into the keeping dark. The night holds, the ground holds, the cover comes down and holds, and you are held in the deep warm middle of all of it, further under than words can reach, safe past the last edge of watching, sinking still, slow and soundless and warm, into the long soft dark that only goes on getting deeper and quieter and kinder the further down you go. Softer now, the field white and still and covered, the glow low and warm and banked, the snow soundless, endless down, the breath long and low and easy, going out into the dark and not hurrying and not needing to, and coming back on its own, small, and going out again longer into the deep and patient dark that is only kind, and holds you, and covers you, and keeps you under, warm, all through the long white middle of the night. Let more of the quiet come in between the words. Let it come down the way the snow comes down, slow, soundless, covering a little more each time, filling the spaces, smoothing them over, until there is more dark than word, more cover than voice, more sinking than sound, and in those covered spaces nothing at all is asked of you. Nothing, only the warm, only the weight, only the slow. Only the falling, coming down and settling, coming down and settling over the long, still field of you, all through the deep of the night, keeping you covered, keeping you warm, keeping you safe. While you sink and go on gently down into the deep white keeping of the dark, down where the field lies so still it forgets it was ever anything but quiet, down where the warmth banks low and holds and never has to be tended, down where the breath goes out and out and out longer than it comes, laying the last of the holding down under the snow, out past the edge of the field, out past the edge of everything, into the warm. And lets it go, and lets you go, softer than the falling, softer than the settling snow, softer and slower and further under still. Somewhere far under all of this, the ground gives way so gently you never feel it go. And what holds you now is not the field and not the snow, but something slower still, something warm and dark and moving very softly beneath you, the way deep water moves far below the surface, without hurry, without edge, carrying whatever it holds without ever once needing to be told where to go. Let yourself be on that water now. Not in it, not under it, only resting on the wide, slow swell of it, the way a small boat rests when the wind has gone and the harbor has gone quiet, and there is nothing left for the water to do but breathe, rising a little, falling a little, rising the smallest amount and setting you down again, softer each time, lower each time, until the rising is only the memory of rising, and the falling is only the long, warm settling into the dark. And the water is warm, warm all the way down, warmer the further under it goes. There is no cold anywhere in it, no floor to it, no far side to swim for, nothing at all that asks you to hold on. Only the wide dark warmth stretching out level and endless in every direction, holding the whole weight of you the way it holds the whole weight of the night, easily, evenly, without effort, without asking. Feel how little it takes to be carried. Feel how the water does all of it, how it comes up under the small of your back and takes that weight, and comes up under your shoulders and takes that weight, and comes up under the backs of your legs and the backs of your arms and the heavy warm back of your head and takes all of it, every ounce, so that there is not one place left in you that has to do the work of holding itself up. The water has it now. The dark has it now. And you can let the last small holding go out of you and down into the warm, and let the water close soft and level over the place where it was. So slow this swell, slower than breath, slower than the tide you know. It comes from somewhere very far off, out past the dark rim of everything, and it takes a long, long time to reach you, and it lifts you no more than the width of a held breath, and it sets you down over the same long time, so gently that the setting down and the lifting are almost the same stillness, almost the same warm nothing, and you ride the whole of it without moving at all, carried and carried and carried on the wide, slow back of the warm, dark water. And there is no shore to reach. That is the ease of it. No far light to row toward, no crossing to finish, know where the water is trying to take you and know where you have to arrive. Only this, only the resting on the swell, only the being carried for its own sake through the long middle of the dark, out where the water and the night have grown into one warm body that holds you and moves you and asks nothing back. Let the breath go out across the water now. Just let it go long and low and level, and watch it travel out over the dark surface, far and far, until it thins into the general hush and is gone. And let the next one come up under you on its own, small, easy, no work in it, filling only as much as it needs, and let that go too, out and out across the warm, dark water, longer than it came. You do not have to breathe for yourself out here. The swell breathes you. It lifts and something in you fills. It falls and something in you empties, long and slow and grateful, down into the warm. And you only rest in the middle of that, carried on the breath the way you are carried on the water, without lifting a single finger to do it. Down below you now, fathoms below, the water goes darker and warmer and stiller still, and there is nothing down there that means you any harm, only depth, only the soft weight of the deep holding the whole warm ocean up toward you. Only mile after slow mile of quiet water with no waves in it and no wind on it and no light through it, resting the way you are resting, still the way you are still, all of it settled and dark and warm and going nowhere in the long patient night. And you could let yourself down into that if you wanted, not fall. Only sink the way warmth sinks, the way the tired weight of the day sinks, slow and soft and even one gentle fathom at a time, down off the wide swell and into the deeper still, where it is warmer, where it is darker, where the last small movement of the surface can no longer reach you and there is only the great mild weight of the deep, closing soft and warm over you and holding you and letting you down another slow fathom into the keeping dark. There is no hurry in the sinking, none. You go down no faster than the warmth goes down, no faster than the breath goes out, and the deep opens under you a little at a time and takes you a little at a time and closes warm and soundless above you a little at a time, so that you are always held, always covered, always carried, the whole slow way down. And every fathom is warmer than the one before, and every fathom is stiller, and every fathom asks less of you than the last, until you are so far down in the warm dark water that holding and sinking and resting have all become the same soft thing, and there is nothing left to do but let it go on. Down where the water forgets there was ever a surface, down where the swell is only a rumor, a long slow rocking felt from very far off, gentling you, the way a hand you can't see rocks a cradle in another room. Down where the warmth has no edge and the dark has no floor and the quiet has no far wall, and you hang held in the wide warm middle of all of it, weightless, effortless, carried, further under than the day can follow, deeper down than the thinking can reach. And the breath still goes out, even here, long and low and warm, out into the deep, laying down the last of whatever you were still holding, letting it drift off soft into the dark water and be carried away and be gone, and coming back small and slow on its own, and going out again, longer, warmer, deeper, easing you down another slow, soundless fathom into the keeping of the warm. Let the water take the jaw now, if it is still holding anything at all. Let it come up warm around the hinge of it and soften it and let it hang loose and easy in the dark. Let the water take the small tired muscles around the eyes and smooth them level and let them rest. Let it come up warm behind the brow and over the temples and through the whole heavy back of the head, and take all of that and hold it and carry it so that even the last faint holding you didn't know was there loosens and lets go and drifts off into the deep. Let the shoulders go down into the water, all the way down. Let them stop climbing, stop bracing, stop holding the shape of the day, and let them sink back and open and be carried, wide and heavy and warm on the slow dark swell. Let the arms hang down into the deep, loose from the shoulder, loose at the elbow, loose all the way to the slow open weight of the hands, the fingers half curled and drifting, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, only floating warm in the dark. Let the chest be easy. Let it rise only as much as the water lifts it, and fall only as much as the water lets it down. No more, no work, no reaching for the breath, only the slow, warm swell doing the breathing for you, filling you soft and emptying you long, over and over, all through the deep of the night. Let the belly be soft and warm and unclenched, rising the smallest amount, falling the smallest amount, carried on the water like everything else, guarding nothing, bracing against nothing, only resting warm in the deep. Let the low back let go into the warmth. Let it lengthen and ease and set its long-held weight down into the water and let the water take it. Let the hips be heavy and open and carried. Let the legs hang down long into the warm, dark, deep, loose at the knee, loose at the ankle, the feet drifting soft and easy, nothing pushing, nothing holding, nothing left anywhere in you that has to keep itself up. The water has all of it now, every part, every ounce. Every last small tired holding, taken and carried and let down slow into the warm. And you are one whole floating weight in the deep now, one long warm body given over entirely to the water, held from head to heel by the wide, slow swell of the dark, rocked so gently and so slowly that the rocking is almost stillness, almost nothing, almost sleep. Carried through the long middle of the night on the warm, deep water that goes on and on with no shore and no floor and no far side. Only the endless mild dark holding you level, holding you warm, holding you down in the deep, keeping quiet, where nothing can ask a single thing of you. Softer now, let the water grow warmer and the dark grow deeper and the rocking grow slower still. Let the breath lengthen out across the deep until you can barely feel where it goes, only the faint long warmth of it leaving and the faint slow ease of it coming back, and the great mild weight of the water holding all of you steady in between. Let more of the quiet come up warm from the deep and close over you, a little more each slow fathom, filling the last small spaces, smoothing the last small edges, until there is more warm than water, more deep than dark, more sinking than sound. And in the deep warm middle of all of it, nothing at all is asked. Nothing, only the warmth, only the weight, only the long slow rocking of the swell, only the breath going out into the deep and coming back small and going out again, longer, warmer, further, carrying you down and gently down, one soundless fathom at a time, into the deep warm keeping of the dark that only grows kinder and quieter and warmer the further under you go. Down where the water is warmest, down where the rocking is slowest, down where the whole long weight of you is held so completely, so evenly, so easily, that you cannot find the edge of yourself anymore, only warmth on every side, only the deep on every side, only the slow dark swell carrying you on and on through the long middle of the night with nowhere to be and nothing to hold and no reason ever to come back up. Let the water keep you, let the deep keep you, let the long warm swell rock you slower and slower and slower still, down under the surface, down under the reach of the day, down under the last thin thread of the words, into the soundless warm where there is only the dark and the weight and the holding, only the slow breath going out into forever, only you carried and covered and kept, sinking soft and warm and endless into the deep. And further under even than that, where the water no longer moves at all, where the warmth simply is, on every side, without swell, without tide, without the smallest rocking, only the still deep holding you perfectly and warmly and forever in the dark middle of the night. Let yourself down into that stillness now, the last stillness, the one below the rocking. The one where even the slow swell grows quiet and lays you down at last on the warm floor of the deep that is not a floor at all, only the softest, warmest, furthest under place there is, where the weight of you comes to its full slow rest and stays and is held and is warm and needs nothing and does nothing and goes on sinking the smallest amount even now, softer than sinking, slower than still, further under with every long slow breath that leaves you and does not hurry back. The water holds, the deep holds, the warm dark closes soft and complete over the whole still length of you and holds, and you are kept in the deep warm middle of all of it, past the swell, past the surface, past the words, past the last edge of the night that watches, held and covered and carried in the endless quiet warm, sinking still, slow and soundless and warm, down into the long deep dark that only goes on getting warmer and stiller and kinder the further down you go. Let the last of the listening drift off across the deep. Let this voice thin out into the warm dark water and grow no nearer and no farther, only one more low soft warmth somewhere out in the quiet, no closer than the deep slow pulse of the water itself, no more needing to be followed than the far mild hum of the whole warm ocean breathing in the dark, meaning nothing you have to hold, asking nothing you have to answer. Only the warm, only the weight, only the deep, only the slow long breath going out and out and out into the keeping dark, laying you down and letting you go, softer than the swell, softer than the still, softer and slower and further under still. And as the deep grows still, let the stillness begin, so slowly you barely notice, to turn from water into something even softer. The way one warmth becomes another warmth without any seam between them. No longer held by the deep, but held now by something that falls. A snow. Let it be snow coming down over you in the dark. The slow, weightless, endless falling of snow through the quiet air. Each flake so small, so soft, that it lands on you and asks nothing, and melts into the warmth of you without a sound, and is followed by another, and another, and another, all through the long night, patient and unhurried, covering the whole still length of you in a softness that only deepens the longer you lie here. There is no cold in it, only the hush, only the slow white quiet coming down and down out of the dark, settling over the roof of you, over the shoulders, over the folded hands, over the slow rise and slower fall of the breath. A blanket that lays itself, flake by weightless flake, with no hands, with no hurry, with nothing wanted from you at all, except that you keep lying here and let it fall. And the world under the snow goes quiet the way only a snowed world goes quiet, every hard edge rounded soft, every sharp sound wrapped and muffled and laid to rest. The whole night thickening into that particular deep hush that comes when the snow has been falling for hours and will go on falling for hours more, and there is no one out in it, and nothing to be done in it, and nowhere anyone needs to go. Only you laid down warm under the falling, covered deeper by the minute, kept, held under a weight so gentle it is hardly a weight at all, only a softness, only a settling, only the slow accumulation of quiet over the whole resting shape of you. Let it climb that softness, let it gather over the feet first, where the day walked longest, and cover them and warm them and take them out of your keeping. You do not have to hold the feet up anymore, the snow has them. The soft white weight has them and holds them and lets them go heavy and still and warm under the falling. And up over the long bones of the legs, the snow settling and settling, filling the space around them, packing soft and warm along the whole length of them until they are no longer yours to lift or move or mind. Only shapes under the drift now, only warmth under the quiet, held so completely you would not find the will to stir them even if there were anywhere left to go, and there is not, and there is nothing, only the falling, only the settling, only the long, slow covering of the night. Over the hips, over the low, broad cradle of the body, where so much of the day's holding gathers and stays, let the snow lie down over all of it. Let the soft white weight press so gently and so evenly across the whole width of you that the last held thing there loosens under it and spreads out flat and warm and gives way. Nothing to guard now under all that quiet, nothing to brace. Only the drift coming down and the deep soft settling of it, and the body letting the snow take the weight it has carried so long. Over the belly, rising slow, falling slower, the breath gone so quiet now that the snow barely stirs as it comes down over that soft, slow tide. Let it cover the belly gently. Let the warmth lie over the middle of you like the last light going out in the last window of the last house, soft and low and done for the night. Nothing to keep watch over now, nothing to hold in. The snow has it, the quiet has it. It can go loose and warm and unminded under the endless falling. Over the chest, over the slow wide swell of the breath, the flakes coming down and never landing hard, only settling, only softening, only laying their weightless warmth across the whole broad quiet of you until the chest itself forgets it was ever asked to hurry, ever asked to heave, ever asked to carry anything at all. Let it rise the smallest amount. Let it fall a little further than it rose. And let the snow fill the space it leaves, warm and soft and patient, so there is nothing left uncovered, nothing left out in the dark, nothing left to hold. Over the arms lying long and loose at your sides, the snow gathering along them the way it gathers on a fallen branch in a still wood, evenly, endlessly, softening every line of them until they are only warm shapes under the white, only weight given over to the falling, only stillness laid down under stillness. The hands last of all, the open hands, filling slow with the soft, warm quiet, until even the fingers go heavy and still and covered and kept, and there is nothing left in them to grip, and nowhere left for the grip to go. Over the shoulders that carried the whole shape of the day, let the snow come down over the shoulders deepest of all. Let it gather there in the soft, slow drifts. Let it press its gentle, endless warmth down over the top of you until the shoulders sink the last small distance they were still holding, down out of the day, down out of the reach of it, down under the white and the warm and the quiet. And let them stay there, covered, kept, done. And up softer than breath, over the long stem of the throat, over the jaw that has finally stopped its holding, over the wide still field of the face, the flakes landing on the brow, on the closed eyes, on the soft mouth, each one melting warm into the quiet of you and asking nothing, leaving only the hush, only the softening, only the slow white covering of the last waking edges of you. Until you are all one drift, all one soft warm shape under the falling. No feet, no hands, no edges, no lines, only the long low mound of a body given wholly over to the snow, warm at the center where the slow breath still turns, quiet everywhere else, covered on every side by the endless patient falling of the dark. And the snow keeps coming. It does not stop when you are covered. It goes on, all through the deep of the night, laying softness over softness, quiet over quiet, deepening the hush the way the hours deepen, asking nothing, wanting nothing, only falling and falling and falling out of the warm dark over the whole still sleeping world, and over you in it, one small kept warmth among all the kept warm sleeping things, covered and quiet and held. Let it fall. Let it fall while you sink. Let the covering grow deeper and the breath grow slower, and the whole long weight of you settle further down into the soft warm dark under the drifts, where the falling cannot reach you anymore and does not need to, where you are already covered, already kept, already gone so soft and so still and so warm that there is no telling where the snow ends and the sleep begins. And under the snow, under the whole soft weight of the covered world, the quiet turns again, the way it keeps turning tonight, one warmth easing into the next, and the cold white falling becomes, without any edge between them, the warm dark inside of a deep still room. A room far under the house of the night, low-ceilinged and windowless and warm, walls close and soft on every side, the kind of small deep room where the air is always the same mild warmth, where no weather comes, where no light changes, where the hours do not turn and nothing waits and no one calls. A room made only for this, only for lying down, only for the long, unbroken rest of you. And you are laid down in the middle of it, on something soft and warm and low, and the walls hold the quiet close around you, and the warmth of the room settles over you evenly on every side. And there is nothing in here but the warm and the dark, and the slow long breath of you turning over and over in the stillness. The walls do not need watching. There is nothing behind them but more quiet, more warmth, more deep still dark folding away in every direction, mild and endless and safe. The whole world outside gone soft and far and muffled, walled away, snowed under, closed off gently for the night, and none of it able to reach in here, and none of it needing to. Only the warm rooms. Only you in the warm rooms. Only the slow breath, going out into the close warm dark, and the warm dark taking it, and giving nothing back that you have to answer, only holding, only keeping, only staying the same mild warmth around you hour after hour after hour, while you lie here and sink and rest. Let the walls draw a little closer. Not close enough to press, only close enough to hold. Only close enough that the warmth wraps all the way around, over and under, and along every side of you, with no gap for the cold to find, no seam for the day to slip through, no way in for anything but more of this same low, warm keeping dark. And let the floor beneath you give the smallest amount, soft and warm and yielding, taking the last of the weight you were still holding, so that you settle down into it the way a stone settles at last into deep sand, slow and final, and held, sinking the smallest distance further with every breath and never once coming back up. Down into the warm, low room. Down under the snow, under the house, under the reach of the night. Down where the walls are close and the air is warm and the dark is soft and complete. There is nothing to do in here. There has never been anything to do in here. The room is only for resting. The room only knows how to hold you warm and keep you still and let the long hours pass over the roof of it far away where you do not have to feel them go. Let the hours pass. Let them pass up above, out past the walls, out past the snow, out in the wide, cold, turning dark of the world where the night does its slow work without you, and let none of it be yours tonight. Let all of it go on without you, unwatched, unminded, unheld, while you lie here in the deep, warm middle of the still room and rest and rest and rest. Your breath the only slow motion in all the warm dark. Your breath going out, long and low and soft, going out into the close, warm, keeping dark, and easing you down the smallest distance further with the leaving of it, and drawing back so slow, so shallow, so quiet, that it barely stirs the warm at all before it turns and leaves again, softer than before, slower than before, further under than before. And with each one the room grows a little warmer, a little darker, a little further from everything, a little more completely the only place there is, until there is no snow to remember and no water to remember and no day to remember, only the warm low room and the slow breath and the long soft sinking that has no bottom and needs none. Let the warmth close over the last of the listening. Let the walls hold what is left of the words and soften them and lay them down along the warm dark floor with the rest of you, until this voice is only one more warmth in the close warm room, no louder than the warmth itself, no nearer than the walls, no more to be followed than the slow settling of the snow far up above, meaning nothing you must hold, asking nothing you must answer, only here, only low, only warm, only fading soft into the same deep quiet that is taking all the rest of you down. And down you go. Soft into the warm, slow into the dark, the room holding, the walls holding, the whole close warm keeping dark holding you gently and completely and forever in the deep still middle of the night, while the breath goes out and out and out and lays you further under with every leaving, and the warmth grows kinder and closer and quieter the deeper down you sink. Nothing to reach for. Nothing to keep, only the warm room and the slow breath and the long, soft, endless settling down, further under and further under, into the close, warm dark that only goes on getting warmer and softer and stiller the longer you lie here and let it have you. Let it have you. Let the warm dark have you. Let it close, soft and complete and unhurried, over the whole still resting length of you, and hold you and keep you, and carry you on through the long middle of the night, with nothing to do and nowhere to be, and no reason ever to stir. Only downs, only warms, only slow, only the breath going out into the keeping dark, softer than the snow, softer than the deep, softer and slower and further under still. And somewhere far under the warmth, so quiet you need not notice it, the weight of you keeps settling, the long weight of the arms lying just where they fell, the weight of the hands, open now or nearly, the fingers loosened past any holding, nothing left in them to grip, nothing left in them to carry, the palms gone soft and heavy against the warm. And there is a kindness in that weight tonight, a slow, honest heaviness that only ever wanted to be let down, and is being let down now, further with every quiet breath, into the deep, patient give of the bed that has been waiting all this while to take it. Feel how the bed does not resist you, how it never once resists you, how everywhere your body meets it, it simply gives and holds and gives a little more, the way something soft and steady takes the weight of anything that finally stops holding itself up. And you have stopped now, all through the long, still length of you, you have stopped holding yourself up, and the bed has you, and the floor beneath the bed has the bed, and the deep dark ground beneath the floor has the whole quiet house. All of it holding, all the way down, so that nothing anywhere in you needs to brace against the falling, because there is no falling, only this, only the being held, and the growing heavier inside the held, and the warm. Let the weight go on down without you. Let it pour so slow, so thick, so unhurried, out of the shoulders and down the long backs of the arms, out of the chest and down through the warm low center of you, out of the hips, out of the heavy resting legs, all the weight of the day and all the weight of the year draining down and down through the soft dark toward the ground and gone and gone. And each place it leaves goes lighter and stiller and further away, until the parts of you that carried the most are the parts most deeply at rest, the parts furthest under, the parts you can no longer quite find in the warm dark, and do not need to find and will not go looking for. Here in the low middle of the night, the whole house has gone slack and easy around you. The walls settled, the small sounds long since laid down. Somewhere a beam easing by the width of a hair against another beam. A soft wooden sigh in the dark that means only that the house too is letting its weight down for the night. The way you are, the way everything does in the deep of the dark when there is no one to hold anything up for. And you can let that sound be a kind of company if it comes. One more slow thing settling in a world of slow settling things. Nothing to wake for, nothing to name, only the old quiet house breathing out around you as you breathe out inside it. The two of you sinking together toward the same still floor of the night. And the air itself has gone soft. The close warm air lying over your face and your loosened jaw and the quiet space between your eyes. No weight to it at all. Only a kind of warmth that rests where it touches and asks for nothing. The air moving in and out of you so gently now that it barely counts as motion. Only the smallest slow tide of warmth crossing the threshold of you and turning and going back, crossing and turning and going back, each turn a little further under than the one before. You do not have to breathe on purpose anymore. You never did, but now you can feel that you never did. The breath has its own slow way, and it knows it far better than you ever could, and it is doing it for you down there under all thought, taking the warm in and letting the warm go, keeping you, tending you, asking nothing of the rest of you, but that you lie here and be carried by it. So let it carry you, let the breath do the breathing. Let it be the one small tireless thing that stays awake and low and faithful, while all the rest of you goes down into the dark. And notice, if there is anywhere left in you soft enough to notice, how good it is to be done, how good it is to have set the whole long day down and to have nothing at all in your hands. No next thing, no last thing, no thing you forgot, no thing you must remember to carry into the morning. The morning can keep itself. The morning is nothing yet. Nothing but a pale idea somewhere past the far edge of a great deal of warm dark you have to sink through first, slowly, in no hurry, with the whole night to do it in. And you will not go looking for the morning across all that dark, and it will not come looking for you, and so there is nothing between you and the sinking now, nothing at all, only the warm and the weight and the slow going down. Let the last thin thread of the day come loose. Whatever small bright wire was still humming somewhere behind your eyes when you lay down, whatever it was pulling toward, whatever it was leaning after. Feel it go slack in the warmth, feel the pull go out of it, feel it soften and loosen and lie down flat and quiet like everything else in you, like the hands, like the arms, like the long resting legs, like the loosened jaw, like the whole heavy peaceful length of you laid out and let down and given over to the dark. There is nothing at the other end of that thread worth the reaching tonight, not tonight. Tonight the thread lies down too, and goes quiet too, and sinks with all the rest of you into the warm. And down here, where you are going, it is even softer, even slower, even further from anything that could ask a single thing of you. Down here the dark is not empty, it is full. It is a full warm holding thickness, like the warmth deep inside a folded blanket, like the warmth at the very center of sleep itself, close on every side and kind on every side, and pressing gently in from every side to keep you, to slow you, to hold each part of you still and cradled and safe while it sinks. And you go on sinking into it, so slowly, so willingly, without a single thing left in you that pulls the other way. There is a warmth low in the center of you, just there below the breastbone, a small steady banked warmth, like the last low glow at the bottom of a hearth long after the fire has gone quiet, when the flames are all sunk down into a soft red bed of ember and ash, and there is nothing left to leap or flicker, only that deep, even warmth giving itself off slow into the dark all through the night, needing no tending, asking no fuel, only glowing, only warming. Only staying low and steady and kind at the center of the sleeping room. Let that be how the warmth of you feels now, sunk all the way down to embers. No flame left in you, nothing left to burn or race or climb. Only the low banked glow at the center, giving off its quiet warmth into the dark of you, slow and even and lasting the whole night through. And around that low warmth the rest of you cools and quiets and grows still, the way a room grows still around a settled fire, the far corners going dark and easy, the edges of you going dim and soft and undefined, so that you can no longer feel quite where you end and the warm dark begins. The outline of you loosening, blurring, letting go, until you are less a shape lying in the dark than a warmth spread through it, a slow settled heaviness with no clear border anywhere, sinking evenly on every side into a dark that has no border either, just warmth in warmth, just weight in stillness, just the low glow and the slow breath and the endless gentle giving way. Let your face go the rest of the way down now. Whatever fineness of holding was still there in it, in the soft skin around the eyes, in the small muscles that spent all day making meanings you no longer need to make. Let it all go slack and heavy and warm, the brow smoothing out flat and untroubled, the eyes resting deep and still and turned toward nothing, needing to see nothing, done with all seeing for the night, the cheeks heavy, the loosened jaw hanging easy from its own soft weight. The tongue lying quiet and low in the warm floor of the mouth, resting, saying nothing, meaning nothing, only lying there soft and still. And the whole face laid open and undefended and at ease in the dark, the way a face only ever is in the deepest part of the night, when there is no one to face and nothing to answer for and no reason left to hold a single line of it in place. And your thoughts, if any drift through still, drift slower now, and dimmer, and further apart, great soft spaces opening between them where before there was no space at all. One faint thought rising slow out of the warm dark, and turning over once, gently, and sinking again before it ever quite becomes a thought, before you ever quite have to hold it, dissolving back down into the warm the way, a slow bubble rises through something thick and dark and never reaches any surface, because there is no surface, because the dark goes up as far and as soft as it goes down, and everything that rises in it only slows and cools and turns and sinks again. So let the thoughts do that. Let them rise and turn and sink and come to nothing, all on their own, without your minding them, without your following them, without your ever having to decide a single thing about a single one of them again tonight. They will tend themselves down there in the warm. They always could. And you can lie here above them, or under them, or nowhere at all in relation to them, and simply let them settle like everything else is settling, slow and dim and far away, and no concern of yours. How far away it has all gone. The room, the walls, the house, the world, the day, all of it drawn back now to the very softest edge of hearing, of feeling, of caring. A great warm distance opened up on every side of you, and you resting in the deep center of it where nothing reaches and nothing calls, held so gently and so completely that the holding itself has gone quiet, has stopped being something you notice, has become just the way things are down here, the plain warm fact of the dark, the given of the night. You are held. That is simply true now, the way the ground is true, the way the dark is true. You do not have to feel it to be held. You do not have to know it to be kept. It goes on being so all through the sinking, whether you follow it or not, all the way down. And you are so far down now, so far into the warm, so far past the last of the bracing and the last of the holding and the last of the long days watching. Down where the breath is barely a breath, only the softest slow turning of warmth at the threshold of you, in and out, low and long and further, under with every quiet turn. Down where the weight has all poured away into the ground and left you light and dim and spread thin through the dark. Down where the low warm glow at the center is the only bright thing left, and even it is banking lower, softening, sinking, going the slow warm way of everything else. Let it sink. Let the last low glow sink too, down into the warm dark bed of the night, the way the ember settles at last into its own soft ash and gives itself over, still warm, still kind, but done with glowing, done with giving off, ready to be nothing but warmth in the dark all through the long middle hours. Let the center go quiet like the rest of you. Let there be nothing left anywhere in you that stays lit against the dark. Only the warmth, only the weight gone soft, only the slow breath turning at the threshold, only the long, endless settling that has taken all the rest of you and is taking this too, gently, completely, with all the time in the world and no reason ever to reach the bottom. Down and down, softer than before, the dark a little thicker, the warmth a little closer, the breath a little slower, a little lower, a little further under, nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to be, only the warm dark and the slow turning of the breath and the deep still endless letting down that goes on getting kinder the further under you go. So go under, so let the warm close over. So let it have the last of you, soft and slow and complete, the way the deep of the night has everything by now, all the sleeping houses and all the settled fires and all the quiet weight of the resting world. Let it have you the same way, down here in the middle of it, held and kept and carried, sinking still, sinking soft, sinking on into the warm dark without end. And if anything in you still stirs, so faintly you would hardly call it stirring, let it be like the last snow coming down over a field long after the wind has gone. No hurry in it, no weight to it, each slow flake finding its place among the others and lying still. The whole white field filling in without a sound, softening every edge that the day had left sharp, laying a quiet over the fences and the furrows and the hard cold ground, until there is nothing left that is not rounded, nothing left that is not gentled, nothing left that has not been covered over and made soft and made one with all the rest. Let that same slow covering come down over you now, flake by flake by flake, over the last of your edges, over the last of your holding, laying its quiet down along the length of you, until you cannot tell any longer where one part of you ends and the next begins, only that all of it is covered, all of it is soft, all of it has gone the still white way of the field under the falling of the snow. There is no flaw to this. That is the kindest thing about it. You keep expecting, somewhere far back and dim, to arrive, to reach a bottom and stop. But the sinking has no bottom and asks for none, and so you go on down through the warm without ever striking anything, without ever having to catch yourself, without ever having to hold. Down the way, a slow leaf goes down through deep still water, tipping and turning and drifting sideways, taking the whole long night to fall and never once needing to land. And the water down here is warm and dim and holds you the way water holds a thing that has stopped struggling against it, closing soft around every side of you at once, taking your weight so completely that the weight stops being yours, becomes only a slowness, only a settling, only the long, easy sink of something the water has decided to keep. You do not swim here, you do not have to. There is nowhere to get to and no way you could sink wrong. The deep just takes you as you are and lowers you, gently, endlessly, further into the dark, warm quiet, where the surface is only a memory of light very far above, thinning, dimming, closing over, gone. Down where no sound reaches, down where the day cannot follow, down where even the memory of being braced has softened into water and drifted off with all the rest. The deep does not remember what you carried. The deep does not ask. It only holds and lowers and holds and lowers and lets the warm dark thicken around you the further down you go, until the holding and the water and the dark and the slow long fall are all one thing, all the same warm nothing, all the same kind keeping that has no edge and no end. Somewhere far above, the world goes on turning through its night, slow as a wheel too large to see move. The long, slow roll of the dark carrying everything with it, the sleeping streets and the sleeping fields and the still black water and you down in the deep of it, all of it turning together toward the far side of the night without any of it having to do a thing. You do not have to turn. The night turns you. You do not have to carry the hours. The dark carries them, one into the next, so quietly you will never hear them pass. All you have to do is be carried, and you are already being carried. You have been being carried this whole long while, further into the warm, further into the dark, further into the deep still keeping that never once needed your help. Let the last watchful thing in you lie down. Let it stretch out along the warm floor of the deep, and let the water close over it too. It kept watch for so long. It stood at the edge of you through the whole long day, listening, bracing, ready, and there is nothing here for it to guard against, nothing in all this warm dark water that means you any harm, nothing left anywhere in the whole sunk quiet of the night that you would need to rise for. So let it lie down. Let it rest its long weight down at last and be covered like everything else, be kept like everything else, be lowered soft and slow into the same warm nothing that has already taken the rest of you. The watch is over. The watch has been over for hours. Let the one who kept it finally sleep. And now the warm goes a shade deeper still. The way the deep of a still lake goes colder and quieter and darker the further down a thing sinks, except here the deep goes warmer instead, and softer and kinder, each layer you pass through more gentle than the one above it, each fathom of the dark holding you a little closer, a little slower, a little more completely. So that the sinking is not a falling away into cold, but a settling down into warmth, down through layer after layer of the quiet, each one receiving you, each one letting you through, each one passing you down to the warmer, stiller layer beneath. There is so much night left. That is another of the kind things, one you do not have to hold or even know, only rest inside of. So much dark still to come, so many slow hours still folded up ahead of you, waiting, unhurried, asking nothing. You are nowhere near the end of the dark. You are deep in the long middle of it, the widest and stillest part, where the night is at its fullest and its quietest and its most complete, and there is nothing on either side of you but more of the same warm keeping, hour on hour of it, all the way to a morning so far off it is not even a thought yet, not even the faintest paling at the edge of anything, only dark and more dark, and the slow warm sink going on and on through the heart of it. So there is no need to hurry down. There is all the night to sink in. Take the slowest way. Take the softest, longest, gentlest way down, drifting where you drift, turning where you turn, settling only as fast as the warm wants to settle you, which is barely at all, which is slower than a leaf, slower than the snow, slower than the great slow wheel of the dark itself. You have hours. You have the whole deep middle of the night. There is no bottom to reach, and no reason to reach it, and all the warm, dark time in the world to go on not reaching it, sinking soft, sinking slow, kept the whole way down. Let the breath go on turning at the threshold of you, so low now, so far under, hardly a tide at all. Only the faintest slow lift and the faintest slow fall, the warm going a little in and the warm going a little out, so quiet and so small that it tends itself, moves itself, needs nothing from you at all. Let it turn without you. Let it be one more thing the night is doing, one more slow, soft motion in the great dark keeping, no more yours to manage than the turning of the world, or the falling of the snow, or the settling of the deep. The breath knows the way down. It has always known. Let it carry you the last of the way and further, on, low and long and warm, into the dark that has no floor. And around you, though you will not reach for it, though you need not feel it at all, the whole night is doing this same slow thing. Every sleeping body, in every dark room for miles, sinking the same soft way you are sinking. Every held shoulder somewhere setting down. Every clenched hand somewhere opening in the dark. Every braced and tired body somewhere being taken by the same warm quiet that is taking you. A whole world of sinking, a whole dark full of it, all of you going down together into the long middle of the night, none of you alone in it, all of you kept. And you among them, one small warm sunk quiet thing among countless warm sunk quiet things, all held, all lowered, all let down soft into the same enormous gentle dark. You do not have to think of them, you do not have to think of anything. It is only there, that whole quiet company of the sleeping, like a warmth on every side of you, like the knowing that the dark is full and kind and holds a great many, and that you are simply one of the many now, resting where they rest, sinking where they sink, kept where they are kept. Nothing special asked of you, nothing left for you to be, only one more soft weight given over to the night among all the other soft weights it is carrying so easily through the hours. Down a little further, softer than that, slower than that, the warm dark closing another shade closer, the last far memory of the surface gone now, no light above and no light below, only the even warm dark all around, holding you level and easy in the deep of it, turning you so slowly you cannot feel the turn, lowering you so gently you cannot feel the fall, keeping you so completely you have stopped, somewhere back there in the sinking, having to be kept at all. It just happens now. It happens to you the way the night happens, the way the warmth happens, the way the slow turn of the breath happens, without your hand in it, without your watching, all on its own in the dark. And whatever is left of you to let it go now into that. Not with any effort, not with any push, only the way the last warmth leaves a stone at the end of a long day, seeping out so slow and so soft that the stone never feels the leaving, only grows quieter and cooler and stiller until it is simply part of the cool, still ground and could not say when it stopped being warm. Let whatever is left in you seep out that same slow way, so gently you will never feel it leave, until you are simply part of the warm, still dark, and could not begin to say, where you end and the night begins. There is nothing to finish here, nothing to complete. You will not arrive anywhere and you do not need to. The sinking is not going toward anything. It is only sinking, only softening, only going on being the slow, kind thing it is, hour after warm, dark hour, and you are inside it, part of it, carried by it, with nowhere you are headed and nothing you must reach, and all the long night still to drift down through, gentle and endless and warm. So drift, so sink, so let the warm dark have you layer by soft layer, hour by slow hour, the whole long unhurried way down through the deep still middle of the night. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to be, only the warm, only the dark, only the slow turning breath, only the long kind lowering that goes on and asks for nothing and never, all the night through, comes anywhere near the end. And if a thought should drift up through the warm, pale and slow the way a thing rises from deep water, do not catch it, do not follow it, do not push it away either. Only let it go on rising past you, up through the dark toward that far gone surface, growing dimmer as it climbs, thinning as it climbs, until it breaks somewhere far above you where you no longer are and is gone, leaving the deep around you every bit as still as before. You are too far down now for thoughts to hold. They cannot keep their shape this deep. They rise and they thin and they scatter into the warm, and you sink on beneath them, untouched, unbothered, kept. Let them all rise and go. Every last one. Every small, pale, drifting thing the day left in you, let it lift off the warm floor where you rest and climb slowly away into the dark above and be gone. And let the deep grow clearer and stiller and emptier the more of them leave, until there is nothing rising anymore, nothing drifting up, nothing left in all the warm dark water but the quiet and the warmth, and you sunk soft and easy in the deep heart of it with nothing above you and nothing below and nothing left anywhere to disturb the long, slow falling of the night. Slower still now, the breath so low it is almost only stillness with the faintest warmth moving through it. The dark so close it is almost only warmth with the faintest darkness in it. And you so far down, so far under, so far into the deep warm middle of everything that there is hardly a you left to be far down at all. Only a soft place in the dark where the sinking is happening. Only a warm, slow quiet where a weight is being let go. Only the night carrying one more of its own the gentle, endless way it carries them all. Down past where words go, down past where the last of the day can reach, down into the warm dark keeping that has no edge and no flaw and no end and no need of you to hold it up. It holds itself. It holds you. It has held you all along and it holds you now, and it will go on holding you all through the long dark hours still to come, whether you know it or not, whether you feel it or not, sinking or still, near or far, the whole warm night through. So let go the last of the holding. Let go the last of the knowing. Let go even the letting go, and simply be let down, simply be lowered, simply be carried on into the warm and the dark and the deep by the slow, kind night that never once needed your help and never once will. Down and down, warm and dim, slow and soft and endless, the breath barely turning, the weight long gone, the dark grown gentle all the way through. And you sinking still, sinking soft, sinking on and on into the long warm middle of the night with nothing to reach and all the time there is. And somewhere out past the edge of you, the night has gone on with its quiet work, the way it always does while the ones it carries sink and rest. The air in the room settled and cool and unmoving, holding the same soft dark it has held for hours now, asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, only keeping its long, still watch around the small, warm shape of you at rest. Nothing in it stirs. Nothing in it waits for you to do a single thing. The room breathes its slow, flat breath of stillness, and you lie within it kept and folded and let all the way down. One small warmth in a wide, dark quiet that has room and room and room to spare. And below you, deeper than the bed, deeper than the floor, the whole slow weight of the ground goes down and down into the dark, patient the way only the earth is patient, holding the house, holding the room, holding the bed and the still warm weight of you upon it without effort, without strain, the way it has held everything laid upon it since long before you were, and will go on holding long after this night is only one more night gone by. You rest on something that does not tire. You are carried by something that will never set you down. And there is nothing you need do to earn the holding, nothing you need give to keep it. It is simply given, simply there, the broad dark ground beneath the night taking your weight the way it takes the weight of stones and roots and sleeping fields, gladly, easily, forever. So let a little more of you go down into it now. Let the last held thread of your own weight, the one you have carried so long you no longer felt it as carrying, unspool and lengthen and sink, down through the soft of the bed, down through the still of the floor, down into the deep patient dark of the ground that is only waiting to receive it. You do not have to hold your own weight tonight. You never did quite, but tonight, at last, you can feel that you don't, can feel it leave you and go down where weight goes, down into the wide holding earth, and can feel yourself grow lighter for the letting of it, lighter and lower both at once, emptied of the long labor of holding, resting now on what does the holding for you. And the breath, the slow, low turning of the breath, has gone so quiet by now that it moves almost without you, in on its own soft time and out on its own soft time, the long out breath still leading, still lengthening, still telling the deep old parts of you the same true thing it has told them all the night, that the danger has passed, that the guard is down, that there is nothing here to brace for and nothing here to meet, only the warm dark and the patient ground and the slow safe falling of the hours. The body heard it long ago, the body believed it long ago, and still the breath goes on saying it, gentle and unhurried, out past the need to be heard, the way a low tide goes on turning whether anyone stands upon the shore. Nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to keep watch over anymore. All of that has been set down, further back in the night than you can now recall, laid aside piece by piece the way a traveler at the end of a long road sets down one heavy thing, and then another until there is nothing left in the hands at all, nothing left to carry, only two open empty hands and the wide quiet ahead. Your hands lie open somewhere in the dark, softened past holding, past reaching, past the smallest grip. There is nothing in them, there is nothing they want. They rest exactly where they are, warm and heavy and done, and they will not stir again tonight, not to grasp, not to guard, not for anything at all. And should any faint, far edge of you still be awake enough to notice only how little there is left to notice. How the room has thinned to a soft surrounding dark. How the body has thinned to a warmth and a weight and the slow turn of the breath. How the whole loud, crowded day has thinned to nothing you could name, gone somewhere out past the walls with all its noise, and left you here in the plain, still middle of the night, with nothing pressing, nothing pending, nothing that cannot wait until a light that is still a long, long way off. Let it wait. Let all of it wait. There is nothing in the waiting world that cannot keep until the morning, and the morning is not asked of you tonight. This is a calming practice, and nothing more, not a cure, not a treatment, only a quiet way of telling the body it is safe to rest. And if the sleepless nights go on wearing at you, a doctor or a therapist is the kind and proper person to bring that to. But that too is a thing for the far-off day, a thing for the light, not for now, not for here. Here there is only the settling, only the sinking, only the slow, kind dark doing what it does. And so you can let even the noticing go soft. Let the one watching grow drowsy too. Let the last quiet witness at the back of you lean its head against the dark and lower its eyes and let its own long watch dissolve, so that there is not even a noticing left, not even a knowing that you rest, only the resting itself, going on without anyone to mark it, the way the night goes on without anyone to count its hours. There is a stillness that comes after even stillness, a deeper flatness underneath the calm, where the last faint ripples of the day, the ones too small to feel until everything else had quieted, finally lie down and are smooth. You are drifting into that now, the still beneath the still, the quiet under the quiet, the place where nothing moves because nothing is left that needs to move, where the surface of you has gone as flat and dark and unbroken as a pool at the bottom of a windless night. Not a tremor in it, not a stir, only the wide dark smoothness, holding one faint reflected dimness that might be the last of your waking, going out slow as a coal in ash. And you need not tend that fading light, you need not fan it, need not guard it, need not keep it lit against the dark. Let it go down. It has done its long day's burning and it has earned its going out. Let it sink to a dull red glow, and then to a warmth without light, and then to nothing but the warmth of where it was. And let the dark close soft and complete over the place where it had been, unbroken now, whole now, dark all the way through the way. The deep middle of the night is dark all the way through. The house has gone quiet around you in the way houses do at this hour, all their small daytime sounds put by, the settling ticks and distant hums thin to almost nothing, so that the silence itself becomes a kind of soft weight lowered over the rooms, a hush laid gently across everything, across the still hallways and the dark windows and the quiet you lie folded in. And you are the stillest thing in all that stillness, the softest, the most let go, sunk down at the warm heart of the hushed house, while the whole of it keeps watch around you and asks nothing, and holds its breath so as not to wake you. Let it keep the watch. You have kept enough of them. Tonight the watching is done by the walls and the dark and the wide patient ground, and yours only to lie here and be kept, to be the one carried for once instead of the one who carries, to let the long, slow night do all of it, the holding, the keeping, the guarding, the waiting, while you do nothing at all but sink and soften and go on down into the warm. Down where the minutes have stopped meaning anything. Down where there is no next thing, no after, no soon, only the long single now of the dark, wide as a field, deep as a well, holding you in its slow, unmoving middle with no edge in any direction and no reason ever to move. The hurry that lived in you all day, that ran ahead of you all day, that pulled you always toward the next thing and the next, it has fallen away somewhere back in the hours, lost its grip, lost its thread, and gone still. There is nowhere to hurry to now. There is nothing ahead but more of this same soft dark, and it will come on its own, without your reaching for it, the way the deep of the night comes on, without anyone reaching for it at all. So slow now, slower than the breath, slower than the settling house, slow as the ground cooling under the fields, as the long dark hours turning over one into the next, as the whole still night leaning by degrees toward a dawn so far off it is not even a paleness yet, not even a thought of light, only more dark and more dark and more warm dark beyond it. You have all of it, every hour of it. Nothing will be asked before it is through, and it is so far from through. So there is time, endless soft time, to sink and to keep sinking, to rest and to keep resting, to let go and to keep letting go, on and on, with nothing to reach and nowhere to be, and no morning near enough to matter. And if some deep old part of the body still holds the faintest thread of readiness, some last low hum left over from all the long years of days, some habit of being half awake even in the dark, let the night reach that too. Let the warmth soak down even into that. Let the last low hum of readiness slow and thin and warm and quiet, until even the oldest watchfulness in you loosens its long grip and lies down in the dark beside the rest of you and sleeps. There is nothing left for it to ready you against. The night has come and stayed and proven soft, and it will stay soft, and there is no more use in being ready for anything at all. So let it stand down, the last of it, the deepest of it, and go warm and go still and go dark and be done. Everything in you facing the same slow way now, downward, inward, toward the warm, all the small parts of you that spent the day pulling in their 1,000 different directions, turned quietly the one direction at last, toward rest, toward the dark, toward the deep, leaning all together the gentle way a field of grass leans, all one way under a slow evening wind. No part of you pulls against another anymore. No corner of you strains while another sinks. It is all going the same soft way now, all going down together, all going still together, one whole quiet weight leaning into the night, as into a long, slow-held breath that never has to end. And the dark has grown so kind, not empty kind, full of the same soft keeping it has held all night, wrapped close and warm around you, near as the warmth of your own skin, near as the breath at your lips, holding you the way the dark holds a sleeping child, without a sound, without a word, only the closeness, only the warmth, only the endless patient nearness of it staying and staying and staying. You are not alone in it. You were never alone in it. The whole warm dark is here, all around you, all through you, holding on. So sink into that holding now, down past the last of the words, down where even this quiet voice grows dim and far and matters less and less, thinning as it goes the way everything thins as you go deeper, until it is only a warmth at the edge of the dark, only a low far kindness you no longer need to follow, only one more soft thing in the soft surrounding night that you can let drift away from as you sink on beneath it, down and down, into the warm, into the still, into the deep kept middle of the long night, where there is nothing at all left to do but go on being carried, slow and safe, and endlessly down. The weight all given to the ground, the breath all given to itself, the watching all given to the dark, and you given whole and soft and let go to the long warm keeping of the night that carries you now and asks nothing back, down past the reach of the day, down past the reach of the words, down into the warm slow dark that has no floor and needs none, sinking still, sinking soft. Sinking on and on and on into the deep still heart of the hours, with all the night still ahead and all the dark still around, and nothing anywhere left to hold you back from rest. Just this, just the warm, just the dark, just the slow low turning of the breath and the wide still ground beneath it and the kind close night around it all, going on, going down, going quiet the whole soft endless way through. And somewhere far below the reach of any thought, the body has already made its choice. Quietly, without asking, the way the deep ground gives itself over to the winter. It has laid its weight down and left it there, and it will not be picking it back up, not for a long while yet, not until the light comes round again on its own slow schedule, and there is somewhere it needs the weight to be. But that is hours off, and hours after that, and none of it is yours to tend tonight. Tonight the weight just rests where it fell, low and warm and settled, and no part of you stands over it keeping watch. Let the settling go on beneath you, the way silt goes on settling through still water long after the water itself has gone quiet. A slow downward drift of everything that was ever stirred up, sinking grain by grain toward the dark floor of you, so gradual there is no motion to feel, only the water clearing above it, clearing and clearing, going still from the top down, as all the fine-held sediment of the day comes gently to ground and lies there and is done rising. Nothing pulls it back up now. There is no current left in you to lift it, only the long, slow falling of it into stillness and the wide, clear quiet it leaves behind. And you don't have to follow the settling down. You don't have to watch it land. It knows the way without you. It has always known the way. It is one of the oldest things a body knows how to do, this letting the heavy parts fall and the clear parts still, this coming to rest the way all still water comes to rest, from no effort at all, from only the taking away of the stirring, and the stirring is taken away now. Your hands did the last of it hours ago and set it down, and there is no one left inside you doing the work of holding anything up. So drift, lower than the settling, lower than the silt, down where the water of you goes dark and slow and even, where nothing moves fast because nothing needs to, where the cold, clean quiet of the deep just holds and holds without any effort of holding. It is not a straining kind of hold, this. It is the kind the deep water gives total and gentle and asking nothing, pressing in soft from every side at once so that no single part of you carries the holding, so that you are held so evenly and so wholly that the holding itself disappears and there is only the being held, the being surrounded, the being kept low and slow and safe in the dark, even keel of the depths, where the storms of the surface never reach and never mattered and are already so far above you now as to be a rumor, a far pale shimmer of light on a ceiling of water a long way up, thinning as you sink, dimming as you sink, gone. Down here it is only slow. Down here it is only warm and dark and slow and kept. And the breath comes and goes the way the deep tide comes and goes, so wide and so unhurried you could not rush it if you tried, and you are not trying. No one down here is trying anything at all. The breath just leans in and leans out on its own long swell, filling and emptying the way the whole slow ocean fills and empties against a shore it has leaned on since, before there were any words for shore or sea or leaning. A rhythm older than you, older than worry, older than the very idea of staying awake. And it has taken you up into itself now, that old rhythm, and it rocks you the slow way it rocks everything that finally gives itself to the water, and you have given yourself to the water, and it holds you, and it rocks you, and it carries you on. Rest here. There is so much night left to rest in. Let a kind of far-off softness come and stand around the whole of you, the way a low mist comes and stands over a field in the smallest hours, when no one is awake to see it, when even the birds are still folded and dark in the hedges, and the whole wide land has gone under into its own deep keeping. That hushed grey hour when the mist lies so gently over everything that the field and the air become one soft blurred thing with no hard edge left between them, the fence posts gone tender at their tops, the far trees only a deeper softness in the soft, the whole world dissolved down to a quiet nearness and a quiet distance, and nothing sharp anywhere to catch on. Let yourself blur like that now, at the edges, the way the field blurs into the mist. Let the line that says where you stop and the warm dark begins go soft and give up its keeping, so that you are not a hard shape held tight against the night, but a soft one gone gently out into it, mingling at the edges, no longer sure or needing to be sure exactly where you end. Because the edge was only ever tired work anyway, that holding of the line, that keeping of the shape, that small ceaseless labor of being a separate braced thing pressed up against a world. And you can set it down here in the mist with everything else you've set down tonight. You can let the edge go soft and the shape go loose and simply spread, quiet and warm and formless, out into the surrounding dark, the way warmth spreads from a low banked fire into a sleeping room, filling it slow, touching every corner, asking nothing, only easing out and easing out into the given dark, until the room and the warmth are one warm thing, and there is no telling anymore where the glow leaves off. Spread like that, ease like that, go soft at every border, and let the night take up the tending of your edges, since it holds them so much more gently than you ever could, since it never once tires of the holding, since it has all the long dark hours and asks for none of them back. And beneath the mist, beneath the soft-edged blur of you, the ground goes on, the deep and patient ground, older than the field, older than the mist, the slow stone underneath it all that has held the weight of everything that ever laid itself down here and never once complained of the load. It holds a mountain the same as it holds a fallen leaf, without effort, without preference, without the smallest tremor of strain, because holding is simply what it is and what it does, and what it has always done through every night there has ever been. And it holds you now no differently, no more troubled by your weight than by the weight of the dew, taking all of you down into its long unhurried, keeping the way it takes everything down in the end, gently, gladly, for as long as it is needed. You could not fall through it if you tried. You could not be too heavy for it. You could not tire it. You could not use it up or wear it thin. There is no bottom to how much of you it will carry, and no end to how long it will carry it, and no corner of you it will refuse. So give it the last withheld ounce, the small deep stubborn weight you have carried so long you forgot it was even a weight. Give that to the ground as well. Let it too go down into the stone, and feel how the stone simply takes it, simply adds it to all the rest it holds, and does not so much as shift. Held, all of you, every ounce and every hour of you, held by something that will never, all night long, need you to hold any part of it back. So there is nothing to do now but be carried. Nothing to do now but go on down. And the going down is so slow it is scarcely a motion at all, more a deepening, more a thickening of the quiet around you, as when the last light leaves a valley not by moving, but by simply growing less and less, until the dark has filled it up to the brim without a single visible step between the dusk and the deep. You are deepening like that. The quiet is filling you like that. Rising in you the slow way the dark rises in a valley, from the low places first, from the floor of you up, pooling warm in every hollow, coming up over the last small islands of waking so gently that there is never a moment you could name as the moment it closed over. Only the slow, sure knowledge that it is closing, that it has nearly closed, that soon there will be only the warm dark brimming full and no dry place left in you that has to stay above it and keep watch. Let it close over. Let it rise the last little way and close warm over the top of you and go on holding you under soft, The way deep snow holds the sleeping ground all through the long white silence of the winter, not cold to the thing it covers, but warm, a blanket over the seed, a stillness the roots sleep down inside of, safe below the reach of the wind, safe below the reach of the freeze. Kept close and dark and slow all the frozen season through, while the world above forgets there was ever anything alive down there at all. You are kept like that now. You are the seed under the snow. You are the root asleep in the warm, dark ground. There is nothing you must do down here but sleep, and go on sleeping, and let the long season pass over you unheeded while you rest beneath it, low and warm and covered and kept. And the snow keeps falling above you, soft and endless and slow, laying the quiet down deeper and deeper over the sleeping ground, each falling flake a little more silence added to the silence, a little more dark laid over the dark, a little more forgetting laid gently over all there ever was to remember. It falls without a sound. It has been falling all night. It will go on falling long after you have stopped being able to tell the falling from the fallen, the dark from the deeper dark, the sleep from the sleep beneath the sleep. Down and down it drifts, and down you drift beneath it. The two slow driftings become one, the falling snow and the sinking sleeper going the same soft way into the same soft night. Deeper than the field, deeper than the mist, deeper than the deep stone ground. Deeper than the last word can reach, and going deeper still. And here where the words no longer quite arrive, where the voice has thinned to a warmth with no shape left in it, you don't need to make out what is said any longer. Let the meaning fall away and keep only the warmth of the sound, the low, far kindness of it, the way you'd keep the warmth of a hand without needing the hand to speak. It is only company now, this voice, only a low, warm nearness at the far edge of the dark, staying with you the way the last coals stay warm in the grate long after the flames have gone, giving off their low heat into the sleeping room without a flicker, without a sound, only the steady failing warmth of them easing out into the dark, and you sleeping in the reach of it, kept and warm, and no longer listening at all. So let even the listening go. Let it slip from your soft loosened, hold the way the last thread slips, unnoticed, unmissed, down into the dark with all the other threads you've let go tonight. And be only a warmth in a warmth now, only a stillness in a stillness, only one more soft, slow sleeping thing folded down into the wide sleeping dark among all the other sleeping things, the folded birds and the sleeping roots and the low banked coals and the deep held stone, all of you down together under the same slow falling silence, all of you kept the same warm way through the same long night. There is nowhere you have to be but here. There is no hour you have to keep but this one, and it keeps itself. There is no weight you have to bear but the weight of your own slow breath, and even that is not yours to bear, it bears itself. It rises and falls of its own long accord, wanting nothing from you, asking nothing of you, only going on, soft and low and even, the one small tide still moving in all that stillness, and moving so gently now, so far away now, that you can let it go on without you, the way you can let the sea go on without watching a single wave of it. Trusting it to keep its rhythm through the whole long dark, whether you attend it or not. It will keep its rhythm. It has always kept its rhythm. You can sleep straight through, and it will still be there, slow and faithful and low, breathing you softly on through the dark hours toward a morning that is still so far off it isn't even a paleness yet, isn't even a thought, is only a thing that will happen on its own, in its own good time, long after you have finished the deep work of this rest. And between here and there is nothing but night, warm night, kind night, hour on unhurried hour of it laid out ahead of you like deep soft country you get to cross slowly, in your sleep, carried the whole way, never once asked to walk. So cross it slow. Take all the dark there is. There is so much of it, and all of it is yours, and none of it will run short before the light comes round. Hours of warm dark still folded up ahead, waiting to be slept through one slow breath at a time, and no need to hurry through a single one of them, no need to arrive anywhere, no need to be any further along than exactly this. Down here, warm here, held here, sinking still, with the snow still falling and the ground still holding, and the low voice thinning to nothing at the far kind edge of everything. Down past all of it now. Down where even the falling snow grows quiet, and the deep stone grows dim, and the warm goes on without an edge, and the dark goes on without a flaw, and the breath goes on without you. Going soft, going low, going on and on into the warm kept heart of the long night, with everything held and nothing owed, and all the hours still gently ahead. Just the warm, just the dark, just the slow far turning of the breath, and the wide still keeping under it, and the soft night folded close and endless all around. Sinking still, sinking on. And down here where you are sinking now, there is a new softness the night has been keeping for you all along, one it did not show you earlier, saving it for this hour when you would be far enough down to receive it without effort. The softness of deep still water, a long way under the surface of a wide dark lake, where nothing stirs and nothing hurries, and the cold of the upper world never reaches, only a slow held warmth that has forgotten it was ever anything else. You are down in that quiet now, in the low water of the night, where the light does not come and does not need to come, where everything simply rests in the dark of itself and asks for nothing more. And the water holds you the way the bed holds you, evenly, all over, from every side at once, so that there is no edge left anywhere on you for the world to press against, no place where you end sharply and the dark begins, only a slow blending, a soft giving over, the warm of you and the warm of the night grown so alike now that the line between them has gone quiet and faded and finally away. Far above you, if you could look, there would be a surface, a thin bright skin of the world where the small winds still move and the late hours still turn their slow machinery. But you are so far below it now that none of it touches you, none of it reaches down this deep, and the last faint currents of the day that once ran cold through your chest have gone still here, have settled, have let themselves down onto the soft floor of you like silt coming to rest after a long, slow fall. Everything that was moving in you is coming to rest now. Everything that was reaching is setting itself down. The deep water takes it all and holds it all and asks nothing back, and you go on sinking through it, slow as anything has ever sunk, with the whole warm weight of the dark laid gently over you like the deepest and quietest of all the waters there are. And in that deep, there is a kind of silence you do not often get to hear, a silence with a body to it, a silence that is not the mere absence of sound, but a soft, full presence of its own, thick and warm and close, wrapping the ears the way the dark wraps the eyes. A silence you could rest your whole tired weight against, and it would hold. And your breath moves through it without breaking it, the way a slow fish moves through still water without waking it. Only a small soft parting and a closing again, a low going out and a quiet coming back, and the silence closes over each breath as gently as water closes, and stays whole, and stays deep, and keeps you. There is nothing down here that wants anything of you. This is the thing the deep of the night has been trying to tell you, patiently, hour after hour, and now you are far enough down to hear it without arguing. Nothing here is waiting for you to do the next thing. Nothing here is keeping a list. Nothing here is measuring how far you have come or how far there is still to go. The deep water does not count. The deep dark does not count. They only hold, and go on holding, evenly and endlessly, the way they have held every sleeping thing that ever let itself down into them since the first night there ever was. And they hold you no differently, no less kindly, no less completely, one more warm still weight let down into the keeping of the dark, welcome there, wanted there, exactly as heavy as you are, and not asked to be 1 ounce lighter. Somewhere out past the deep water the earth is turning, slow and enormous and sure, carrying you and the bed and the whole dark house and the whole dark country all together through the long tunnel of the night toward a morning it will reach without any help from you. You do not have to turn it. You never did. It turns of its own vast patience, 1 slow degree at a time, so gently that nothing on it ever feels the motion, so faithfully that it has never once in all its turning forgotten to bring the light back round. And it will not forget tonight. It is carrying you even now, softly, through the dark, the way a great slow tide carries a small boat that has let go its oars, no hurry in it, no strain, only the long, sure motion of something far larger than you doing all the moving so that you can lie still. So lie still, let the earth carry you, it knows the way, it has always known the way. You can put down even the last small habit of helping, the last faint reaching toward tomorrow, and let the turning of the whole wide world do the only work that is left, which is simply to bear you on through the dark toward a light you do not have to reach for and will not miss. And the deep goes deeper still. There is always more of it than you think. Just when you feel you have sunk as far as sinking goes, the dark opens a little further beneath you, soft and unhurried, and lets you down another slow measure into a stillness even quieter than the one before, a warmth even closer, a peace with even less edge to it. And you go because there is nothing in you now that wants to hold its place, nothing that grips, nothing that braces against the falling, only a long, slow yielding, a giving of your whole weight to the down of it, trusting the dark to catch you as it has caught you at every depth so far, softly, completely, without ever once letting you strike a flaw. Because there is no flaw, that is the last kind secret of the deep night. It does not end in a hard place. It does not bottom out into stone. It only goes on growing softer the further down you go, warmer, quieter, more forgiving, so that the sinking itself becomes the rest, and there is no arriving to wait for, no landing to brace for, only the endless gentle settling, down and down through warmth into warmth, through dark into deeper dark, each layer holding you a moment, and then letting you softly through to the next, all night, all the long, slow night. With nothing below you but more kindness, and nothing above you but the closing dark, and nothing around you but the deep still water of the hour keeping you close on every side. And your breath goes down with you. It does not stay up at the surface calling you back. It comes with you into the deep, slower now and slower, matching the pace of the sinking, each one longer and lower than the last, each out-breath a small soft loosening of one more thread that tied you to the waking world, breathing out the last of the holding, breathing out the last of the bracing, breathing out even the memory of what it felt like to be tight and switched on and watchful, until that memory too grows faint and far and finally lets go. And there is only this, only the soft low tide of the breath moving in the deep, wanting nothing, keeping nothing, simply rising and falling on its own in the warm dark long after you have stopped attending it. Let it fall away from you now, that long attending. You have watched over yourself for so many hours of so many days, kept the guard up, kept the watch through so many nights when the dark would not soften and the body would not put itself down. And this is a calming practice and not a cure, not medicine, not a doctor's care. And if the sleepless nights go on wearing at you, there is no shame at all in letting a doctor or a kind therapist help carry that weight in the daylight. But here, tonight, in this deep hour, there is nothing to keep watch against, and the watch can be set down, softly, the way you would set down a lantern you have carried so long you forgot it was heavy, and only feel the ache leave your arm once it is finally on the ground. Set it down, the night will keep the watch now, the turning earth will keep it, the deep water will keep it. All the slow, faithful things that have kept every sleeper safe through every dark before this one will keep it for you tonight, and you can lie here at last unguarded, undefended, with no part of you posted at the edge of sleep still scanning the quiet. Because there is nothing in the quiet, there has never been anything in the quiet, only the soft dark folding closer, only the warm going on, only the long night doing what the long night does, which is to hold its sleepers gently and let them down slow and bring them through. And now the deep water thins into a softer thing, thins into warm dark air, into the low still air of a room somewhere far inside the night, where a fire has burned down to its last soft glow, and the warmth of the whole day's fire still lives in the stones of the hearth, giving itself back slowly into the dark, patiently, all night long. And you are near that warmth now, close to that low banked glow, wrapped in the last of the days, kept heat the way a stone by the fire stays warm long after the flames have gone down. Nothing bright left, nothing leaping, only the deep steady warmth of embers that will not go out, that will hold their low red heart through every dark hour and still be faintly warm when the grey light comes. And you are warmed like that, from somewhere deep and low and steady, a heat that does not flare and does not fade, only holds, only keeps, only goes quietly on giving itself to you through the whole long night. Feel how the warmth has reached all the way in now, not just the skin, not just the surface, but down through into the deep of you, into the places that stay cold longest, the chest, the belly, the small of the back, the soles of the feet, all of them warm now, all of them thawed and eased and softened, all of the days held cold gone out of them at last, and the low steady heat of the resting hour come into them in its place. And a warm body is a body that has stopped bracing. A warm body is a body that has decided it is safe. There is nothing left in you that is guarding against the cold, nothing bracing against the dark, nothing standing between you and the deep of the sleep that is already halfway risen through you like warmth rising through a stone. Let it rise the rest of the way. There is no hurry. It will come in its own slow time, the way sleep always comes, not when it is chased, but when it is finally left alone, when the last watcher stands down and the last light goes low, and the body is warm and heavy and held and asked for nothing. And you are all of those things now, warm and heavy and held and asked for nothing. So the sleep will come, is coming, is already here in the softening of your thoughts, in the lengthening of the space between them, in the way each one now takes longer to arrive and means less when it does, and finally does not arrive at all, leaving only warm dark quiet where the thinking used to be. And into that warm dark quiet the night pours its last and softest gift, which is simply more of itself, more hours, more dark, more of the long slow keeping, unrolling ahead of you endless and unhurried like deep country seen from very high up, all of it dim, all of it still, all of it yours to sink through slowly on the low tide of the breath, one warm hour folding gently into the next with nothing sharp between them, nothing to wake for, nothing to mark. Only the seamless, soft going on of the dark from here all the way to a morning still so distant, it has not begun to be. So you can let the hours blur. You can let them lose their edges and run together into one long, warm, dark keeping, so that there is no first hour and no next hour, no counting the night down, no measuring how much dark is spent and how much remains. Only the one endless holding, the one slow settling, the one soft going down that does not have to end at any particular place, because it is not going anywhere at all, only deeper, only warmer, only quieter, on and on into the kept heart of the night. The low glow at the hearth dims another shade. The deep water closes another fathom over your head. The turning earth carries you another slow degree through the dark. And you sink with all of it softly, letting go a little more with every long breath out, keeping a little less with every one, until there is almost nothing left to hold, and almost no one left holding it. Just the warm weight of you let all the way down into the warm keeping of the dark, and the slow tide of the breath going on and on beneath you without your help. Going down, going warm, going quiet, Down past the last of the words, down past the last of the light, down into the soft, deep middle of the night where nothing is asked and nothing is owed and the dark holds everything gently and lets it all rest. Warm and held and sinking still, with the long night wide and unhurried all around, and hours of it still folded softly ahead, and no need at all to wake for any of them. Only the warm, only the deep. Only the slow, far turning of the breath, going on without you, low and faithful in the endless keeping dark. And somewhere far off, out past the edges of the room, the snow is coming down. Not the sharp snow of a storm, but the slow kind. The kind that falls all night without a sound, each flake taking its own unhurried time to reach the ground, drifting and turning in the dark air, settling one soft layer over another until the whole world outside is rounded and quiet and covered over, every hard edge gone gentle under the white, every sound folded away beneath it. And you do not have to watch it fall to know that it is falling. You can simply feel that softness spreading out around you, that hush laid down over everything, that slow white patient covering of all the sharp things until there is nothing left uncovered, nothing left that could catch or wake you. Only the deep muffled quiet of a world gone under snow, and you somewhere warm inside it, deeper than the cold could ever reach. Let the quiet come in that way now, one soft layer at a time, nothing you have to do to make it happen, only the settling, only the covering, only the slow kind falling of the hush over the last awake places in you. And under the snow, though you cannot see it, the ground goes on holding everything the way it always has, the long dark soil holding the roots, and the roots holding the sleeping trees, and the trees standing quiet through the whole of the cold with nothing asked of them, no growing to do, no reaching, only the long dark waiting that is its own kind of rest. They do not brace against the winter. They do not hold themselves stiff against the cold. They simply let the sap go slow and the branches go still, and the whole tall length of themselves go quiet and patient and down into that deep waiting where nothing needs to happen and nothing needs to be guarded. And the cold does not harm them. It only asks them to rest, and they rest, all of them, the whole dark standing forest of them, sunk deep in the long, slow patience of the winter dark. You can rest like that now, nothing to grow toward, nothing to reach for, only the going still of every tall, tired part of you, only the slow sap of the blood gone quiet and warm, only the deep, patient waiting that does not wait for anything at all, that is simply the body standing down into the season of its rest. And the breath keeps on beneath it, low and even, slow and warm. The tide of it going out a little longer than it comes in, the way it has all through this long night, the body's own quiet break still gently on, still telling every deep part of you that the danger has passed, that there is nothing here to run from, that the watch is over and the guard is down, and it is safe, entirely safe, to stay here in the warm dark and simply keep on breathing while the snow keeps on falling and the world keeps on going soft. There is a warmth that gathers in a house at the deepest part of the night, a warmth that has nothing to do with any fire, the warmth of a place that has been lived in and loved and settled into over long years, the walls holding the day's last heat, giving it slowly back into the dark rooms. The old wood of the floors easing, the beams settling by tiny degrees the way they do when everything has gone still, each small sound not a disturbance, but the opposite, the sound of a house letting go of the day, sighing itself down into its own long rest around you. And you are held inside all of that, held by the room, and the room held by the house, and the house held by the ground, and the ground held by the slow, deep turning of the whole quiet dark. Layer inside layer of holding, each one steadier and larger and older than the last, all of them wrapped around the small, warm sleeping center that is you, so that there is no edge you could fall past, no place where the holding stops, only more of it, deeper and deeper out, all the way to the far dark rim of the night. Let yourself be that held, that many times held, that thoroughly and patiently and endlessly kept. Somewhere the slow water is still moving. Not the deep cold water now, but a small dark stream far out under the snow, running quiet beneath the ice, going nowhere in a hurry, only following the low places the way water always does, finding the down of the land and pouring softly along it. Over the smooth stones it has smoothed across 100 winters, under the bent grass, past the sleeping banks, carrying nothing, needing nothing, simply moving because that is what it does, low and dark and even. A small, faithful going on beneath the frozen quiet of everything above. And your breath is like that stream now, running low beneath the ice of your stillness, going on softly without your help, finding its own slow way out and in, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, only pouring quietly along the low places of you while the rest of you lies frozen, still and warm, and does not have to lift a single finger to keep it going. It goes on its own. It has always gone on its own. You can hand it over entirely to the dark now, and it will keep on, faithful, unhurried, low, all the way to the morning. The mind, if it drifts up at all now, drifts up slower, a thought rising like a slow bubble through deep water, taking its long time, wobbling and softening as it goes, and losing its shape before it ever reaches the surface, so that by the time it arrives there is almost nothing left of it, only a faint stir on the dark face of the quiet, spreading out in soft rings and gone, and then a long stretch of nothing, a long smooth reach of dark with no thought on it at all. And then perhaps another, slower still, rising even more gently, meaning even less, dissolving even sooner, and the stretches between them growing longer and wider and warmer, until the thoughts are so far apart and so faint when they come that they hardly trouble the surface at all, and the dark just goes on, smooth and unbroken, holding you. You do not have to follow them anymore, those slow thoughts. You do not have to answer them or chase them down or see where they go. You can let each one rise and soften and vanish on its own, the way the snow melts the instant it touches the warm dark water, and stay exactly where you are, low and still and warm beneath all of it, while the surface takes care of itself. Out past the snow, past the sleeping forest, past the small dark faithful stream, the night sky has cleared in places, and the cold stars stand very still and far, wheeling their slow silent wheel over the covered world in no hurry, keeping their ancient patient time the way they have kept it over every sleeper who has ever lain down in the dark and let the day go. They asked nothing of any of them. They only turned, slow and bright and cold and calm, marking the long hours with their quiet moving, so that the whole roof of the dark is one enormous unhurried clock that counts nothing, wants nothing, only turns. And beneath its turning the whole world sleeps, has always slept, will go on sleeping, held under that slow high wheel of light. You are one of them now, one of all the countless sleepers laid down soft beneath the turning of the stars. No different, no more troubled, no less held, just one more warm still small life, let all the way down into the keeping of the dark, while the great calm wheel goes slowly round above. And there is a deep ease in that, in being only one of so many, in being nothing that has to be watched or worried over, only another sleeper among the endless sleepers, folded into the same soft dark, kept by the same slow turning, asked for nothing at all until the morning. Let the largeness of it hold you, the great slow calm of a whole turning world gone down into its rest, and let yourself be small and warm and held inside it, a single quiet ember of warmth in the vast kept dark, glowing low, asking nothing, going nowhere, only resting while the enormous gentle night turns on around you. The weight of you has found its place completely now, every part of you given over to the bed, given over to the ground beneath the bed, given over to the deep patient holding of the earth beneath that, the head heavy and let down, the shoulders wide and low and finally far from the ears, the arms fall unstill, the hands unclosed, the fingers curled soft the way they curl only in sleep, holding nothing, guarding nothing, open and warm and done, the long muscles of the back set down. The hips heavy, the legs gone loose and long and warm all the way to the far quiet weight of the feet, none of it held anymore, none of it braced, all of it handed over to the holding of the dark, so that there is nothing left in you that is working, nothing left that is watching, only the slow, low, faithful going of the breath and the deep, even warmth of a body entirely at rest. This is what it was for all of it, the whole long, slow way we came tonight, the breathing and the softening and the setting down, all of it only to bring you here, to this warm handed-over stillness, this deep, unbraced quiet, this place past watching where the body finally believes it is safe. And it is safe. It is entirely safe. And it can stay exactly here, warm and heavy, and let all the way down, for all the long dark hours that are still folded softly ahead. And there are so many still ahead. The night is nowhere near its end. There is dark enough here to sink through for hours yet, dark enough to lose yourself in slowly and completely, dark enough that you never have to think about its edge, because the edge is so far off it does not matter, so far off it might as well not exist, so far off that between here and there is nothing but warm hour after warm hour of held and patient quiet, laid out ahead of you soft and endless as the snow laid down over the fields. So there is no reason to surface, no reason to rise, nowhere you have to be but here, sunk deep and warm in the middle of the kept night, with the snow still falling soundless outside and the forest still standing patient in the cold, and the small stream still running low beneath the ice and the great slow wheel of the stars still turning quiet overhead, and all of it, going on perfectly well without you, needing nothing from you, asking only that you stay down here in the warm and rest. And you can feel, if there is enough of you still awake to feel anything at all, how little of you is left awake now. How the last small watcher, the one that kept its eyes open all through the wired and aching part of the night, has finally set its own weight down too. How it is not gone, exactly, only resting, only sunk down warm with all the rest of you into the deep holding of the dark, its long watch over, its eyes gone soft, its guard laid down at last beside all the other things you have set down tonight. And how quiet it is in here, with even the watcher resting. How deep and warm and unbroken the quiet is now that there is no one left standing at the edge of you, straining to hear. Nothing is coming, nothing needs guarding, the watch is over. Let it be over, let the last of the watching go soft. Let even the one who kept the watch sink down into the warm and rest, because the night is holding everything now, the night has the watch, the night has always had it, and the night is patient and dark and kind, and asks for nothing but your sinking. The snow keeps falling. It does not need you to fall. It falls all on its own, slow and soundless, layer on soft layer, covering the last hard edges of the world while you lie warm and deep beneath it. And it will keep on falling long after the last of your thoughts has dissolved, all through the dark, filling the tracks, rounding the stones, laying its long white quiet over everything until the whole world outside is one smooth, soundless field of rest. And you inside it, deeper than the cold, warmer than the dark, held past all watching, sunk past all guarding, gone down soft and complete into the middle of the kept and covered night. The house settles one more small easing degree around you and goes still. The beams rest. The walls hold their quiet warmth. The rooms lie dark and calm, one folded into the next, all of them keeping you, all of them asking nothing. And the breath goes on beneath all of it, low, slow, warm, a little longer going out than coming in, the body's own soft break still gently holding, the whole slow tide of it running on without you, faithful in the dark, needing no watcher, no keeper, no help of any kind from you, only going on and on low beneath the ice, low beneath the snow, low beneath the turning stars, carrying you softly down through the long-kept middle of the night. Down and warm and held and asked for nothing. With the snow still falling and the forest still resting and the stream still going low beneath the ice, and the great calm wheel still turning slow and far above, and all of it keeping you, all of it holding you, all of it letting you rest. Deeper now and warmer and further downs, into the soft, covered quiet where nothing is asked and nothing is owed, and the long dark holds it all so gently and lets it all go still. And somewhere far below the covered fields, where nothing has ever needed to hurry, the ground itself lies warm and dark and slow, the deep earth under everything, holding its own steady warmth all through the winter, unbothered by the cold laid over it, unbothered by the hour. And you have sunk down close to that now, down where the warmth begins, down past the last thin skin of the waking world into the patient dark that has been keeping its heat since long before you were tired, and will keep it long after. And it asks nothing, it only holds, only stays warm, only lets the roots of things rest in it through the long, unlit middle of the year. And your body has gone down into that same slow warmth, heavier than the snow above it, heavier than the stones, settled so far into the holding of the bed that the line between you and the ground beneath the ground has gone soft and uncertain, and there is no longer any need to know exactly where you end, no need to hold that edge, no need to keep the shape of yourself so carefully drawn. You can let the outline blur, let the warmth run across it. Let yourself belong to the deep-held ground the way a stone belongs to it, the way a root belongs to it, without effort, without watching, without any work at all. The breath still moves, low and slow, a little longer going out than coming in, running on beneath you like warm water moving underground, finding its own way through the dark, needing no one to steer it, and each long, soft going out loosens something one more small degree, some last thread you did not know was still faintly drawn, and lets it slacken, and lets it lie. There is a warmth that comes up through the palms of the hands when they have finally stopped holding anything, and you may feel it now, or you may only sleep through it, and either is well. The small muscles of the hands that spent so much of the day gripping and reaching and bracing, gone loose and open and warm against the sheets, the fingers slightly curled, the way they curl only when there is truly nothing left to grasp, the wide soft palms warm and still and asking for nothing. And up from them, into the wrists, into the forearms, that same low warmth spreading unhurried, dissolving the last faint memory of holding. And the long muscles of the legs that carried you all day and stood you up again every time you rose, have set their whole weight down now into the deep, the heavy thigh gone soft and wide and warm, the hollow behind the knee unguarded, the shape of each leg spreading, sinking, giving its full weight to the bed the way a heavy branch gives its weight to still water and floats there without trying. And the feet, the far quiet feet, warm at last, warm all the way through, no longer cold, no longer clenched, only resting, only warm, only far away and sinking. Slower now and slower. There is a kind of quiet that only arrives this late, not the sharp quiet of listening, not the thin quiet of a room where someone is still awake and waiting, but a thick, slow quiet, a warm quiet, a quiet with weight to it that settles over a sleeping house near the deepest part of the night and lies there soft over everything like the warmth over the buried ground. And you are inside it now, down at the bottom of it, where the quiet is warmest and heaviest and most complete, where no sound reaches that could ask anything of you, where the last far edges of the world have gone gentle and dim. And you do not have to follow any of these words. They are not asking to be followed. They are only moving through the warm dark near you the way slow water moves, the way the deep ground holds its heat, present and patient, and asking nothing. There if some small drifting part of you wants to rest against them, gone soft into the quiet, if it does not. You can let them blur the way the outline of your body has blurred. Let them run together into one low warm sound with no edges and no meaning, one more warm thing in the warm dark, keeping you, holding you, letting you go further down. Down where it is warmer still. And if there is any last faint bracing anywhere in you, some small held place that did not quite let go with all the others, some quiet corner of the jaw or the brow or the belly that kept a little of its old readiness even now. You do not have to hunt for it, you do not have to work at it. Only let the next slow breath go out a little longer, and let the warmth from the deep ground come up to meet it. And let it soften the way ice softens at the edges when the warmth finally reaches it. Not all at once, not with any effort, only slowly, only surely, only giving way degree by warm degree until there is nothing left that is holding, nothing left that is braced, nothing left standing between you and the deep. The body knows how to do this. It has always known. Underneath all the wired and aching hours, underneath all the long days of holding on, the body has kept this one old knowing safe, how to let the guard down, how to go warm and heavy and unwatched, how to sink into the holding dark and rest. And tonight you have simply stopped standing in its way, and it is doing what it always knew how to do, quietly, on its own, without needing anything more from you now. So there is nothing left to do, nothing left to manage, nothing left to keep. You have set it all down, the watching, the bracing, the holding of the edges, the long readiness of the day. All of it laid down warm in the dark, all of it covered over, all of it resting. And you resting under all of it, deeper than any of it, warm past the reach of the cold, held past the reach of the hour, gone down soft and complete into the patient warmth that keeps the roots and the stones and the buried ground and now keeps you. And time has gone loose and slow down here, the way it goes in the deep part of the night when no one is counting it. One long soft warm hour flowing into the next with no seam between them, no bell, no marker, nothing to divide them, only the slow tide of the breath going on and on beneath everything, low and warm and faithful, carrying you further into the dark with no hurry to arrive anywhere at all. You do not have to know the hour. You do not have to keep the count. The night is keeping it. The night has all the time there is, and it is spending none of it, only holding still around you, only staying warm, only letting the long dark middle go on and on, so there is room for you to rest as deep and as long as the body wants. Warmer and heavier and further downs. Somewhere out past the walls the cold goes on being cold, and the dark goes on being dark, and the slow turning of the world goes on turning, patient and enormous and far, and none of it needs you, none of it is waiting on you, none of it will falter if you let go completely and sink all the way down into sleep. The great slow turning does not need a watcher. It has never needed one. It turned through 10,000 nights before this one with no help from anyone lying awake, and it will turn through 10,000 more, and you are free, wholly free, warm and held and free, to let it turn without you now, to hand it back to the dark that has always carried it, and to sink. There is a warmth at the center of the chest, low and slow, that comes when the breath has been let alone long enough to find its own soft rhythm. A gentle warmth that spreads out from there with each slow going out, into the ribs, into the back, into the wide soft weight of the shoulders that gave up their long climb hours ago and lie now heavy and warm and open against the bed. And it moves so quietly, that warmth, it asks so little of you, it only spreads and settles and stays, the way heat spreads through the deep ground, the way quiet spreads through a sleeping house, the way the dark spreads soft and complete over the covered fields. And you can let it have you. You can let it fill the last waking corners. You can let it carry you down. And down here it is very warm and very heavy and very still. The neck has let go of the head at last, has stopped its long quiet holding, and the head lies full and heavy in the pillow, its whole weight given over, nothing in it held, nothing in it braced, the small muscles around the eyes gone soft and smooth, the brow gone wide and warm and untroubled, the jaw loose and low and easy, the tongue resting soft in the warm dark of the mouth, and behind all of it the slow warm quiet spreading, the deep held stillness rising. The long dark closing gently over the top of you like warm water closing over a stone that has finally come to rest at the bottom, where it is warm, where it is dark, where nothing moves and nothing asks and nothing is owed. Slower and softer and warmer than that. You are so far down now that the words can barely reach you, and that is well, that is exactly well, that is the whole of what tonight was ever for. You were not meant to stay up here with the words. You were meant to sink beneath them, to leave them murmuring low and warm above you like a slow current above a stone, while you go down into the dark where there are no words at all, only warmth, only weight, only the long, slow, faithful tide of the breath and the deep-held quiet of the kept and covered night. And the breath goes on, low and slow and warm, a little longer going out than coming in, needing no help from you, needing no watcher, no keeper, no count, only running on beneath the warmth, beneath the weight, beneath the last thin drifting edge of everything you were still holding, carrying you softly, faithfully, endlessly down into the deep warm dark that has been waiting all night to keep you. Let it keep you now. Let the warmth come all the way up. Let the deep ground hold its heat around you. Let the last small edge of you go soft into the dark and sink warm and heavy and asked for nothing, deeper into the long-kept middle of the night, where the earth stays warm beneath the cold and the quiet lies thick over everything, and the slow tide of the breath runs on and on without you, low and warm and faithful in the dark, and there is nothing to do and nothing to keep, and nowhere to be but here, warm and heavy and held and going down. The warmth in the hands stays, the warmth in the chest stays, the heavy legs stay heavy, the head stays full and low and given over in the pillow, and the slow going out of each breath loosens one more small unseen thread and lets it lie and asks for nothing more. And further down than that, where even the warmth grows dim and soft at its edges, where the quiet has no bottom you could ever reach, where the dark is not a thing to be afraid of, but a wide warm room with no walls that has been made ready for your rest. You go on sinking, slow and easy and light now, light the way a thing is light when it has finally set down everything it was carrying, drifting down through the warm dark without weight and without effort and without any need to arrive. The night holds it all, the warm ground holds it all, the slow tide of the breath holds it all, and you can let go of the last of it now, the very last of it, the small quiet thread you did not even know your hand was still closed around, and let your hand fall open in the warm dark and let it go. And sink, warm and slow and deep and held, with nothing coming and nothing asked, and the long dark keeping everything so gently, and the breath running low and warm beneath it all, and the deep ground warm beneath the cold, and the quiet lying thick and soft over the whole covered world, and you inside it, further down than words, warmer than the dark, gone loose and light and complete into the middle of the kept and holding night, resting now, only resting, deeper and warmer and further down. And somewhere far beyond the edge of you, past the walls of this room, past the thin cold glass and the dark grass and the sleeping street, the night goes on turning slowly on its wide and silent wheel. And you have no part in the turning now, nothing to steer, nothing to hold to its course. The whole vast machinery of the dark moving on without you, easily, the way it always has, the way it will until the light. And you set down here in the middle of it, small and warm and let go of, one quiet sleeping weight among all the sleeping weights of the world, needing to do none of it, needing only to lie here and be carried. There is a sound the deep night makes when everything in it has finally gone still. Not silence, exactly, a soft low fullness, the hum of a world at rest, the settling of walls, the far-off nothing that is almost a sound, and you can lie down inside that fullness now the way you might lie down in deep grass at the end of a long day, feeling it close, warm and unhurried over you. No edge to it, no end to it. Only the wide, soft holding of a night that has room for all of you and asks for none of it back. And the breath moves through it, slow, a little longer going out than coming in, loosening, low and warm and unwatched beneath the deep, still hum of the resting dark. Let me tell you of the warmth that gathers in the low center of the body while you sleep, the quiet furnace that never needs your tending, how it keeps its slow, soft fire going all through the cold hours without a single thought from you, warming the blood, warming the deep places, sending its low heat out along every road of you to the far cold edges, to the tips of the fingers, to the soles of the feet, to the small forgotten places that were braced all day, and you never once had to feed it. Never once had to keep it alive. It burns for you while you lie here emptied of all doing, and it will burn for you all night, low and steady and faithful, keeping you warm from the inside while the dark keeps you warm from without. And there is nothing you must do to deserve it, nothing to earn. Only lie here between the two warmths, the one within and the one without, and let them meet in the soft middle of you and hold you there. Warm and slow and given over and sinking still. And if some old faint tightness lingers yet in a place you have long stopped noticing, the narrow band across the top of the chest, the small clenched country beneath the ribs, the quiet held line along the inside of the arm, let the low warmth find its way there now, unhurried, the way warm water finds the last cold corner of a room, seeping in slow, no push to it, no hurry, only the patient spread of heat into the last held place. And feel that place, wherever it is, give a little. Soften at its edge, let down one more fraction it did not know it could let down, and grow warm and grow heavy, and join the rest of you in the long, slow settling toward the floor of sleep. Theirs, let that be enough. Let that place rest now too, all of you resting now, no corner left standing guard. Far away, so far that it belongs almost to another world, imagine a single small lamp left burning low in a window across a great dark distance, warm and gold and steady, nothing near you, nothing you must walk toward, only a small far warmth glimpsed once across the wide dark and then let go of, and you are not out there in the cold looking toward the light. You are already home, already in the warm. Already lying deep in the kept and covered place the far light only promises. You have arrived at the thing all the far small lamps of the world are only pointing home toward, and you are inside it now, warm and low and done with the road. And the breath goes out, long, and the last of the far light dims, and you sink. Let the pillow take the full round weight of the head, all of it, the way the ground takes a stone that has rolled at last to the bottom of the hill and will roll no more. Come to rest, come fully to rest. The head so heavy now it has forgotten it was ever lifted, ever turned, ever held up through all the long bright hours to watch and to listen and to answer. It need not be held up now. It need not turn now. It need not watch or listen or answer. It lies in the soft, deep hollow it has made, and it stays warm and full, and given wholly over to the pillow's keeping. And the neck lets go of the head, the shoulders let go of the neck, the whole long braced scaffolding that held you upright in the world all day comes quietly, joint by joint, to lie down inside you and rest. Slower now and softer and further down. There is a kind of tiredness that is not a weight but a permission. The good deep tiredness that comes when the guard is truly down, when the body understands at last that the day is over and will not come again asking anything, when every muscle that spent itself keeping you standing and moving and ready is finally allowed to lie still and be spent. And that tiredness is moving through you now, warm and slow, from the crown of the head down through the loosening face, down the released throat, down through the wide unclenching chest, down into the soft heavy belly, down the long legs, all the way to the far quiet feet. A warm tide of permission, saying to each part as it passes, you may rest now, you have done enough, you may lie still and be kept. Let it pass all the way through you, let it reach the very ends of you, and let it leave you lying warm and emptied and entirely at rest in the deep held dark. And beneath even the tiredness, beneath the warmth, beneath the slow soft tide of the breath, there is the plain deep fact of the ground, the floor beneath the bed, the beams beneath the floor, the deep cold patient earth beneath the beams, holding all of it up without effort, without strain, without the smallest tremor of doubt, the way it has held everything up since long before you were here to be held. And you are resting on the top of all that faithful holding now, one small warm sleeping thing set down upon a foundation older than every worry you have ever carried, and it does not so much as notice your weight. It holds you as easily as the sea holds a single drop, and it will not let you fall, and it will not tire, and it will not put you down. You may lean the whole of yourself upon it, and it will not move. Lean then, let go into it. Let the deep old ground take everything you are still, in some last small way, holding up. Give it the weight of the legs. Give it the weight of the hips and the long spine. Give it the weight of the chest and the heavy arms and the given overhead. Give it all of you, every ounce, and let it hold you and rest. Down and warm and held and needing nothing. Now let the room grow soft at its edges. The walls no longer quite walls, only a warm nearness in the dark. The ceiling no longer overhead, only a soft high quiet. The door, the window, the corners, all of them loosening from their hard shapes and going gentle and vague and far, the way the shore goes gentle and vague and far, and you have drifted a little way out onto still deep water in the warm dark and stopped rowing and let the small boat turn slowly as it likes. No course to hold. No shore to reach, only the slow, easy turning on the deep, warm dark, rocked so faintly you can barely feel it, held so completely you have forgotten to wonder if you are held. And above you nothing but the wide, soft dark, and beneath you nothing but the deep, still water, and around you nothing that asks a single thing, only drifting, only turning slow, only sinking by the smallest measure with each long breath out into the warm, dark water of the night. And the breath goes out, and the small boat settles a little lower, and you drift. Nothing to reach for, nothing coming toward you across the water that you must ready yourself to meet. The whole surface of the night lies smooth and dark and still in every direction, and there is no far edge of it you are responsible for, no distant thing you must keep watch against, no course you must remember to hold. You have laid the oars down in the bottom of the boat and let your open hands fall away from them, and the water has taken the boat, and the night has taken the water, and you are carried now on the top of all of it, warm and turning slow, going nowhere, arriving nowhere, needing nowhere to be. Just this, just the warm, slow drift, just the long breath out and the small settling lower, just the deep, dark water holding up the little boat, and the little boat holding you, and you holding nothing at all. Lower and warmer, and further out onto the still, dark water of the deep night. And you may feel, if you feel anything now, only how good it is to be this heavy. How there was a time not long ago tonight when the body was all lifted edges and held up weight and readiness, braced against a day that has long since gone, and how far away all of that is now. How the readiness has drained down out of you like water finding its level, down through the loosening limbs, down into the bed, down into the deep old ground gone. And left you lying here in the after of it, warm and slack and wonderfully heavy, a body that is finally only a body at rest, no longer a thing on guard, no longer a thing that must be ready, only a warm, heavy sleeping weight kept safe in the dark. And there is no readiness left to hold, and nothing to be ready for, and the dark will do the keeping now, all of it, all night, faithfully, and ask you for none of it. So let the last held readiness go, the very last of it, wherever it still hides in you, in the set of the jaw, in the fine skin around the eyes, in the quiet grip of a hand you thought was open, in the low braced floor of the belly. Let the warm, slow tide reach it, and loosen it, and carry it down and out and away into the deep, dark water, and leave that place soft and warm and let go of and at rest. There, softer still, slower still, down. The night is long, and there is so much of it left to be carried through, and you need carry none of it. It will carry itself, and it will carry you, on and on through the deep middle hours where the world lies thick and still and warm beneath the cold. Hour folding softly into hour without your counting, the slow wheel turning, the deep ground keeping its warmth, the small far lamps burning low in their distant windows, the whole sleeping world breathing its long, slow breath in the dark. And you a warm part of all of it now, sunk down past thought, past watching, past the last thin edge of holding, into the deep soft keeping place that opened for you tonight and will keep you until the light. And the breath moves on, low and slow and warm, a little longer going out than coming in, running on beneath you without your help, without your watching, faithful in the dark. Down now, all the way down, warm and heavy and held. Let the warmth close over the top of you like deep water closing warm and dark and gentle over a thing that has sunk at last all the way to the soft, still floor and come to rest there, out of the reach of every current, out of the reach of every cold, kept and covered and completely still. And let the last light of your attention dim there, low and warm and small, and let it go out soft as a coal banked down for the night, glowing faint beneath the warm ash of the dark, asking nothing, keeping nothing, only resting, only warm, only sinking the last small measure down into the deep still floor of the kept and holding night. Warm and slow and deep and gone soft into the dark. Resting now, only resting, further down and warmer and slower still. And if there is any part of you still faintly listening for something, let it stop its listening now, for there is nothing coming, nothing arriving, nothing that needs to be heard. The ears can soften too, the same as the hands, the same as the jaw, that fine reaching in them that has been turned outward all day toward voices and doors and the small alarms of the world. Let it turn back inward now and go quiet and stop its reaching. Let the sounds of the night arrive on their own if they arrive at all, uncaught, unweighed, drifting in and drifting out again like slow air through an open room. None of them for you, none of them asking, none of them yours to answer. A sound is only a sound now. It comes and it softens and it is gone and you are not moved. You lie beneath the hearing the way a stone lies beneath the surface of a still pond, aware of nothing but its own deep coolness and its own great settled weight. And the body goes on quietly loosening at its edges, the way the edges of things blur and soften as the last light leaves them, the outline going gentle, the hard line where you end, and the dark begins turning soft and uncertain and kind. You can feel it happening if you feel for it, gently, the place where the skin meets the cool sheet, no longer quite a border, no longer quite a fence you keep, only a soft warm meeting, a leaning together, the body and the bed growing into one another the way warmth grows into warmth until you cannot find the seam. Where do you end tonight? You cannot quite say, and it does not matter that you cannot say. Let the not mattering be its own soft mercy. Let the edges go. There is a stillness that comes into a house very late, long after the last footstep, when even the walls seem to settle a half-inch lower into their long patience, when the small tickings of the day have all wound down and the rooms hold their darkness gently, evenly, without waiting for anything. And your body has come into that same late stillness now, all its small tickings wound down, all its rooms gone dark and even, nothing pacing in it. Nothing keeping the low light burning in an upstairs window. The whole house of you settled down onto its foundations for the night, quiet in every room, dark in every room, and safe. Let the breath grow even smaller now. You need so little of it here. Down at this depth, the body asks for almost nothing. Just the smallest slow tide of air, coming and going all on its own, low in you, unhurried, the out-breath still spilling a little longer and softer than the in, the gentle break still easing you down by the smallest measures, so slight now you could almost lose the feeling of it, almost forget which was the breathing in and which the breathing out, the two of them melting together into one long, soft, continuous nothing, one slow, warm, going nowhere, air and stillness and air. And you might notice, if you drift a moment toward noticing, How the weight of you has changed its quality. Not the heavy pressing weight of the earlier hours, that great sinking that carried you down, but something gentler now that the sinking is done, the weight of a thing that has already arrived, that has already come to rest at the very bottom and has nowhere further to fall. A weight at ease with itself. A weight that has forgotten it ever meant to be anything but weight. Your arms too warm, forgotten things lying wherever they happen to fall. Your legs long and slack, and belonging to the bed now more than to you. The back of your head a smooth heaviness pressed soft into what holds it, giving over the whole round weight of itself, all its long day of holding thoughts, all its long day of turning and turning, set down at last, given over, resting on what will not tire of holding it. Somewhere far off the night goes on being night without needing anything from you, the cold air moving slow over the dark fields, the frost settling grain by grain onto the still grass, too slow to see, too quiet to hear, a patient silver arriving out of the dark all on its own, the bare branches holding perfectly still against the deep sky, the long roads empty and shining faintly and leading nowhere anyone is going tonight, and none of it wants you, none of it calls. It is all simply happening, softly, out there in the great dark, the way it happens every night whether you keep watch or not, and it will happen just as well, just as faithfully, with you sunk down here past all keeping, past all watch, adding your small warm sleeping weight to the great weight of the sleeping world. Let that be a kind of company as you go further down, not a company that asks anything of you, only the quiet knowing that you are not the only thing sinking into rest tonight. That all across the dark the sleeping are sinking, the whole tired world laying its weight down at once, breath after breath after breath drawn low and slow in 1,000 dark and quiet rooms, and yours only one small breath among them, carried along, part of the long, slow tide of all of it, nothing singular in your resting, nothing you must do that everyone is not already doing, only the oldest thing, only the given thing, only lying down in the dark and letting the day be over. And it is over, let it be over. The whole long shape of it, from the first grey waking to this last warm dark, the whole arc of it complete now and behind you and asking nothing more. It does not need reviewing, it does not need finishing. Whatever was left undone in it can lie undone in the dark and take no harm from lying there. The day will keep unfinished, patient until it is time, and it is not time. Nothing is time now but the sinking and the warmth and the slow small breath. The doing can wait on the far side of the whole long night, and the night has only just begun to fold itself around you, and there is nothing in all of it, nothing in all its long dark hours, that you must reach for or ready yourself against or hold. Feel how the holding, once you set it down, does not come creeping back the way it used to, how the jaw, unclenched, simply stays soft now, with nothing left in it to want to grip. How the shoulders, having slid down from the ears, have forgotten the way back up and lie easy and low and wide and settled. How the hands, uncurled, have no more curling in them, the fingers just resting slightly apart in whatever soft shape the letting go left them, too far gone to make a fist, too much at rest to want to. The whole reflex of guarding gone quiet in you, the whole machinery of readiness powered down room by room, until there is nothing left running but the small, warm, faithful pump of the breath and the deep, slow keeping of the dark. This is a calming practice and nothing more, not a treatment, not a cure, not medicine, only a slow and gentle way of telling the body it is safe to stop. And if the sleepless nights go on, or the weight of things grows heavier than rest can lift, let a doctor or a good and careful therapist be the one you bring it to in the daylight when the time is right. But none of that is tonight's to carry. Tonight there is only the settling, only the warm dark closing gently over. Only the long, slow letting go. Down further now, softer, into a quiet with no floor to it, or a floor so far below that you will never reach it. Only keep sinking gentle and slow through warm dark water that grows warmer and darker and stiller the deeper you go. No cold rising up to meet you, no hard bottom waiting. Only more warmth, only more dark, Only more of this slow, safe, endless sinking that asks nothing and takes you nowhere but deeper into rest. And your thoughts, if any drift by now, drift by the way slow things drift in deep water, far off and dim, and turning gently over and going on past without touching you, without catching, without any hook in them anymore to snag you and pull you up. Let them pass. A thought is only a slow, dark shape moving through the deep, and it does not want you, and it cannot reach you here, and it dims and softens and dissolves back into the water the same as everything else tonight, everything softening, everything dimming, everything giving up its edges to the warm and holding dark. You do not have to follow them, you never did. You can let a thought rise and let it go without going with it, the way you can watch the last few sparks of a fire lift and wander and wink out without rising to chase them. Let them wander, let them wink out. You are not up there among the sparks. You are down here in the deep, warm, banked and glowing rest, low and soft and settled, and you are staying. The night will hold its long, slow shape around you without your minding it. The deep middle hours coming on with all their thickness and their stillness and their heavy dark. The world outside gone to its lowest ebb. The very last lit windows going dark one by one. The roads emptier than empty. The cold settling deeper into everything that is not covered and warm. But you are covered, and you are warm, and the cold has no way into where you have sunk. Let it press its slow silver against the far dark glass all it likes. You are on the warm side of everything tonight, the deep inside of the dark, the kept center of it, the place it curls around and guards. Warm and low and slow and further still. Feel the small warm cave your own breath makes, the faint warmth of the air you have breathed gathering close around your face. A small close climate of your own making, warmed by nothing but the slow tide of you, and the sheets warmed beneath you by the long resting heat of your own weight, and the deep warm hollow your body has pressed for itself in the softness, fitted now exactly to the shape of you, holding you the way a hand holds warm water, without effort, without grip. The softness risen up all around your edges to meet you and cradle you, and keep you from the very slow falling that is all that is left of the falling now. And you might feel the slow, warm heaviness travel one last unhurried time down through you, not because anything is still holding, only because it is sweet to feel it go, the warmth pooling low behind the eyes and letting them lie still and heavy in their soft dark, the warmth spreading loose across the brow and letting the last faint lines there smooth away into nothing, the warmth running slow down the sides of the neck and loosening the last quiet grip you never knew was there. Down through the wide, slack shoulders and the two long forgotten arms and out to the very tips of the resting fingers, and down the long, warm trunk of you where the breath still moves so small and slow, and down through the hips gone heavy and given over, and down the long, soft weight of the legs, all the way down to the far warm ends of you, the feet lying slack and heavy and turned out and utterly at rest, the last far outpost of you gone warm and quiet and let go. The whole length of you a single settled warmth now, no bright places left, no held places, no small hot knots of guarding anywhere in all of you, only one long even warmth lying still in the dark, breathing its small slow breath, sinking its last slow measure, keeping nothing, wanting nothing, being nothing but a warm weight at rest in a safe dark that will not let it fall too far. There, nothing to do now but be warm, nothing to do now but be heavy, nothing to do now but breathe the small slow breath and let the dark keep on closing gently over. Slower now and softer, the words themselves growing farther apart, drifting down to you from farther off, easier and easier to let go of, easier and easier to let pass unheard, until they are only a low warm sound in the dark, a slow warmth at the edge of the deep water, no more needing to be listened to than the far slow settling of the frost, than the far slow turning of the night, than the small slow tide of your own untended breath. Let them go too, you do not need to hold the words, Let them thin out and soften and drift down past you into the warm dark like everything else, and let there be, beneath them, only the quiet, only the warmth, only the slow, small breath going out a little longer than it comes in, only the deep-held sinking stillness of the middle of the night. Down and warm and slow and kept. The night is wide and deep and long, and it has you, and it will not let you fall, and there is nothing left in all the dark for you to do but sink, the last slow measure, into the warm and rest, and go on resting, low and quiet and safe and far, far down. Warmer still, slower still, and the dark drawing its long, soft cover up over the last of you, gentle and complete, and asking nothing at all. And there is nothing you need to answer, nothing you need to meet, nothing left anywhere in the long dark that is waiting on you to be ready. The readiness is already here. It came while you weren't watching for it. It settled into you the way the cold settles into a still field, without a sound, without a seam, without any moment you could point to and call the beginning of it. And now it is simply how you are, warm and heavy, and let go. And far down under the surface of the night, where nothing hurries and nothing calls. Let the breath keep on the way it has learned to go, a little longer going out, a little slower coming in. No work in it now, no counting, no shaping, only the small tide of it moving on its own the way it always knew how, back before anyone ever taught you to hold it. The body remembers this. The body has always known how to do this, and you can let it. You can hand the whole slow keeping of yourself back to the body now and let it breathe you down the rest of the way. There is nothing to guard. You can feel how true that is now, all through you in the deep loose weight of you, how there is no edge of you left standing watch, no small held place still up on its feet in the dark waiting for the thing that never came. They have all lain down, every last one of them, the jaw lying down, the eyes lying down in their soft dark, the shoulders long since given over to the bed, the hands open and empty and heavy, the belly soft and slow. The long weight of the legs handed all the way down to the ground beneath the ground. All of you lying down together, at last, in the same warm dark, breathing the same small, slow breath. And the bed goes on holding you. It does not tire of it. It does not ask when you will be done. It simply holds the way the ground holds, the way the deep, still floor of the night holds everything that has finally stopped moving. You are held from below by something that will not shift and will not slip. And above you the dark draws down soft and close and complete. And between the two of them there is only you, warm and weightless with weight, and kept. Slower now. You do not have to follow the words anymore. They will go on a little while, low and warm, the way a voice carries from another room when you are already half under. And you can let them be that, just a warmth in the dark, just a sound the night is making somewhere off at its far soft edge. Nothing you need to catch, nothing you need to hold. They can pass through you and out and down into the dark, and it costs you nothing to let them go. Let them go. And under them, only the quiet, the wide even quiet that was always here, under everything, waiting for the noise to settle enough that you could feel it. You are down in it now, down where it is smooth and dark and still, down where the day cannot reach and the list cannot reach and the hour cannot reach, down where there is only the warmth and the weight and the small, slow going out of the breath. The night is long. There is so much of it left, and none of it needs anything from you. Hours of dark, wide and soft and unhurried, laid out all around you like deep still water, and you afloat in the middle of it, held and warm and sinking by the smallest measure, the way something sinks when it has finally stopped trying to stay up. Down, and warm, and slow. Nothing to do now but be here, low in the dark, breathing, a little longer out, a little softer in, the warmth lying even along the whole length of you, no bright place left anywhere, no held place. Only the one long settled weight of you, resting where it lies, keeping nothing, wanting nothing, going quietly on down into the dark like the last of the frost going down into the still ground. Softer. The words farther apart now, more dark between them, more room to sink in the space where there used to be. You can feel yourself dropping in those spaces, a little farther each time the voice goes quiet, a little deeper into the warm, and the coming back up to meet the next word gets slower and smaller and less, until it hardly happens at all, until you are mostly just staying down there in the warm dark and letting the sounds drift by overhead. Stay down there. There is nothing up here for you, only the dark and the warmth and the slow breath, and all of that is down there with you already. You can let the surface go. You can let the last thin thread of listening go. You can let the whole night close its long, soft hand around you and hold you under, gentle and complete, and asking nothing. Down and kept and warm. The breath so small now, so slow, barely a stir in the deep still weight of you, going out a long soft while and drawing in the smallest measure and going out again on its own, without you, the body breathing you the rest of the way down while you rest. You are so heavy now, and the heaviness is only warmth, only rest, only the whole weight of you finally handed down and down and down to the thing that holds it. You could not lift a hand if you tried, and you will not try. There is no lifting left in you, only sinking, only the long, slow settling of something that has come all the way to rest. Warmer, slower. The dark is soft against you, close and soft and dark, drawn up over the last of you like a cover pulled gentle to the chin by a hand that means you well, over the heavy legs, over the slow warm trunk, over the loose wide shoulders, over the still and quiet face, all of you under the soft dark now, all of you warm beneath it, all of you let go. And the voice thinning, going low, going far, a warmth at the very edge of the deep water now, no nearer than the fast slow turning of the night, no louder than the frost settling in the still field, no more yours to hold than the small slow tide of your own untended breath. Let it thin all the way out. Let it go where the day went, where the list went, where everything that was ever holding on has already gone, down and soft and quiet into the warm dark, dissolved and released, and asking nothing more. And let there be, under it all, only this. Only the warmth, only the weight, only the slow, small breath going out a little longer than it comes in. Only the deep-held stillness of the middle of the night, wide and dark and long, closing its soft cover gently over the last of you. You are down now. You are warm now. You are held. Nothing to do. Nothing to answer. Nothing to guard. Only the dark and the warmth and the slow going down. Sink the last slow measure. Into the warm. Into the quiet. Into the long soft keeping of the night. Down and warm and slow and safe. There, just there, nothing more. Rest now. The breath so slow, the dark so soft, the weight so complete. Down and kept and gone warm all through. Let the night have you. It will not let you fall. It only lets you rest. Deeper, softer, warmer. Almost nothing now, only a warmth in the dark, only a slow, small breath, only the far quiet turning of the long night around you, holding you under, gentle and complete. Stay down in the warm. There is nowhere else to be. Nothing else to do. Only this. Only warm. Only heavy. Only slow. Only kept. Rest. Rest. The dark drawn all the way up now, soft and close and complete. The last of the words letting go of you. The last of the light letting go. Only the warmth left. Only the weight. Only the slow, small breath. Going out and softening. Down into the warm, into the quiet, into the deep, long dark of the night that has you and will not let you fall. Rest now, asleep, warm and heavy and safe and far, far down. Rest, asleep, there. Nothing more, only the dark, and the warmth, and the breath, going slow, and soft, and out. Rest.